exile it at the beginning of the next end step, and then you can cast it from exile on a later turn. This looks really good, and it has a cool design too. When you warp it, you're more frequently going to use it to blink your own creature for value, though sometimes you'll be able to use it to permanently get rid of a token or get a blocker out of the way that your opponent has. But then, when you cast it normally, it's going to be a really good card like all Banisher Priest-like creatures are. Adding to the board and removing something is just an incredible play in every limited format, and this is more flexible than most versions of this effect because of the blink upside. This looks like a B+ to me, and it's in the conversation for being White's best uncommon. Next, let's look at Esteli Reclaimer, which for 3 generic and 2 white is a 5/4 Angel Warrior at rare. It's got flying, and when it enters, you return target non-creature, non-land permanent card with mana value X or less from your graveyard to the battlefield, where X is the amount of mana spent to cast this creature, and it has warp for 2 generic and a white. So a 5 mana 5/4 flyer is already a pretty solid card in limited, and this can give you its trigger twice thanks to warp. Now it is pretty restrictive because it only looks at non-creatures, non-lands, and they need to be mana value X or less, and you're just not always going to have something that you can get back, especially when you warp it. But when you cast it normally, a few turns later, you are more likely to get something back. The thing that I see this working with the most frequently and the most effectively is probably Spacecraft, because they're not creatures, but they can become creatures. But the fact is, you're not going to have that many things you can get back with this ability, so a lot of what you're getting is just a 5 mana 5/4 flyer. It is worth remembering that warp works nicely with Spacecraft in general, because that means you can warp this into play and tap it to put 5 charge counters on one of your Spacecraft, which is going to help it become a creature more quickly. This looks like a pretty good card to me, but it's not a bomb or anything. I'm giving it a B. Next up, it's Auxiliary Boosters, which for 4 generic and a white is a common artifact equipment. When it enters, you create a 2/2 colorless robot artifact creature token and attach this equipment to it. The equipped creature gets +1/+2 and has flying, and this has equipped for 3 generic. The baseline here is a 5 mana 3/4 flyer that gives you 2 artifacts, and that's a pretty solid card in this format. With an equip cost of 3, it won't even feel terrible to equip this to other stuff either later in the game, as it's a buff that can make a significant difference. This looks like a pretty nice common for white. It just does a lot of little stuff that I think adds up to a quality card, giving it a C+. Next up, it's Banishing Light, which for 2 generic and a white is a common enchantment, and when it enters, you exile target non-land permanent an opponent controls until this enchantment leaves the battlefield. So this is a card that is always good removal because it can hit any non-land permanent. It doesn't always feel super efficient these days as we have more and more creatures with enters, triggers, and stuff like that, and they get a lot of value out of those, so spending 3 at sorcery speed to kill something isn't always great, but the flexibility really helps overcome that. It's always at least a C+ when we see it. It can be better, but it's usually better in sets that have an enchantment theme, and there's a very small one in this format. Not really enough of one for it to get like a big bump, and I think it falls a little short of being premium just because it's a lot clunkier these days than it used to be. I'm giving it a C+. Next up, it's Beyond the Quiet, which for 3 generic and 2 white is a rare sorcery that exiles all creatures in Spacecraft. Sweepers are always pretty awkward and limited, as most games just don't play out in such a way that your opponent is the only one who gets destroyed by this kind of card. Still, a card like this is strong. It can pull you back ahead from being behind in a way that few cards can, but it's pretty bad when you're ahead or at parity when it's kind of a blank card. So, like most 5+ mana sweepers that don't do anything else but exile and destroy stuff, I think it's probably a C+. Next up, it's Bright Spear Zealot, which for 2 generic and a white is a 2/4 human soldier at common. It's got vigilance, and it gets +2/+0 as long as you've cast 2 or more spells this turn. A 3 mana 2/4 with vigilance is honestly a pretty solid card, and this will sometimes be a more impressive 4/4, and you'll be able to do that at instant speed on occasion, which is pretty sweet. It does have a couple of weird things going on in this set with regard to Spacecraft. One of them is that the red-white theme is about having tapped creatures, and you can do that by stationing Spacecraft, but you can also do it by attacking. This guy can't, because he has vigilance, so it's a little bit of a non-bo with cards that pay you off for having tapped stuff, except that it's also good with Spacecraft because you can attack with it and then also station in the same turn, which not that many cards in the set can do, so this looks like a nice common to me. I'm giving it a C+. Next up, it's Cosmogrand Zenith, which for 2 generic and a white is a 2/4 human soldier at Mythic rare. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, choose one, create 2 1/1 white human soldier creature tokens, or put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. These triggers are both amazing. You'll make the tokens when you need bodies, and if you've already gone wide, you'll be thrilled with the counters. Double spelling is far from automatic, but cheap warp costs in this set do make it easier than it would be in most, and just waiting until you have a turn where you can play this and a second spell can ensure you get amazing value right away, so even if your opponent untaps and kills Cosmic Grand Zenith, you're already ahead, and if they don't kill it, you can usually snowball your way to victory. Throw in the solid stats, and I think we have a card that will help you run away with a lot of games, and deliver you good fail case value too, giving it an A-. Next up, it's Dawnstrike Vanguard, which for 5 generic and a white is a 4/5 human knight at uncommon. It's got lifelink, and at the beginning of your end step, if you control 2 or more tapped creatures, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control other than this creature. So here is one of those payouts for having tapped creatures. And it's a pretty strong one. Buffing your entire board except for this permanently is a big deal. And on turns where you can cast this and almost make this feel like an interest trigger, it's going to feel pretty insane. But there are going to be times where you can't do it, and when this is just a 6 mana 4/5 lifelink, it isn't very impressive, but the set is set up in such a way that it's very possible to trigger this once, and even just triggering it once is going to be very powerful and make you feel pretty good about things. And putting those counters on your creatures means it's more likely you can attack effectively with them and trigger it again on the next turn. So overall, I think this does deliver the kind of value you need out of a 6 mana card. It's not going to do it consistently enough to be great, but I do think it's a C+. Next up, it's Dockworker Drone, which for 1 generic and a white is a 1/1 artifact creature robot at common. It enters with a +1/+1 counter on it, and when it dies, you put its counters on target creature you control. This is a solid 2-drop. It works nicely in the +1/+1 counter decks, as well as the artifact decks, and sometimes you'll be able to do something sweet with the counters when it dies, giving it a C. Next up, it's Dual Sun Adepts, which for 2 generic and a white is a 2/2 human soldier at uncommon. It's got double strike, and you can pay 5 generic to give creatures you control +1/+1 until end of turn. The 3 mana 2/2 stat line can be rough, because removal for 1 mana can often take these things down, and there is more than one way to do that at common and uncommon in this format. And that is a big risk, but I think the reward is worth it in this case. A 3 mana 2/2 double striker is at least pretty good at blocking. Like, your opponent can't attack into this 3 mana 2/2 like they can most. And this kind of pump effect being on a creature that's already solid, we've seen it perform well in countless formats at this point, and this is another one that I think gets there. Obviously, buffing itself is a huge deal too because it has double strike, so I think this overcomes the problem of the Grey Ogre stat line, and I'm giving it a B-. Next up, it's Dual Sun Technique, which for 1 generic and a white is an uncommon instant. Target creature you control gains double strike until end of turn. If it had a +1/+1 counter on it, draw a card. Double strike is pretty nice for a trick, though it's less good on really small creatures than actual stats boosts are. It does still manage to win you most combats, and you can sometimes do lethal out of nowhere. The times where you draw a card with this will feel completely absurd because it probably means you get a 2-for-1, but this also isn't the kind of trick that's useful against removal in any way, shape, or form, and that limits how great it can be in limited. I'm giving it a C. Next up, it's Emergency Eject, which for 2 generic and a white is an uncommon instant. It says destroy target non-land permanent. Its controller creates a lander token. This is an artifact with 2 generic, tap, sacrifice this token, and search your library for a basic land, put it onto the battlefield tapped, and then shuffle. So white actually has 2 flexible non-land removal spells in this set between Banishing Light and this, which is interesting. This one's an instant, unlike Banishing Light, but it also gives your opponent a card back. Don't underestimate how significant that is, as you could help them fix and ramp their mana, help them with artifact synergies, help them with the void mechanic, the list goes on. These landers are really good, and giving your opponent one definitely isn't good. That said, it does become less of a problem later in the game, and hitting any non-land for 3 is definitely a big deal at instant speed. You do still kind of 2-for-1 yourself, but this is better than cards like Stroke of Midnight, which give your opponent a 1/1 token instead, because at least you can get like a blocker out of the way and attack without having to worry about a new token being in the way. So I think this is solid removal. It's definitely not great. Giving your opponent a lander is a massive downside, but I think it's a C because it can deal with so many things at instant speed. Next up, it's Exalted Sunborn, which for 3 generic and 2 white is a mythic rare angel wizard. It's a 4/5 with flying and lifelink, and if 1 or more tokens would be created under your control, twice that many of those tokens are created instead, and it has warp for 1 generic and a white. So this would be good even without warp. And that's good because warping it isn't going to be meaningful most of the time in limited, because you have to have the mana to warp, and then you need to make tokens in the same turn, and that's going to be hard to achieve. It's not impossible, but generally just playing a 5 mana 4/5 flying lifelink by the time you can warp this and put tokens into play is just going to be better than going the other route, because this stat line is really good. I think this is going to make more tokens once you play it on turn 5 and it does some damage, and then you get a couple of lander tokens or robot tokens or whatever later in the game. Mostly though, this is a 5 mana 4/5 flying lifelink, which is a really good card, and occasionally it'll really go off. I'm giving it a B+. Next up, it's Exosuit Savior, which for 2 generic and a white is a 2/2 human soldier at common with flying. When it enters, you return up to 1 target permanent you control to its owner's hand. Windrake stat lines aren't great, and this kind of upside is often too narrow, especially at sorcery speed, to be worthwhile. There are some cute things you can do with it in this set, beyond the usual rebuying an enters trigger or whatever. Like, you can return something that's stationed, and then if you have the mana to cast it, you can cast it, and then station with it again. It also works with the void mechanic, but overall, this is a badly statted creature with too narrow of upside to be a card that makes the cut regularly, giving it a D+. Next up, it's Flight Deck Coordinator, which for 2 generic and a white is a 3/3 human soldier at common. At the beginning of your instep, if you control 2 or more tapped creatures, you gain 2 life. This has an okay stat line, but the you have stuff tap trigger here is fairly underwhelming. Triggering this kind of thing multiple times is likely to be challenging, and that's what you need to do for this card to really feel worth it. And even then, it's not amazing. I'm giving it a C-. Next up, it's Focus Fire, which for 1 white mana is a common instant that does X damage to target attacking or blocking creature, where X is 2, plus the number of creatures and or spacecraft you control. This is restrictive, since it can only hit attackers and blockers, and that means that for aggro decks, the fact that you can't get a blocker out of the way with it is a pretty big bummer. But for only 1 mana, this can do a ton in terms of trading up, and can often take down sizable creatures. I don't think it's premium, it needs way too much setup and is too narrow, but it's hard not to like this card when it only costs a single mana. I'm giving it a C+. Next up, it's Halia, Guided by Light, which for 2 generic and a white is a 3/3 legendary human soldier at rare. When she or another creature or artifact you control enters, you gain 1 life. At the beginning of your instep, draw a card if you've gained 3 or more life this turn, and she has Warp for 1 white mana. So even if she just had the first ability, she'd be a good card, as solid stats plus lots of incidental life gain is a good place to be. And she'll draw you a card every now and then. I wouldn't count on it a lot. It's not that easy to gain 3 life in a turn off of her triggers alone. You're going to need some other life gain around to really pull it off. And it's doable, but it does take some work. She's not the kind of life gain card draw engine that can do it all on her own. She's going to need a little bit of help. And the fact that you can warp her early and gain a bit of life and maybe even draw a card if you have the opening to do so is pretty sweet. I'm giving this a B. Next up, it's Hardlight Containment, which for 1 white mana is a rare enchantment aura with enchant artifact you control. When it enters, you exile target creature an opponent controls until this aura leaves the battlefield, and the enchanted permanent has ward 1. So even in this set, you're not always going to have an artifact, but when you do, this isn't too far off from Swords to Plowshares. I mean, sure, your opponent can get their thing back by blowing up whatever you put it on, and that'll hurt, but ward makes that a little bit more difficult. And doing something like putting this on a lander seems kind of funny, because at least then you don't get 2 for 1 when they destroy it. This isn't quite as good as something like Sheltered by Ghosts, which also gave the thing you put it on +1/+0 and lifelink, which allowed you to get in with a hit that would gain you some life, giving you even more immediate value. And this is also more narrow, only capable of going on artifacts and not on creatures. But I do think it's an apt comparison. They're going to work similarly, and I think that makes this a B-. Next up, it's Honor, which for 1 white mana is an uncommon sorcery. You put a +1/+1 counter on target creature and draw a card. I think this is sneaky good. A counter isn't quite worth a card, but you end up paying 1 mana for significantly more than a card worth of value here, and it synergizes nicely with +1/+1 counter stuff in the set. Improving your board and drawing a card is a good feeling. It can help you double spell too. I'm giving this a C+. Next up, it's Honored Knight Captain, which for 1 generic and a white is a 1/1 human advisor knight at uncommon. When it enters, you create a 1/1 white human soldier creature token, and you can pay 4 generic and 2 white and sacrifice it to search your library for an equipment card, put it onto the battlefield, and then shuffle. I'm already signing up for a 2 mana 1/1 that makes another 1/1. We see that kind of card a lot, and it's always a good 2-drop. Good when you drop it on turn 2, but good at any other point in the game as well, because 2 bodies significantly alter how combat's going to go for your opponent on their next turn. So throw in the fact that you can cheat an equipment onto the battlefield and at instant speed, and you have a card that stays really relevant all game long, and one that has a great baseline. Searching up that 3/4 flyer equipment is going to be particularly nice, and a combo you see a lot because it's a common. I'm giving this a B-. Next up, it's Knight Luminary, which for 3 generic and a white is a 3/2 human knight at common, and when it enters, you create a 1/1 white human soldier creature token, and it has warp for 1 generic and a white. This is a pretty good common. I'm already in for this card without warp. It would be like a C if that's all it was, but with warp, well, you have a card that fills 2 separate slots on the curve and helps you go wide and gives you 3 total bodies. That sounds pretty good to me. I'm starting this at a C+, and I could see it going higher. Next up, it's Lightstall Inquisitor, which for 1 white mana is a 2/1 Angel Wizard at rare. It's got Vigilance, and when it enters, each opponent exiles a card from their hand and may play that card for as long as it remains exiled. Each spell cast this way costs 1 generic more to cast, and each land played this way enters tapped. I think this is solid in limited. It's going to be like amazing and constructed as a 1-drop for aggressive white decks. Here, it's just solid. It gives you some pretty good disruption, and I love that they made sure it even nerfs lands. Sometimes attacks won't matter much, and obviously you don't choose the card, your opponent does, which makes it a lot less impressive as your opponent gets to choose something that impacts them the least. But you do get a pretty good return on only 1 mana here. I'm giving it a C+. Next up, it's Lumen-class Frigate, which for 1 generic and a white is a rare artifact spacecraft, and like all the spacecraft, it comes with Station, and that means you can tap another creature you control to put charge counters equal to that creature's power on this spacecraft. Station only has a sorcery, and then depending on the number of charge counters on this, you get other effects. In this case, with 2 or more, other creatures you control get +1/+1, and with 12 or more, it becomes a 3/5 with flying and lifelink. I think you'll frequently be able to put 2 charge counters on this the turn it comes down, and that not only means your board gets significantly better for a reasonable cost, it also means that stationing this becomes a lot easier because it's buffing your creatures, making them more capable of putting more charge counters on this. It does still take some time to become a creature in most cases, but a 2-mana Anthem is a card you play anyway, and this one can start contributing damage and gaining you life, so it's going to be awesome upside on a card that's already delivering some pretty real value. I'm giving it a B+. Next up, it's Lux Knight Breacher, which for 3 generic and a white is a 2/2 human knight at common. It enters with a +1/+1 counter on it for each other creature and or artifact you control. This card has a terrible floor, since it's awful when you don't have anything or much going on. Even just 1 counter on this is a bad card, and even 2 isn't something to write home about. There is a high-ish ceiling, but it's still just a big vanilla creature in an ideal world, so it doesn't seem worth the risk to me when the reward is so unexciting. You'll probably play it when you need a 4-drop and you have lots of creatures and artifacts, but you're going to end up cutting this a lot too. I'm giving it a D. Next up, it's Pinnacle Starcade, which for 1 generic and 2 white is a rare artifact. When it enters, you exile all artifacts and creatures with mana value 2 or less until this artifact leaves the battlefield, and you can pay 6 generic and 2 white to put each card exiled with this artifact into its owner's graveyard, then create a 2/2 colorless robot artifact creature token for each card that was put into a graveyard this way, and then you sacrifice the Pinnacle Starcade. So this is symmetrical, so sometimes it'll be tricky making it hurt your opponent more than it hurts you, since most decks run cards that cost 2 or less mana, and the other ability is expensive enough that I don't think you're counting on it reliably being a way to break the symmetry. Plus, in many situations, you're not going to exile that many things, so you won't get that many robots anyway. This feels like a very awkward D in your main deck, but against a deck that is super low to the ground and or one that has lots of tokens, this does get more interesting, so it's an okay sideboard card, probably a C+ against the right opponent. Next up, it's Pulsar Squadron-Ace, which for 1 generic and a white is a 1/2 human pilot at uncommon. When it enters, you look at the top 5 of your library. You can reveal a spacecraft card from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. If you didn't put a card into your hand this way, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. This is good. It's either a 2-mana 1/2 that draws you a card or a 2-mana 2/3 that helps with +1/+1 counter synergy. I'm pretty happy with either outcome, especially on turn 2. I'm giving this a B-. Next up, it's Radiant Strike, which for 3 generic and a white is a common instant. Destroy target artifact or tapped creature, you gain 3 life. So note that this can destroy any artifacts, not just tapped ones. This is a kind of card where it's easy to misread that because it can only destroy tapped creatures. But anyway, 4 mana for this effect is kind of a lot when it's somewhat narrow, but the life it gains you makes up for that in a significant way, and many people may be tapping their creatures a lot in this set because of the station mechanic. Destroying something your opponent worked really hard to station also sounds pretty sweet for tempo in general in this format. This does fall below premium to me because of the cost, but I think it's a C+. Next up, it's Rayblade Trooper, which for 2 generic and a white is a 2/2 human soldier at uncommon. When it enters, you put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control, and whenever a non-token creature you control with a +1/+1 counter on it dies, create a 1/1 white human soldier creature token, and it has warp for 1 generic and a white. So, Grey Ogre stats as always are pretty brutal, but this has a good enters trigger that you might get access to twice, and that of course sets it up so that you can get tokens more easily too. There are other ways to do stuff with counters in this set too, especially in the green-white color pair, and we've seen a lot of them in white as well, so I think this is actually pretty good, giving it a B-. Next up, it's Reroute Systems, which for 1 white mana is an uncommon instant that says choose one, target artifact or creature gains indestructible until end of turn, or Reroute Systems deals 2 damage to target tapped creature. I like the look of this. 1 mana for indestructibility is a nice way to blink most removal spells, and it occasionally works as a combat trick, and the removal mode will be useful sometimes too, and when it is, it'll often be able to trade up. Sure, both modes are kind of restrictive, but having both of them on a card that only costs 1 mana is pretty nice, giving this a C+. Next up, it's Rescue Skiff, which for 5 generic and a white is an uncommon artifact spacecraft. When it enters, you return target creature or enchantment card from your graveyard to the battlefield, and if it has 10 or more charge counters, it's a 5/6 flyer. So I like this. It'll add somebody to the battlefield up front, and that means having something that may help this turn into a creature more quickly. With all of these, you have to account for fail cases when you just never turn them into creatures, and while 6 mana to reanimate something from your graveyard isn't amazing, it's a passable fail case that will get you something almost every time it enters, and if you ever turn this into a big flyer, your opponent's really going to be in trouble. I think this is a B-. Next up, it's Scout for Survivors, which for 2 generic and a white is an uncommon sorcery. It says return up to 3 target creature cards with total mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Put a +1/+1 counter on each of them. So these really cheap white reanimate effects are rarely good and limited. They're just too narrow because they can only bring back really specific things, and you need things in your graveyard to begin with. This one does have me a little intrigued, since you can potentially reanimate multiple things, and that might even be preferable, since they get counters. But even reanimating just a 3-drop with this doesn't seem terrible. You just have to account for the times where you don't have a target, and those are unfortunately fairly common. I think that holds it to a C. Next up, it's Seam Rip, which for 1 white mana is an uncommon enchantment, and when it enters, you exile target non-land permanent opponent controls with mana value 2 or less until this enchantment leaves the battlefield. So Portable Hole was a solid limited card, and this is an enchantment version. It would definitely be better in this set if it was an artifact, but it still does the job. It's narrow, but you can often spend 1 mana to exile 2 mana things, and that is trading up. I'm giving it a C. Next up, it's the Seriema, which for 1 generic and 2 white is a rare legendary artifact spacecraft, and when it enters, you search your library for a legendary creature card, reveal it, put it into your hand, and then shuffle. And if it gets 7 or more charge counters on it, it becomes a 5/5 flyer, and other tapped legendary creatures you control have indestructible. So this set has fewer legendary creatures in it than we've seen in a while. For example, not all the Signpost uncommons are legendary creatures. So the number of legendary creatures we actually have at lower rarities is actually pretty limited, and I think that really hurts the Seriema. If this was in Final Fantasy, for example, it would have been way better, because most decks just have like 4 legendary creatures that can be tutored up. But in this format, you'll be lucky to have 2. As such, I think this is probably just a D, since it won't deliver much value initially, and it won't be that great once it becomes a creature either. Next up, it's Squire's Lightblade, which for 1 white mana is a common artifact equipment with flash. When it enters, attach it to target creature you control. That creature gains first strike until end of turn. The equipped creature gets +1/+0, and this can equip for 3 generic. So we just saw Coral Sword be an okay card, and this is pretty much the same card, but actually worse, because the equip cost is 2 mana higher. Now, this does work nicely for decks trying to cast multiple spells, because it's so cheap, and it's also an artifact, which matters. But I can't help but think this card won't really give you the card of value you want most of the time. The idea is to use it as a trick and win combat with it, but this buff just doesn't do that good of a job, and then the buff that's left over also is pretty insignificant, especially when it costs 3 mana to move it around, so I think this is a D+. Next up, it's Starfield Shepherd, which for 3 generic and 2 white is a 3/2 angel at uncommon. It's got flying. When it enters, you search your library for a basic plains card or a creature card with mana value 1 or less. reveal it, put into your hand, and then shuffle, and it is warp for 1 generic and a white. I really like this. Warping it is good value that lets you hit a land drop, and casting it later still nets you another card, whether you grab a land or a 1-drop. It's actually sort of reminiscent of Call the Mountain Chocobo, only you don't add to the board right away with this. Not permanently, anyway. Still, this is lots of value on 1 card. I'm giving it a B. Next up, it's Starfighter Pilot, which for 1 generic and a white is a 2/2 human pilot at common. When it becomes tapped, you surveil 1. 2 mana 2/2s are pretty bad these days. They need some real upside to really overcome that, and this one doesn't really get there. Sure, you're going to tap it to surveil sometimes, especially when you have spacecraft and maybe it attacks early and lets you surveil before trading, but none of that's very exciting. I think it's just a D+. Next up, it's Starport Security, which for 1 white mana is a 1/1 artifact creature robot soldier at common. You can pay 3 generic and a white and tap it to tap another creature, but it costs 2 less to activate if you control a creature with a +1/+1 counter on it. Man, this tap ability used to be so good in Limited in the olden days where most of creatures' value were in their ability to attack or block, but Limited has changed a lot, and we haven't seen one of these tap abilities perform very well in a long time. And I don't see this one being any different, especially when you're paying 4 for it. It's absolutely horrendous. When you're only spending 2 on it, which is doable in a deck like green-white, it does get better. But a lot of the time, you'd much rather be using your mana for effects that have a more permanent impact on the board than you would on a card like this. I just think it's a D. Next up, it's Sunstar Chaplain, which for 1 generic and a white is a 3/2 human cleric at rare. At the beginning of your end step, if you control 2 or more tapped creatures, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control, and you can pay 2 generic and remove a +1/+1 counter from a creature you control to tap target artifact or creature. So this isn't always going to give you counters, but even getting 1 out of this will feel like an amazing deal, and it's certainly possible to get more. This can definitely allow you to snowball in the early game if you're able to just curve out and keep swinging, and the tap mode can be useful all game long. I'm giving this a B. Next up, it's Sunstar Expansionist, which for 1 generic and a white is a 2/3 human knight at uncommon, and when it enters, if an opponent controls more lands than you, you create a lander token, and it has landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, this creature gets +1/+0 until end of turn. So this has good stats, and when you get that enters trigger, it's going to feel pretty insane. Like, if this was always a 2 mana 2/3 that made a lander when it entered, I'd be pretty close to giving it like an A-, because that's just so much value from 1 card. We also just saw in Final Fantasy that the +1/+0 landfall trigger is surprisingly effective. So this looks like a pretty strong uncommon to me. I'm giving it a B. Next up, it's Sunstar Lightsmith, which for 3 generic and a white is a 3/3 human artificer at uncommon. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature and draw a card. So this payoff for double spelling is sweet, but pretty much every time we see a 4 mana 3/3 that grows when X happens, it ends up being pretty mediocre and limited. The base stats are just so bad, and even in a deck geared towards second spells, you won't trigger this enough for it to feel great. Drawing a card does make this really strong, and makes it stronger than most versions of this effect we've seen before, but I'm still not super high on this. You know, playing this on 4 and then your opponent can still attack you with all of their creatures with no problem at all feels pretty miserable. And that's going to be what happens a lot of the time. It's going to be a really underwhelming creature for at least 1 full turn and often longer than that. So I think it's a C. Next up, it's Wedgelight Rammer, which for 3 generic and a white is an uncommon artifact spacecraft, and when it enters, you create a 2/2 colorless robot artifact creature token, and if you get 9 or more charge counters on it, it's a 3/4 with flying and first strike. I love that this gives you a body up front, and the body even enters untapped, so you can use it right away to put a couple charge counters on this, and once it gets to 9, it has a body that's relevant all game long. Also, it gives you 2 artifacts, which really matters in white, so I'm giving this a B-. Next up, it's Weft Blade Enhancer, which for 5 generic and a white is a 3/4 Drix Artificer at common. When it enters, you put a +1/+1 counter on each of up to 2 target creatures, and it has Warp for 2 generic and a white. Warping this early and getting a couple of counters will feel okay, and that's good because if this were only the 6 mana mode, it wouldn't be very good. It has bad base stats, and sure, it can put a counter on itself, but the other one has to go somewhere else. It's never really going to feel very efficient when you cast it for 6. But when you factor in warping it and then casting it for 6 later and getting 4 counters out of 1 card, It sounds a lot better, but it still feels pretty underwhelming to me because of the cost of both modes, so I think it's a C-. And our last white card is Zealous Display, which for 2 generic and a white is a common instant, and creatures you control get +2/+0 until end of turn. If it's not your turn, untap those creatures. While the untap part is an upgrade over most versions of this effect, it's a pretty minimal one. You only use this kind of card like that in an absolute emergency, since the lack of a toughness boost probably doesn't do you that many favors when you're the one who's blocking. This is still far better when you're attacking, and still only useful in the most narrow of decks that are insanely aggressive. I'm giving it a D+. Alright, so those are all the white cards in Edge of Eternities. In the next video, I'll look at all the blue ones. If you enjoyed this video, please like it and share it so that others can enjoy it too. If you want to make sure you catch the rest of the set review, don't forget to subscribe. And if you want to catch up on the set review videos that are already out, you should see a playlist on your screen shortly. Thanks for watching. This video is sponsored by Card Kingdom. If you want Magic singles or sealed product, use my link in the description. Hi everyone, I'm Nita Hone, and in this video I'm continuing with my Edge of Eternities limited set review. I've already looked at all the multicolored, colorless, and white cards, and in this video we're looking at all the blue ones. For each of them, I'll discuss how I think they'll perform in limited, that means draft and sealed, and I'll punctuate each evaluation with the letter grade. If you're new to my set reviews and unsure of what my letter grades mean, you can find a guide in the description. There are some important things to keep in mind as I review these cards. First, because we're only talking about draft and sealed, I'm only talking about cards that can be found in play boosters. And for this first part of the set review, I'm also only looking at cards from the main set. There are also special guests and a bonus sheet in this set, but those will be looked at in their own video. These are also my evaluations of these cards before it's possible to play this new limited format, because my goal is to have the set review ready for you in time for the pre-release, and as the format comes into focus, I'll be doing videos where I discuss how the format has panned out. Lastly, I want to let you know that there are some set review related perks for being a channel member or a patron. You get access to my ongoing set notes during preview season, and you'll also get a spreadsheet with all of my grades once a set review is complete. If those perks interest you, check out the description where you can find out how to support the channel using one of those methods. Alright, without further ado, let's dive in with a look at the blue cards in Edge of Eternities. First up, it's Annul, which for 1 blue mana is an uncommon instant, counter target artifact or enchantment spell. This is a reprint, and it's super efficient, but too narrow to be main deck material. Even in this set, which has a lot of artifacts, most opponents are going to have like 4 or 5 spells this can counter. Sometimes they'll have more, but sometimes they'll have less too, and both needing to have mana up and the right type of spell cast by your opponent makes this a dead card way too often. It's like a D- if you've got to play it in your main deck, which I hope you don't have to, but it's like a C+ out of the sideboard. Next up, it's Atomic Microsizer, which for 1 blue mana is an uncommon artifact equipment. The equipped creature gets +1/+0, and whenever equipped creature attacks, choose up to 1 target creature. That creature can't be blocked this turn and has base power and toughness 1/1 until end of turn, and this can equip for 2 generic. This is a super interesting card, mostly because this attack trigger can do so many things. You can use it on the equipped creature, of course, which basically gives you an unblockable 2/1, something that gets better with creatures that have combat damage triggers and the like, but you can also use it to help another one of your creatures get in instead of the equipped one, and you can also use it on your opponent's creature to shrink it and make it a worse blocker. Having all of these different modes makes this kind of card hard to evaluate, and all of those modes are kind of situational, especially when it comes down to shrinking down your own creature. It's just not worth it all the time. It is more likely to be worth shrinking an opposing creature, but I still see this being an equipment that doesn't really do enough a little bit too often to be great, but it is an artifact and it's cheap, both of which have extra value in a set that has both artifact decks and a deck that cares about double spelling. Overall, I think this is a C, but it's weird enough that I could see it going in either other direction. Next up, it's Cerebral Download, which for 4 generic and a blue is an uncommon instant. Surveil X, where X is the number of artifacts you control, then draw 3 cards. 5 mana to draw 3 at instant speed is okay in some limited formats, and the fact you get Surveil means that this can allow you to see a ton of cards, and maybe even load up your graveyard with value. It's still a card that doesn't add to the board, but it does feel like you're going to see tons of cards when you cast this, and if you can afford to take a turn off, and that's not possible in all limited formats, but if you can do it, this is likely to pull you really far ahead because of your card advantage and card quality. I think the first copy of this, especially in a deck with artifacts, is going to be like a C+, but you don't want too many cards in your deck that don't add to the board. Next up, it's Cloud Sculpt Technician, which for 2 generic and a blue is a 1/4 Jellyfish Artificer at common. It's got flying, and as long as you control an artifact, it gets +1/+0. A 3-mana 2/4 flyer is a solid card, and the hoops this wants you to jump through to get there are pretty easy to jump through, so I think this is a C. Next up, it's Code Cracker Hound, which for 2 generic and a blue is a 2/1 dog at uncommon. When it enters, you look at the top 2 cards of your library, put one into your hand and the other into your graveyard, and it has warp for 2 generic and a blue. This is an alternate casting cost, and if you go that route, you exile it at the beginning of the next end step, and then you can cast it from exile on a later turn. So this is Sibsig Appraiser in dog form, and that was an incredibly powerful limited card, and this is actually better because of warp, which gives you the ability to get this really good trigger twice, and gives this hound 3-for-1 potential. You don't always have the time for warp, of course. Sometimes you need a permanent presence on the board, but the baseline here is still a 2-for-1 that comes with card selection and graveyard synergy. That makes this amazing, and potentially blue's best uncommon, giving it a B+. Next up, it's Consult the Star Charge, which for 1 generic and a blue is a rare instant with kicker for 1 generic and a blue. You look at the top X cards of your library, where X is the number of lands you control. Put one of those cards into your hand. If the spell was kicked, put 2 of those cards into your hand instead. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. This is a nice card selection spell in the early game, and in the late game, it's going to feel pretty close to something like Dig Through Time, or a more recent card like Stock Up, and that card was incredible. You get to look at a lot of cards and pick the 2 best, and that's great. It still doesn't add to the board, but the efficiency here makes up for that in a big way, giving it a B. Next up, it's Cryogen Relic, which for 1 generic and a blue is a common artifact. When it enters or leaves the battlefield, you draw a card, and you can pay 1 generic and a blue and sacrifice it to put a stun counter on up to 1 target tapped creature. So 4 total mana to draw 2 cards and stun something is a card I'd be interested in a lot of decks, and this lets you divide things up more than that. And you can even do the stun thing at instant speed. That said, only stunning a creature that is already tapped is a pretty big difference from the effects that tap and stun a creature. It's not a useless effect by any stretch, especially because this card will also draw you 2 cards, but I do just want to take note of the fact that that effect is a lot weaker than actually getting to tap the thing too. And that means that this frequently won't add to the board, or at least won't do something that meaningful when you sacrifice it, so I think it's a C. Next up, it's Cryo Shatter, which for 1 blue is a common enchantment aura with enchant creature. Enchanted creature gets -5/-0. When enchanted creature becomes tapped or is dealt damage, destroy it. Lately, they've been giving us super cheap removal in blue, and while this effect doesn't entirely get rid of a creature, which can be problematic when they have static abilities and stuff, plus no matter what, you do allow that creature to block at least once, which itself really minimizes how great a removal spell can be, since it takes an extra step to actually fully remove that creature. But I think all of that's okay because this is so cheap and does deal with like most of what a creature can do. It doesn't quite trade 1-for-1, but because it only costs 1 mana, it's kind of acceptable. I'm giving it a C. Next up, it's Desculpting Blast, which for 1 generic and a blue is an uncommon instant. Return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. If it was attacking, create a 1/1 colorless drone artifact creature token with flying, and this token can block only creatures with flying. So 2 mana for this effect without the drone upside here is usually an okay card in Limited. A D+, C- level card that sometimes it's better depending on the format to bounce stuff, but usually you go down a card to bounce something. When you do get to trade, it gets a lot better because you use it in response to a combat trick or whatever. And this certainly has some extra oomph in this format because of spacecraft, like bouncing a spacecraft that your opponent spent a ton of time putting charge counters on is pretty nasty. But there's also another sweet mode this has where not only can you bounce something that your opponent's attacking with to generate a body, which is great, even one that's as small and unable to block things as this is. Getting a body is pretty good, but you can actually make that happen even more often because you can bounce your own stuff with this. That can be useful when you want to rebuy an interest trigger. You can just choose to attack with a creature that has an interest trigger you want access to, bounce it, get the 1/1, replay it. You're going to bounce your opponent's stuff with it more often, don't get me wrong, but this does have that mode where you can bounce your own thing when you want to. And the times where you do get the 1/1, especially bouncing your opponent's thing, I mean, it's basically a 2-mana 1/1 flyer that bounces target non-land permanent at instant speed. Like, that is a really strong card, and it's not always going to be that. But this has a couple of different modes that I like the look of, and the floor on the card is reasonably high, so I think it's a B-. Next up, it's Divert Disaster, which for 1 generic and a blue is an instant, and it says counter target spell unless its controller pays 2 generic. If they do, you create a lander token. This is an artifact with 2 generic, tap, sack this token, search your library for a basic land, put on the battlefield tapped, and then shuffle. So 2-mana counter spells can play pretty well in limited, although letting your opponent get out of this for only 2 mana isn't great, especially in the later stages of the game, but at least you get a consolation prize. Basically, you do Divert Disaster because you get a lander token, which keeps you from getting completely blown out when this can't counter something. I'm giving this a C. Next up, it's Emissary Escort, which for 1 generic and a blue is an artifact creature robot soldier at rare, and it gets +X/+0, where X is the greatest mana value among other artifacts you control. So this demands you have some other stuff around. It doesn't count itself, and that means in the early game, it'll often just be a 2-mana 0/4, but there are plenty of artifacts around in blue, so this will often have a pretty beefy body. And you don't even necessarily have to wait until the later stages of the game for that to be true, because this is also kind of a warp payoff. If you warp an expensive artifact, get it on the board, and make this thing have more power, on like turn 3 or something, it's suddenly going to be able to attack a lot more effectively, and I see that happening a reasonable chunk of the time, just like I think it's likely you have artifacts in play a reasonable chunk of the time. So the floor here is bad, and the ceiling's not insane, but it is fairly accessible. I'm giving this a C+. Next up, it's Gigastorm Titan, which for 4 generic and a blue is a 4/4 elemental at uncommon. It costs 3 generic less to cast if you've cast another spell this turn. 2 mana for a 4/4, that's pretty good, and if you can spend your turn 5 casting a 2-drop and then casting this, you'll be reasonably happy with what went down. This is a pretty mediocre top deck though, and if your deck doesn't have enough cheaper spells, it's just not going to be worth running. And the ceiling here is still just an efficient vanilla creature, and not even one you run out super early, it's just one that you get a lot out of for the mana cost when things line up correctly. I think this is a C. Worth remembering, this is another card that can work nicely with cheap warp costs too. Next up, it's Ilvoy Galeblade, which for 1 blue mana is a 1/1 Jellyfish Warrior at common with flash and flying, and you can pay 2 generic and sack it to draw a card. Flash on a 1/1 flyer isn't exactly incredible, like this isn't ambush blocking anything, but you can leave mana up to do other stuff and then cast this if the other stuff doesn't come up. It also gives you a way to trigger double spell payoffs at instant speed, so that certainly matters. Flashing it in and chump blocking and sacking it to draw a card is decent in a pinch, and dropping this on turn 1 is fine too. It's never really going to feel bad, but it's never really going to feel very good either. I'm giving it a C. Next up, it's Ilvoy Infiltrator, which for 2 generic and a blue is a 1/3 Jellyfish Rogue at uncommon. It can't be blocked if you've cast 2 or more spells this turn, and whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. These stats are bad, but there's some real snowball potential here. Drawing extra cards is a good way to keep on double spelling, so this works well with itself. The trick, though, is triggering it that first time, and unlike a lot of these payoffs, playing this and a second spell in the same turn to get the trigger doesn't achieve anything. So you have to count on casting 2 more spells on a later turn to get it going. So it seems a little slow. It's not going to line up right all the time. So I have a hard time seeing it as more than a C, though if this ends up being really good in the format, as someone who loves thieving magpie-like creatures, I'm going to be pretty happy about it. Next up, it's Ilvoy Lightjammer, which for 1 generic and a blue is a common artifact equipment with flash. When it enters, you attach it to target creature you control. That creature gains hexproof until end of turn. The equipped creature gets +1/+2, and it has equip for 3 generic. This works nicely against removal spells and is serviceable enough in combat, and the fact you can move it around to buff other stuff while also helping with artifact and double spell synergies, just because it's cheap and has flash and is an artifact, makes me think this will be a quality card in most blue decks. I'm giving it a C+. Next up, it's Ilvoy Operative, which for 1 generic and a blue is a 2/1 Jellyfish Rogue at common. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. You kind of need to get 2 counters on this for it to really feel worthwhile, and I think that's a pretty big ask. Sometimes you'll get it to grow a lot, like you'll play it on turn 2 and your opponent will never kill it. But there will also be times where it never grows or only grows once, or dies to a 1 mana removal spell, And all of those combined are going to happen more often than this thing like really goes off and gains a bunch of counters. It's still a 2-drop. Decks need them, and when you're trying to double spell, having cheap 2-drops helps as well. So it does synergize with itself in a small way, but overall this feels like a C- to me. I think it takes too much work for this to feel worthwhile. Next up, it's Lost in Space, which for 3 generic and a blue is a common instant. Target artifact or creature's owner puts it on their choice of the top or bottom of their library, Surveil 1. We've seen a variant of this card in like the last 10 or 12 sets, and it's always quality removal. It's never insane, it's too expensive for that, but 4 mana for a 1/1 trade at instant speed, and some extra value here in the form of Surveil means you're going to be pretty happy playing a couple of these in most blue decks, giving it a C+. Next up, it's Mechan Assembler, which for 4 generic and a blue is a 4/4 robot artificer at uncommon. Whenever another artifact you control enters, create a 2/2 colorless robot artifact creature token. This ability triggers only once each turn. So this text box is really strong. Getting a whole other artifact, a body that can trade for things since it's a 2/2, when you play another artifact or have them enter, it even counts tokens, is really good. But you know what's not is a 5 mana 4/4 that generally won't give you any value up front other than its meager body that your opponent can probably attack into or kill for 3 or less mana. And those are outcomes that are really going to be backbreaking when you play a card like this. It is true, even if you just trigger it a single time, you're going to feel like you've come out ahead, and that is the nice thing about this. I still think it's pretty good, don't get me wrong, but I do think it falls short of being like a premium card just because it's so inefficient for a little bit too long before it usually generates that first token for you. I'm giving it a C+. Next up, it's Mechan Navigator, which for 1 generic and a blue is a 2/1 robot pilot at uncommon. And when it becomes tapped, you draw a card and then discard a card. This card really doesn't feel like an uncommon, right? Like it's so simple and straightforward and not that powerful. But it's not bad. I mean, a 2 mana 2/1 that loots when it becomes tapped is, you know, in a normal set wouldn't be very good because you have a below rate stat line, and attacking with this just to trigger this isn't going to be worth it on a lot of boards. But when you throw stationing in, you can see this looting for you a couple of times before it goes down or has to trade for something. It's also got the artifact type. It's still a pretty underwhelming card overall. It's not exactly the card you're desperately trying to get your hands on to make your deck come together. And I don't even think it'll always make the cut, especially if you have like 2 spacecraft. It's probably not great. Giving it a C-. Next up, it's Mechan Shieldmate, which for 1 generic and a blue is a 3/2 robot soldier at common. It's an artifact creature. It's got Defender, and as long as an artifact entered the battlefield under your control this turn, this creature can attack as though it didn't have Defender. So this will frequently lose Defender, but a vanilla 2 mana 3/2 isn't a very good card in Limited these days. It's not that much better than a 2/2. It is, but it's only slightly better. It still dies to all the cheapest removal in the format. It can still be attacked into easily by a bunch of 1-drops in the format, and there are a lot of 3-drops that are big enough that... So I'm not that high on this. You know, maybe the artifact typing itself, you know, where it's an artifact payoff and an enabler, will help push it higher than I'm expecting, but overall this looks pretty underwhelming. I'm giving it a D+. Next up, it's Mechanizoa, which for 4 generic and 2 blue is a 5/5 artifact creature robot jellyfish at uncommon. When it enters, you tap target artifact or creature an opponent controls and put a stun counter on it, and it is warp for 2 generic and a blue. So if this was always 6 mana 5/5 for this stun trigger, it would be a playable card. Like, you add a body to the board and you don't fully take away from your opponent's board, but you get to tap down whatever their best creature is, which often allows you to have pretty good attacks. Like, that would be a card that you play, especially in decks that care about artifacts and stuff like that. But you throw in Warp, and it does make it substantially better, because unlike most 6-drops, which don't do anything until you get to 6 mana, you can Warp this earlier and get that trigger, while also potentially stationing something for 5, which is a pretty big deal. This is one of those cards that goes really good with that 2 mana 0/4 rare, by the way, because if you warp this on 3, it'll be a 6/4 on turn 3, and you'll stun the opposing creature, so you probably smash in for 6. This is the kind of thing that can enable that card. And yeah, I mean, I think this is a pretty good card all on its own. I'm always really into these Mana War-esque creatures that let you add a body to the board and really significantly impact your opponent's board. And this definitely does it at 6, while also having an earlier game mode that has various synergies with Artifact and Station and all sorts of other stuff going on in the set. So I think this is a pretty good common. I'm giving it a B-. Next up, it's Mental Modulation, which for 1 generic and a blue is a common instant that costs 1 less to cast during your turn. You tap target artifact or creature, and you draw a card. I like this. Spending 2 on it on your opponent's turn would be an okay card, especially in decks looking to double spell, but paying 1 for it on your turn is where things get really sweet, as it opens up the door to better attacks while also efficiently cycling. It's still not amazing, but it seems like a solid card for mini blue decks in the format, giving it a C. Next up, it's Memenon, the Right Hand, which for 3 generic and 2 blue is a 3/4 Jellyfish Advisor at rare. It's got flying. You may look at the top card of your library anytime. You may cast artifact spells from the top of your library, and artifacts you control have tap, add blue. Spend this mana only to cast the spell from anywhere other than your hand. So a 5 mana 3/4 flyer isn't the worst stat line ever, and this thing can generate lots of value. There are plenty of artifacts in this set, and even just casting 1 off the top will make this feel well worthwhile, as it effectively means that you drew a card. You get a 2 for 1. Now, that said, even in an artifact-heavy format, you're typically only going to have like 10 cards in your deck that this lets you cast, and you'll frequently have fewer. But keep in mind that the second ability doesn't actually only specify artifacts. I mean, it does for the mana, but you can use it to help you cast warp stuff, which certainly matters in this set. So the whole package here feels quite good to me, even if it does take a little bit of work and time to go off. I'm giving it a B+. Next up, it's Moonlit Meditation, which for 2 generic and a blue is a rare enchantment aura. It enchants an artifact or creature you control. The first time you would create 1 or more tokens each turn, you may instead create that many tokens that are copies of enchanted permanent. This kind of thing is way too hard to set up in Limited. You risk a 2 for 1 in a big way, and it does stone nothing to upgrade your creature. Sure, getting creature tokens instead of landers seems kind of cool, especially if your creature is amazing, but things have to line up just right. Your creature has to be good, your opponent has to be completely unable to interact, and then you also need to start making tokens. And having all of that line up perfectly, it just won't happen. This card is going to lose you a lot more games than it wins you, either because it does nothing or you get completely blown out. I'm giving it an F. Next up, it's Mouth of the Storm, which for 6 generic and a blue is a 6/6 elemental at uncommon. It's got flying and ward 2, and when it enters, creatures your opponents control get -3, -0 until your next turn. This enters trigger lasting until your next turn is pretty good, as it will typically mean your opponent has no worthwhile attacks, and that's pretty good when you have a huge flyer, and it may also make attacks for the turn you cast this better too, and ward makes sure your opponent can't just spend a tiny amount of mana to kill this, but it's still an expensive creature that can definitely be taken down for 4 or 5 mana in this set. And the enters ability isn't always the most relevant thing, and this does cost a lot of mana, so I think it's just a C. Next up, it's Nanoform Sentinel, which for 2 generic and a blue is a 3/2 artifact creature robot at common. When it becomes tapped, untap another target permanent. This ability triggers only once each turn. This is kind of cute with stationing stuff, and sometimes it can even help you ramp, but it has an underwhelming upside for a creature with below rate stats. Being an artifact helps a little, but I still think this is a D+. Next up, it's Quantum Riddler, which for 3 generic and 2 blue is a 4/6 Sphinx at Mythic rare. It's got flying. When it enters, you draw a card, and as long as you have 1 or few cards in your hand, if you would draw 1 or more cards, you draw that many cards +1 instead, and it is warped for 1 generic and a blue. So this is kind of like the best think twice ever. Drawing with it early is going to be a fine thing to do on turn 2, or at any point before you have 5 mana. And then casting a 5 mana 4/6 that draws you a card when it enters, that's already a bomb level card. It gives you a 2/1 up front and has great stats. Throw in the fact that it has warp and this ability that lets you draw extra cards once you really enter into top deck mode, and you have a card that's just completely insane. It can win the game with its body on its own, but it can also give you insurmountable card advantage in a really easy way. It's going to generate a 3 for 1 even before its ability to draw you extra cards really starts triggering. So this just looks like an A+ to me. Next up, it's Scour for Scrap, which for 3 generic and a blue is an uncommon instant. It says choose 1 or both. Search your library for an artifact card, reveal it, put it in your hand, and then shuffle. And the other option is return target artifact card from your graveyard to your hand. So this is a 4 mana draw 2 at instant speed, but you're always going to get 2 artifacts, and one of them will be whatever the best artifact left in your deck is. The other will be whatever it is you can get back from your graveyard. And you do need to be getting both of those consistently for this to be worth it. If you're just using this as a tutor, it's a horrendous card. And if you're just using it to get an artifact from your graveyard to your hand, it's a horrendous card. So you need a lot of artifacts. That's doable in blue. It never adds to the board, which is always a problem, but I do think the 2-for-1 value it generates is going to make this a nice late game play, giving it a C. Next up, it's Self-Craft Mechan, which for 3 generic and a blue is a 3/4 artifact creature robot artificer at common. When it enters, you can sacrifice an artifact, and when you do, you put a +1/+1 counter on target creature and draw a card. 4 mana 3/4s are kind of okay, and sometimes this will be a 4/5 that draws you a card for 4, although drawing that card isn't quite as great as it seems since you have to give something up. On the bright side, the set has 3 different kinds of artifact tokens, drones, robots, and landers, all of which are pretty commonplace, so having something expendable is reasonably likely. You can even sacrifice this to itself in a pinch, which is a nice fail case to have on a card that has some pretty good potential to generate something close to a 2-for-1 and improve your attacks the turn it comes down. I'm giving this a C+. Next up, it's Sinister Cryologist, which for 2 generic and a blue is a 2/3 jellyfish wizard at common. When it enters, target creature an opponent controls gets -3/-0 until end of turn, and it is warp for 1 blue. So this kind of effect is super underwhelming as an enters trigger, and pretty underwhelming if you're warping too. The stat line's not good either, but it is at least a good enabler for double spelling thanks to that really cheap warp cost, so I think it's a C-. Next up, it's Specimen Freighter, which for 5 generic and a blue is a 4/7 artifact spacecraft at uncommon. When it enters, you return up to 2 target non-spacecraft creatures to their owner's hands, and it has Station, like all of these spacecraft do, and that means you can tap another creature you control and put charge counters equal to its power on this spacecraft, and depending on the number of charge counters on it, you get some effects. In this case, if it's 9 or more charge counters, it becomes a 4/7 flyer, and when it attacks, defending player mills 4 cards. So this card, a lot of its value comes from that enters trigger, and the spacecraft that have enters triggers are the ones that I think will excel the most in Limited because they do something right away instead of just sitting around and waiting to get charge counters, which, you know, they're likely to get them eventually, but they often aren't going to get them quickly enough to overcome the fact that they don't add to the board or change the board. This does by bouncing a couple of things, and that can be a big effect. And then later in the game, it can turn into a pretty real creature. The mill thing is kind of a throwaway effect. Sometimes I guess you can attack into your opponent's 5/5 flyer and try to mill them out, but mostly that's a throwaway effect. But you do still end up with a pretty good flying creature without needing like a million charge counters, and you get an effect right away. So this looks pretty good to me, giving it a C+. Next up, it's Starbreach Whale, which for 4 generic and a blue is a 3/5 whale at common. It's got flying. When it enters, you surveil 2, and it has warp for 1 generic and a blue. A 5 mana 3/5 flyer that surveils 2 when it enters is an okay card. Got high enough toughness and power to be a relevant flyer, and surveil improves your draws a little bit. So throwing in warp here does make it even better, obviously. You're probably only going to do it like on turn 2 though if you have nothing better to do, and that's true for a lot of these that don't have some sort of enters trigger that is more meaningful. Like if your options are play a 2 mana 2/2 or surveil 2 for 2, you're usually going to choose the former because you want to be able to add to the board permanently, but it does still give it extra value. It can surveil 4 ultimately when you get around to it, and that's not a terrible effect for the cost. So this looks pretty solid to me, giving it a C. Next up, it's Starfield Vocalist, which for 3 generic and a blue is a 3/4 human bard at rare. If a permanent entering the battlefield causes a triggered ability of a permanent you control to trigger, that ability triggers an additional time, and it has warp for 1 generic and a blue. So these days, so many creatures have enters triggers, and in this set, you get access to them a little earlier than you normally would because of other cards with warp that have enters triggers, that I think this is going to be able to double triggers reasonably often. Throw in the fact that warp can mean sometimes you can spend like 2 on this and then play like a 4-drop that turn that has a really good enters trigger and double it, in addition to the fact that you can cast the Vocalist again later, and being able to do that is certainly flexibility added onto this card. And it also has a passable stat line. I just think these days we have so many enters triggers, especially in a set that has warp, that this is going to end up being pretty good, giving it a B-. Next up, it's Starwinder, which for 5 generic and 2 blue is a 7/7 Leviathan at rare. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, you may draw that many cards, and it is warp for 2 generic and 2 blue. So you're going to be really happy to warp this one on any turn when you know you're going to get an attacker in, as this can draw you multiple cards. It draws one for every single damage your creatures do, so you can get insane value. Then, playing this as a 7-mana 7/7 later in the game is no joke either, as it can threaten to draw lots of cards, and can even do it on its own. It's even a May clause, which takes away the risk of drawing too many cards. The downside here is that you aren't always in a spot where you can draw those cards, but I think you'll be able to often enough, either when you warp it or cast it normally, for this to be a B+. Next up, it's Steel Swarm Operator, which for 1 generic and a blue is a 1/1 artifact creature robot soldier at uncommon. It's got flying and it can tap for blue, spend this mana only to cast an artifact spell. It can also tap for 2 blue, but you can spend this mana only to activate abilities of artifact sources. So this has some pretty bad stats, and I think that holds it back in a big way. This set does have enough artifacts for these abilities to be useful, though. I'm giving it a C. Next up, it's Synthesizer Lab Ship, which for 1 blue mana is a rare artifact spacecraft. If you get 2 or more charge counters on it, at the beginning of combat on your turn, up to 1 other target artifact you control becomes an artifact creature with base power and toughness 2/2 and gains flying until end of turn. And if you get 9 or more charge counters on it, it becomes a 4/4 with flying and vigilance. So you only spend a single mana on this, but you end up getting quite a bit of value, even if it does take some time. It reminds me a little bit of a card like Sleep Cursed Fae, a 1 mana 3/3 that was irrelevant for several turns, but then became a very real card. This will probably take even longer to turn into a creature most of the time, but its first ability unlocks at only 2 charge counters, and it can even turn non-creature artifacts into creatures, or upgrade a non-creature artifact you have that wasn't going to be able to attack into one that can, because now it's a 2/2 flyer. You do probably need to be able to consistently do something with that first ability to really get this going, but it's really not hard to like a 1 mana card that turns into a very real threat, so I think this is a B. Next up, it's Tractor Beam, which for 2 generic and 2 blue is an uncommon enchantment aura with enchant creature or spacecraft. When it enters, you tap enchanted permanent. You control enchanted permanent. Enchanted permanent doesn't untap during its controller's untap step. They've been pretty creative with mind control effects lately, really nerfing the power of the card you steal, but they've all still ended up being solid or better. It's kind of clunky removal to be sure, and it not untapping limits the usefulness of the card you steal, but that still makes the floor of this card a removal spell, albeit a clunky sorcery speed one. The times that you steal a creature with some kind of static effect or activated ability that doesn't require tapping will feel super absurd. I'm giving it a C+. Next up, it's Unravel, which for 1 generic and 2 blue is an uncommon instant. Counter target spell. If the amount of mana spent to cast that spell was less than its mana value, you draw a card. So this is going to be cancel most of the time, which isn't great. Having to leave up 1 generic and 2 blue at the right time to counter a spell can be tough and limited. Cancel's usually like a D+, but when you counter a warped card with this, it's going to feel pretty nasty. And it'll feel especially bad when it happens to you, because when you warp a creature, you're like, yeah, I'm going to warp this, get some value now, get some value later. There's no risk here. Well, if they unravel it, that's going to be a pretty backbreaking play because you aren't going to be getting either effect out of the creature. But I'm not sure that upside does enough for me to feel really great about this counterspell. That double blue just ends up being such a pain in so many games of limited that I don't think this is great overall. It does have this ceiling that's pretty sweet, but it's not like every card in the format has warp, so I'm giving it a C. Next up, it's Uthros Psionicist, which for 2 generic and a blue is a 2/4 jellyfish scientist at uncommon. The second spell you cast each turn costs 2 generic less to cast. It can be challenging to actually take advantage of discounts like this, especially later in the game. At that point, you either have enough mana that it doesn't matter, or you don't have the means to double spell because you're in top deck mode. But it can also allow for like an amazing turn 4, and it has a passable stat line, so I think it's solid. It does get better with stuff like card draw, since then you are more likely to be able to take advantage of the discount, even in the late game, giving it a C. Next up, it's Uthros Scan Ship, which for 3 generic and a blue is a 4/4 spacecraft at uncommon. When it enters, you draw 2 cards and then discard a card, and if it gets 8 or more charge counters, it becomes a 4/4 flyer. So this doesn't add to the board right away, but that enters trigger is an okay one. I do worry that it's too slow, especially because the payoff for stationing it isn't that exciting for the amount of work you have to do, and for a card that didn't add to the board initially, so I'm giving it a C. Our last blue card is Weft Walking, which for 4 generic and 2 blue is a mythic rare enchantment. When it enters, if you cast it, shuffle your hand and graveyard into your library, then draw 7 cards. The first spell each player casts during each of their turns may be cast without paying its mana cost. This card's a little bit weird, but I actually think it's pretty good and limited. The wheel effect only lets you draw 7 new cards, and reloading your hand entirely is huge. The downside is, of course, you give your opponent a free spell before you get to have one, but by the time you play this in a lot of games, it won't matter that much that your opponent has a free spell every turn, because they only have one spell per turn available to them in the first place. Meanwhile, you have a hand full of cards when you untap, and can most definitely take advantage of casting something for free, and then probably cast a bunch of other stuff. Now, it still doesn't add to the board, and being behind with this sounds pretty miserable. However, drawing 7 cards is nuts, even with the associated downsides, giving this a B. So, those are all the blue cards in Edge of Eternities. If you enjoyed this video, please like it and share it so that others can enjoy it too. If you want to make sure you catch future videos, don't forget to subscribe. And if you want to catch up on the rest of the set review videos that are already out there, you should see a playlist on your screen shortly. Thanks for watching. This video is sponsored by Card Kingdom. If you want Magic singles or sealed product, use my link in the description. Hi everyone, I'm Nitsa Hone, and in this video I'm continuing with my Edge of Eternities limited set review. I've already looked at all the multicolored, colorless white and blue cards, and in this video we're looking at all the black ones. For each of these cards, I'll discuss how I think they'll perform in limited, that means draft and sealed, and I'll punctuate each evaluation with a letter grade. If you're new to my set reviews and unsure of what my letter grades mean, you can find a guide in the description for this video. There are some important things to keep in mind as I review these cards. First, we're only talking about draft and sealed, and that means I'm only talking about cards that can be found in the main set in play boosters. There will also be a separate video after I look at all the main set cards that looks at the special guests and the bonus sheet. But for example, cards from the commander decks aren't going to be in this video because those cards aren't in the limited format. These are also my evaluations of the set before playing with the cards in it, and that's because my goal is to get this set review done for you ahead of the pre-release. But as the format comes into focus, I'll be doing videos on how things have actually turned out. Lastly, I want to let you know that there are some set review related perks for being a channel member or a patron. You get access to my ongoing set notes during preview season, and you'll also get a spreadsheet with all of my grades once a set review is complete. If those perks interest you, check out the description where you can find out how to support the channel using one of those methods. Alright, without further ado, let's look at all the black cards in Edge of Eternities. First, we've got Alfariel, Stone Chosen, which for 3 generic and 2 black is a 3/3 legendary creature human cleric at Mythic Rare. It has Ward, discard a card at random, and it has Void. This is a mechanic in the set which means a card gets better if a non-land permanent left the battlefield this turn, or if a spell was warped this turn. And in the case of Alfariel, when he attacks, the defending player loses half their life rounded up if you've triggered Void that turn. A 5-mana 3/3 is pretty bad, but at least Ward means your opponent has to 2-for-1 themselves to kill him with removal. Of course, the question is, how much do they really need to take care of him? He's small enough that it's likely all of their creatures can just swing right into him after you spend 5 mana on him, and that's a bad feeling. His Void ability is good, of course, and can put them under pressure, but this type of ability is always surprisingly difficult to trigger consistently, and because it's an attack trigger, you always have to wait at least a turn to do it. But that's part of the problem. I already think Void is often narrow enough because you need to have a card with Void in play and actually trigger it, which is of course doable. It's just not automatic either, even with Warp and stuff and Landers and all of that in the set. But in the case of Alfariel, he also has to attack, and that means a lot of the time you won't even be able to trigger it. The best way to trigger it with him will be to warp something because you have more control over, but all of that is a lot of different hoops to jump through, and a card with a pretty bad baseline just because it's a 5-mana 3/3. The Ward does keep him from being completely terrible. It makes it more likely he sticks around and gets the attack in, and if your opponent is worried about him, they do have to 2-for-1 themselves. So I think he's still like a good card, but he's not anywhere close to being a bomb or a great or anything else. I think he's just a C+. Next up, it's Archenemy's Charm, which for 3 black mana is a rare instant, and it has 3 options, like all charms do. You can exile target creature or planeswalker. You can return 1 or 2 target creature and or planeswalker cards from your graveyard to your hand, or you can put 2 +1/+1 counters on target creature you control, and it gains lifelink until end of turn. Triple black is pretty tough and limited, but if you're good at making that kind of mana, you have a card that is most frequently going to be removal. But the other 2 modes are nice too. If this was too generic and a black to cast, it'd be like a B+, maybe even an A- because of its efficiency and flexibility. All three of these modes are good in the right situation, and the removal mode is pretty much always good, but triple black is a very real hurdle, one that knocks it all the way down to C+. Next up, it's Beamsaw Prospector, which for 1 generic and a black is a 2/1 human artificer at common, and when it dies you create a lander token. This is a new token in the set that's an artifact, and you can pay 2 generic, tap it, and sacrifice it to search up a basic land card, put it on the battlefield tapped, and then shuffle. So you do get 2 permanents out of 1 card here in most situations, but the 2 mana 2/1 stat line does make it hard to consistently trade with it. It is nice sacrifice fodder though, gives you 2 things to sacrifice, and that's definitely relevant in black in this set. I'm giving it a C. Next up, it's Blade of the Swarm, which for 3 generic and a black is a 3/1 insect assassin at uncommon, and when it enters, choose one. Put 2 +1/+1 counters on this creature, or put target exiled card with warp on the bottom of its owner's library. I don't feel very good about either of these modes. A 4 mana 5/3 is not a good card, and a 4 mana 3/1 that exiles a warp card isn't great either. Most warp creatures will have already generated value by the time this can go after them, and while it's certainly upside when you take one of those away from your opponent's exile, it's not amazing. You can go after your own warped card too, but that makes even less sense. So, like, this is a modal creature, but both modes on this would be like a D- level card, and having the option between the two, probably only enough for it to be a D. Next, it's Corral of the Void, which for 3 generic and a black is a rare enchantment aura with enchant creature you control. Whenever enchanted creature attacks, put target creature card from defending player's graveyard onto the battlefield under your control, tapped and attacking, and it has Void. At the beginning of your end step, sacrifice this aura, unless a non-land permanent left the battlefield this turn or a spell was warped this turn. This will not line up right a lot of the time. Like, the dream is attaching it to your creature, attacking with it in the same turn and reanimating something amazing from your opponent's graveyard, and it even enters tapped and attacking. Problem is, your opponent won't always have something worth getting, or you won't have an attack that's worth making. And you're also opening yourself up to the very big risk of a 2-for-1 with this clunky 4 mana enchantment. The good news is, you do keep the creature that comes back permanently, even if Corral of the Void goes away, so getting it back can be backbreaking when it does line up, especially because if your opponent does kill the thing you reanimated, you're just going to get it back. Of course, they're usually just going to kill whatever you're attacking with as opposed to what you reanimated. So, if this was just 4 mana reanimated creature from your opponent's graveyard, it'd still be a little bit too situational to be great. And this is worse in many ways since it requires an extra step before which you can really get blown out if you're not careful. The creature entering attacking can be better, but it's not always. Sometimes you want to reanimate something that you don't want to put into harm's way. And a lot of the time, being able to reanimate something that can protect you is part of what makes reanimate good, and that won't ever be the case here. So overall, this doesn't look great to me. I think it's like a D, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's just an F. Next up, it's Comet Crawler, which for 2 generic and a black is a common insect horror with lifelink, and when it attacks, you may sacrifice another creature or artifact. If you do, it gets +2/+0 until end of turn. A 3 mana 2/3 with lifelink is like, okay, and there are enough expendable artifacts in this set for it to attack as a 4/3 lifelinker a decent chunk of the time. If you're also triggering other stuff like Void and getting it going, it gets to be even better. So it has some nice synergy in the set that I think helps elevate it beyond what it looks like on face value. I'm giving it a C. Next up, it's Dark Endurance, which for 1 generic and a black is a common instant that costs 1 generic less to cast if it targets a blocking creature, and target creature gets +2/+0 and gains indestructible until end of turn. It's usually super risky to use a combat trick when your creature is blocking, since it's more likely your opponent has mana up and can interact during their own turn. However, the cost going down to 1 mana in those situations does make it less risky, but it's still way better to use in response to removal or on an attacking creature though, as that's less risky and still pretty strong. The stats boost plus indestructibility can really make things go badly for your opponent, giving this a C. Next up, it's Decode Transmissions, which for 2 generic and a black is a common sorcery. You draw 2 cards and lose 2 life, and it has Void. If an on-land permanent left the battlefield this turn or a spell was warped this turn, instead you draw 2 cards, and each opponent loses 2 life. So here's the usual life loss, sorcery speed card draw spell that black gets, with an interesting twist, since sometimes you'll make your opponent lose the life instead, but it's still not great. It doesn't add to the board, and you lose life at the same time way too often for this to be a great card draw spell. It's been a while since we've seen one that just does draw 2 really excel. I'm giving it a C-. Next up, it's Depressurize, which for 1 generic and a black is a common instant. Target creature gets -3/-0 until end of turn. Then, if that creature's power is 0 or less, destroy it. This is pretty good. It's going to be capable of killing most 3-drops, and there are plenty of more expensive creatures it can take down too. Sometimes your opponent will be able to find a way to keep their creature's power from going too low, and that'll be a bummer. But most of the time, that'll still mean that they had to use up a card to save their creature. This is instant speed, it can easily trade up, and I think that makes it premium removal, giving it a B-. Next up, it's Dubious Delicacy, which for 2 generic and a black is an uncommon artifact food with flash. When it enters, up to 1 target creature gets -3/-3 until end of turn. You can pay 2 generic and tap it and sack it to gain 3 life, or you can pay 2 generic and tap it and sack it to have target opponent lose 3 life. This looks really good. It's a good removal spell. Even if this just was an instant that did -3/-3, it'd be pretty good. But being an artifact is way better in this set, especially because you also can use it to gain life or take life away from your opponent. I mean, if this were 5 mana for the removal effect and then either +3 or -3 life, I'd be pretty high on that. And this is way better because you can pay in installments and it's an artifact. I'm giving it a B. Next up, it's Elegy Acolyte, which for 2 generic and 2 black is a 4/4 human cleric at rare. It's got lifelink. Whenever 1 or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, you draw a card and lose 1 life. And it has a void trigger that happens at the end step, and you make a 2/2 colorless robot artifact creature token. This is great. A 4-mana 4/4 with lifelink is a card you play 100% of the time. Then you add the combat damage trigger, which means that if you have a remotely good attack the turn you play this, you have a good chance of drawing a card. And then add in the fact that you get a robot out of this when you trigger Void is just amazing. Especially because those two things work well together. Your opponent might only have a trade with the thing you attack with, and that means your opponent has to choose between trading for it, which will ultimately give you a 2/2 at the end of your turn, or letting the creature hit them and allowing you to draw a card. That's a true pick your poison scenario, and it's not far-fetched. That's what this card is going to cause combat to turn into. So you throw in the good stats, and we have a bomb that can easily run away with games, giving it an A. Next up, it's Embrace Oblivion, which for 1 black mana is a common sorcery. As an additional cost to cast it, sacrifice an artifact or creature, destroy target creature or spacecraft. So Bone Splinters and its ilk usually aren't amazing in limited. Basically, you have to 2-for-1 yourself too often for it to be great, but the more expendable stuff you have, the better something like this gets. It's probably a D in your typical black deck, but a C+ in a deck with good fodder, like lots of artifact tokens and stuff. Next up, it's Entropic Battle Cruiser, which for 3 generic and a black is a rare artifact spacecraft, and like all spacecraft, it has station, which means you tap another creature you control and put charge counters equal to that creature's power on this spacecraft, only at sorcery speed, and you get effects out of this depending on how many charge counters are on it. For example, if there are 1 or more, whenever an opponent discards a card, they lose 3 life, and if there are 8 or more, it becomes a 3/10 with flying and death touch, and when it attacks, each opponent discards a card, and each opponent who can't loses 3 life. So this level 1+ mode isn't going to do much. There's not a significant enough discard theme in this set for that to be worth a card, and that's pretty bad news on your 4-drop. Now, once it has 8 or more counters, it does get really good since it gives you a big creature that can pick apart the opponent's hand while pressuring them in a significant way. That said, I think this does nothing for a little bit too long to be anything special. I'm giving it a C. Next up, it's Faller's Faithful, which for 2 generic and a black is a 3/1 human wizard at uncommon. When it enters, destroy up to 1 other target creature. If that creature wasn't dealt damage this turn, its controller draws 2 cards. This is a cool design. It can be the usual destroy a damaged thing creature that black always gets. None of those end up being very good. But in a pinch, this can also go after any creature. And while letting your opponent draw 2 is obviously a huge downside, it does mean that the Faithful is great in situations where killing 1 blocker allows you to do lethal, and those situations definitely happen, and what this card usually is capable of, only destroying a creature that's been damaged, is horrible in that kind of situation. It does have bad stats, and typically you have to give your opponent card advantage one way or another for this to kill something, whether you use up a card to damage their creature or let them draw 2. It is interesting, like if this were just a 3-mana 3/1 with this first sentence, you know, a creature that enters and destroys target creature, it would be like an A-, just because you're adding a body to the board and removing something else and getting a very real 2-for-1, but this can basically never deliver a 2-for-1, no matter how you use it. So I think it's just a C. Next up, it's Fell Grav Ship, which for 2 generic and a black is an uncommon artifact spacecraft. When it enters, you mill 3, then return a creature or spacecraft card from your graveyard to your hand, and if it gets 8 or more charge counters, it's a 3/2 with flying and lifelink. This reminds me a bit of Carrion Cruiser from Ether Drift. It has the same mana value, but a better enters trigger and more upside, since it has flying and lifelink once it has enough charge counters. While this card doesn't really add to the board immediately, it does give you a card up front and helps you with other graveyard synergy in this set too, and whatever you get back might even be able to help station it. I'm giving this a B-. Next up, it's Grav Blade Heavy, which for 3 generic and a black is a human soldier at common, and as long as you control an artifact, it gets +1/+0 and has Death Touch. A vanilla 4 mana 3/4 is like a D at best, but a 4 mana 4/4 with Death Touch is obviously quite a bit better, and I think you'll be able to meet that requirement relatively easy in black. I'm giving it a C. Next up, it's Grav Kill, which for 3 generic and a black is a common instant and exiles target creature or spacecraft. This is a little bit costly, but the fact it can hit creatures or spacecraft, exiles, and only has 1 colored pip helps make up for a lot of that. Being an instant means it can produce some real blowouts sometimes too. I think this is sort of teetering right on the edge of premium removal. The cost is high, but so is the power. I'm going to start it at a C+, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's more like a B-. Next up, it's Grav Pack Monoist, which for 2 generic and a black is a 2/1 human scout at common. It's got flying, and when it dies, you create a tap 2/2 colorless robot artifact creature token. This is a good rate. A 3 mana 2/1 flyer obviously isn't a good starting point, but dying into a very real token is awesome, even if it does enter the battlefield tapped. This is very capable of generating 2-for-1s on the cheap, and I like that on a common, giving it a C+. Next up, it's Hull Carver, which for 1 black mana is a 1/1 artifact creature robot assassin at common, and it has Death Touch. 1 mana 1/1s with Death Touch are always solid or better in limited. They can trade for anything and really alter the board no matter when you get them, so they're pretty nice. I think this one's going to fall into the or better category, as being a 1-drop artifact itself has value in this set, giving it a C+. Next up, it's Hilderblade, which for 1 black mana is an uncommon artifact equipment. The equipped creature gets +3/+1, and it has a void trigger at the beginning of your instep, which allows it to attach to target creature you control, and it has equip for 4 generic. So, a 1 mana artifact with equip 4 and this buff is terrible. Though, this set having an artifact theme probably makes it almost okay. 4 mana is just way too much though, and you often don't have time for that, especially after playing a 1-drop that doesn't add to the board. There are plenty of ways to trigger Void, of course, and this equipping for free is good, but it occupies an awkward space where you need something to have left the board, but you also need something to equip this to. And while that can line up, there's going to be a reasonable percentage of the time where achieving both in the same turn is a real challenge. I also don't love that if you aren't playing this like on turn 1 and you draw it later, it's never going to equip for free until you're in step, and if you don't have the extra mana left over, you're not going to be able to equip it, and so it will go quite a while before actually adding to the board. All of that said, I do think this is going to make the cut in decks that really care about artifacts, and when it does equip for free, it's going to feel pretty good. I'm giving it a C-. Next up, it's Hymn of the Faller, which for 1 generic and a black is an uncommon sorcery. It surveils 1, then you draw a card and lose 1 life, and it has Void, draw another card. So without Void, this would be like a D+. Seeing 2 cards for 2 mana isn't too bad, and this does contribute 2 cards to the graveyard, or at least it can. But with Void, this becomes incredibly good. 2 mana to draw 2 with a Surveil in there is incredibly efficient, and the Hymn is cheap enough that finding a window to cast it and get that trigger is doable. It won't always happen, of course, but the baseline's an okay card, and it would be like a B+ if you could always trigger it, so I think it's a C+. Next up, it's Insatiable Skittermaw, which for 2 generic and a black is a 2/2 insect horror at common. It's got Menace, and it has an instep Void effect, and you put a +1/+1 counter on it. We've seen almost this exact card several times. That is a 3 mana 2/2 Menace. It gets a counter when the right thing happens, and they've all been pretty awful. 3 mana 2/2 is a miserable starting point, and you just can't consistently get a counter on this quickly enough to make up for it. It's a D. Next up, it's Lightless Evangel, which for 1 generic and a black is a 2/2 vampire cleric at uncommon, and whenever you sacrifice another creature or artifact, you put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. A 2 mana 2/2 isn't a great starting point, and this only triggers off of sacrifices, so it grows in a narrow number of situations, But the good news is that black, and this format in general, has a decent amount of sacrifice because of lander tokens and robot tokens, so growing this will definitely happen. You'll just also have a 2-mana 2/2 that you can't grow a little too often for this to be anything special, giving it a C+. Next up, it's Monoist Circuit Feeder, which for 4 generic and 2 black is a 4/4 artifact creature Nautilus. It's got flying, it's an uncommon, and when it enters, until end of turn, target creature you control gets +X/+0, and target creature an opponent controls gets -0/-X, where X is the number of artifacts you control. I like this a lot. It's going to be a premium uncommon for any deck that has artifacts. Even on its own, it'll do +1/+0 to something on your side and -0/-1 to something on theirs, and that card would probably be like a D+ or a C-, but it has a way higher ceiling than that. And there are plenty of black artifacts in the set to really get this going. It's a little expensive, and the body isn't great, but it delivers huge value up front, and that more than makes up for that. I'm giving it a B. Next up, it's Monoist Sentry, which for 1 black mana is a 4/1 artifact creature robot at uncommon, and it's got Defender. Most of this card's value comes from the fact that it can trade up really easily. Like most 2, 3, and 4 drops can't attack into this without dying. It's going to kind of feel like a 1-mana 1/1 with Death Touch a decent chunk of the time. The bad news is it's really bad against like tokens, which you really don't want to trade for. But it's also an artifact, and that has real value in the set, so I think this comes out as a C overall. Next, it's Perigi Beckoner, which for 4 generic and a black is a 4/5 horror at common. When it enters, until end of turn, another target creature you control gets +2/+0 and gains. When this creature dies, return it to the battlefield tapped under its owner's control, and it has Warp for 1 generic and a black, which means you can cast it for this alternate cost, but if you do it that way, you exile it at the beginning of the next end step, and then you can cast it from exile on a later turn. This trigger is interesting. Most of the time we see it on combat tricks, and not as an effect that you get before combat, which is substantially worse. Still, it can force a creature through that couldn't attack before, whether you warp it or cast it normally, and it has kind of an acceptable body, so I think it's a C. Next up, it's Requiem Monolith, which for 2 generic and a black is a rare artifact, and you can tap it, and until end of turn, target creature gains. Whenever this creature is dealt damage, you draw that many cards and lose that much life. That creature's controller may have this artifact deal 1 damage to it, activate only as a sorcery. This is a cool design. Basically, you can tap this to draw a card in most situations, and using this on a creature and also sending it in can create a real headache for your opponent. It's a little slow and doesn't add to the board right away, but it does feel like it's going to generate significant card advantage in many games, and just being an artifact is likely to help out your deck in general, giving it a B-. Next up, it's Scrounge for Eternity, which for 2 generic and a black is an uncommon sorcery. As an additional cost to cast it, you have to sacrifice an artifact or a creature, and then you return target creature or spacecraft card with mana value 5 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield, then create a lander token. This is a really interesting design for the black reanimation spell, and you do get 2 cards from this card's main effect, the reanimation and the lander, and while it does have a mana value restriction, this is way cheaper than most black reanimation spells, so it makes sense they went that route. One thing to note about this is that you can sacrifice a creature and then reanimate the same creature. That's not amazing unless that creature has a death or enters trigger, but it does mean you get a lander, and it means that this is less of a dead card than most reanimation spells are when your graveyard is empty. And obviously, if you sacrifice something expendable and bring back something that's already in your graveyard, that's a really good mode too. So I actually like this because it's so cheap, it's basically never going to be an entirely blank card, and getting a lander out of this is going to feel pretty good. I'm giving it a C+. Next up, it's Sothera, the Super Void, which for 2 generic and 2 black is a mythic rare legendary enchantment. Whenever a creature you control dies, each opponent chooses a creature they control and exiles it. And at the beginning of your end step, if a player controls no creatures, sacrifice Sothera, then put a creature card exiled with it onto the battlefield under your control with 2 additional +1/+1 counters on it. This is pretty cool. If you have creatures in play when you play this, which isn't a huge ask, it will really wreak havoc on the game because it makes your opponent lose a creature anytime you lose one, making trades and removal a losing proposition for them, making sacrificing permanents really good. And then whether you or your opponent run out of creatures, Sothera eventually brings back one of the exiled cards, and it's significantly better than it was before. Now, it does need for there to be something of a board state, but I think on most of them, this causes serious problems for your opponent and makes combat in most situations almost impossible. So it takes some minimal setup, and there are going to be times where it sort of feels like an enchantment that doesn't add to the board, but those will be few and far between. I think this is a bomb. I'm giving it an A-. Next up, it's Sunset Saboteur, which for 1 generic and a black is a 4/1 human rogue at rare. It's got Menace and Ward, discard a card. And when it attacks, you put a +1/+1 counter on target creature an opponent controls. So a 2-mana 4/1 with Menace with Ward, discard a card would be like a B+. I would even entertain a conversation for an A- because it's so efficient. Your opponent has to give up 2 things most of the time, whether they block it or use a removal spell on it. And if they don't, it can kill them really, really quickly. But of course, this comes with a colossal downside. Giving your opponent stuff +1/+1 counters isn't great, but I do still think this ends up being a pretty quality 2-drop overall. Like, you can just stop attacking if you don't want your opponent to keep getting counters, and then you have a card that's okay at trading up. So you get to make some decisions here that I think make this card look a little better than it might seem at first because of its downside. I'm giving it a C+. Next up, it's Susurian Dirgecraft, which for 4 generic and a black is an uncommon artifact spacecraft. When it enters, each opponent sacrifices a non-token creature, and when it gets 7 or more charge counters, it becomes a 4/3 flyer. Attaching removal to a spacecraft is definitely a way to get me to like it, even when it's only an edict effect, which tend to be a lot weaker on turn 5 than they are in the early game. But still, it takes a card away from your opponent, most of the time, hopefully, and only asks for a modest number of charge counters to get going. I'm giving it a C+. Next up, it's Susurian Voidborn, which for 2 generic and a black is a 2/2 vampire soldier at uncommon, and when this creature or another creature or artifact you control dies, target opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life, and it has warp for 1 black mana. These aristocrat effects always tend to play pretty well in limited, and this one counts itself, so even if your opponent takes it down right away, 1 life gets drained, and that's an okay trade. The warp on this is interesting because, like, it's not the kind of thing that's worth warping on turn 1, which you can do, but there's not really a reason to. But if you do have a turn where you want to add some other stuff to the board, and you have good attacks, this trigger is a nice thing to have, basically if you're ever going to enter combat. And being able to only spend 1 mana to get that trigger at first is fine. I do think this is one you're just going to cast more often than you do anything else. I don't love the Grey Ogre stat line, but I think because it gives you value almost no matter what, and then really wreaks havoc on combat if it sticks around, I think that makes it a pretty good card, giving it a C+. Next up, it's Swarm Color, which for 3 generic and a black is a 2/4 insect warrior at common. It's got flying. And when it becomes tapped, you may sacrifice another creature or artifact, and if you do, you draw a card. The 4-mana 2/4 isn't great, but it's kind of okay. And this tap trigger is pretty useful. And remember, it'll go off when you're attacking or stationing. And this is another black card that requires fodder to be worthwhile, but I think enough decks will have enough fodder for this to be fine, giving it a C. Next up, it's Temporal Intervention, which for 2 generic and a black is a common sorcery, and it has Void. This spell costs 2 generic less to cast, and target opponent reveals their hand. You choose a non-land card from it, that player discards that card. So cast normally, this is Coercion, which is not a good card in limited. It's just too much mana for a conditional 1/1 that doesn't add to the board. But if you're spending 1 on this consistently, it does get way better. Setting it up doesn't sound impossible, but this card has such a bad floor that I don't think it's that good overall. I'm giving it a D+. Next up, it's Timeline Color, which for 2 black mana is a 2/2 Drix Warlock at uncommon with haste. You can cast it from your graveyard using its Warp ability, and its Warp ability is 1 black mana, pay 2 life. So a 2-mana 2/2 haste is okay, although the double black does mean you can't consistently drop it on turn 2, but the fact you can bring this out of your graveyard over and over again is pretty sweet. It means your opponent has to account for the damage it can do, and that you have a pretty cheap way to recur something that's good for sacrificing. I'm giving it a C+. Next up, it's Tragic Trajectory, which for 1 black mana is an uncommon sorcery. Target creature gets -2/-2 until end of turn, and it has Void. That creature gets -10/-10 until end of turn instead. So even without the Void mode, this would be a really good removal spell. 1 mana for -2/-2, even at sorcery speed, is going to give you lots of great exchanges where it trades up. Add in the Void mode and you have a card that can kill pretty much anything for 1 mana on many turns, and yeah, this is very easily premium removal, giving it a B+. Next up, it's Umbral Collar Zealot, which for 1 generic and a black is a 3/2 human cleric at uncommon, and you can sacrifice another creature or artifact to surveil 1. This has nice stats and a free sacrifice ability with no restrictions. Sure, Surveil 1's not that exciting, but it does mean you can cash stuff in at instant speed, and if you have any payoffs for doing that at all, this can do some serious work, giving it a C+. Next, it's Virus Beetle, which for 1 generic and a black is an artifact creature insect at common. When it enters, each opponent discards a card. When we saw this in Neon Dynasty, it was one of Black's best commons. The 2-mana 1/1 that makes the opponent discard a card is virtually always a solid card in Limited, as a disruption coupled with the body on the board just ends up being a great turn 2 play, and it can stay relevant beyond that. Throw in the fact that it's an artifact in a set where that matters, and it also makes great sacrifice fodder because it claims a card up front, and this is likely to again be one of the best commons in Black. The one thing this set doesn't have is Ninjutsu, which also made Virus Beetle extra good, but I think with everything going on in this set, this still looks pretty good. I'm giving it a C+. Next up, it's Void Forged Titan, which for 4 generic and a black is a 5/4 robot warrior at uncommon, and it has Void. At the beginning of your end step, you draw a card and lose 1 life. So the bad stats and the conditional trigger will keep this from being very good. Sure, if you draw with it even once, you'll feel all right about things, and there are ways to set that up, but we've seen these sorts of triggers be difficult, even in sets that have a bunch of synergy for them, because you not only need to play this, you have to have triggered Void that turn to immediately generate value with it, and if you don't, you're playing a really subpar creature that's going to need some time to get going, so I think it's just a C. Next up, it's Vote Out, which for 3 generic and a black is an uncommon sorcery with Convoke, and it destroys target creature. Convoke always plays really well in Limited. That's one of the reasons I'm kind of high on Spacecraft, at least higher than I've seen a lot of people be, because something like Convoke, where you tap your creatures down just to decrease the cost of a spell, has been really good in the past. It's just really easy to have a turn where you can feel fine about tapping things down to cast this on the cheap. Obviously, if it always costs 4, it'd be like a C at the very best, but it will very rarely cost that much, and even casting it for 3 mana is a much better deal. I think it's premium, giving it a B-. Next up, it's Zoo Ifrit, Osteoharmonist, which for 1 generic and 2 black is a 2/3 human wizard at rare. It's legendary, and you can tap it to return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. It's a skeleton in addition to its other types and has no abilities. Activate only as a sorcery. So this is a repeatable way to reanimate stuff, and the stuff you get back also doesn't have a finality counter, so there are some serious shenanigans that can be had here, since you can reanimate the same creature multiple times. Now, that creature's going to be weaker than it would normally be, but if you think of this as like a 3-mana 2/3 that can tap and put a 1/1 skeleton into play, or a 2/2 skeleton into play, or maybe a bigger one, it starts to sound a lot better than it looks at first. And you do need to set up your graveyard a little bit, but even just activating this ability a single time, which doesn't cost any mana, is going to feel pretty good, and if it can stick around and keep using that ability, it'll really go off. The stat line holds it back a little bit, but this is very clearly a powerful value engine. I'm giving it a B+. And our last card is 0 Point Ballad, which for X and a black is a rare sorcery. Destroy all creatures with toughness X or less. You lose X life. If X is 6 or more, return a creature card put into a graveyard this way to the battlefield under your control. This looks pretty strong to me. While Wrath effects are awkward because of their symmetry in Limited, this one comes with a built-in way to break that symmetry. Casting this for 6 and a black is likely to kill everything, and then you reanimate whatever the best creature is. That's an absolutely backbreaking play, and earlier in the game, when it's advantageous to cast this because it mostly hits your opponent's stuff, you still have access to that mode, which is also really powerful when it becomes more one-sided. Now, having to lose life is a significant cost. I mean, the good news is you know you're not going to be under very much pressure after this resolves, but if you're at a very low life total and you have to cast this, it's going to be scary, even though the board state is going to be put into such a good spot that you'll be in good position. But I do still think it's a bomb. There is that big life loss downside, but this thing can reshape the board and pull you way ahead in a way few cards can, giving it an A-. So those are all the black cards in Edge of Eternities. In the next video, I'll look at all the red ones. If you enjoyed this video, please like it and share it so that others can enjoy it too. If you want to make sure you catch future videos, don't forget to subscribe. And if you want to catch up on the rest of the set review videos that are already out there, you should see a playlist on your screen shortly. Thanks for watching. This video is sponsored by Card Kingdom. If you want Magic singles or sealed product, use my link in the description. Hi Hi everyone, I'm Hone, and in this video I'm continuing with my Edge of Eternities limited set review. I've already looked at all the multicolored, colorless white, blue, and black cards, and in this video we're looking at the red ones. For each of these cards I'll discuss how I think they'll perform in limited, that means draft and sealed, and I'll punctuate each evaluation with the letter grade. If you're new to my set reviews and unsure of what my letter grades mean, you can find a guide in the description for the video. There are some important things to keep in mind as we move through the review. First, because we're only talking about draft and sealed, I'm only going to be talking about cards that can be found in play boosters. There are also some special guests and a bonus sheet in this set, but those will get their own video. So we're only looking at the main set in this one. These are also my evaluations of these cards before playing the new format. That makes it impossible for me to be right about absolutely everything. But as we dive into the format, I'll be doing videos updating how the format actually turned out. I also want to let you know that there are some set review related perks for being a channel member or a patron. You get access to my ongoing set notes during preview season, and you get a spreadsheet with all of my grades at the end of the set review. So if you'd like access to those perks, check out the description where you can find out how to support the channel using one of those methods. Right, without further ado, let's dive in with a look at the red cards in Edge of Eternities. First, we've got Bombard, which for 2 generic and a red is a common instant that does 4 damage to target creature. This was a good removal spell last time we saw it, and it will be here too. 3 mana for 4 damage at instant speed can allow you to trade up and produce some blowouts. I think it falls a little bit short of being premium removal because of the cost though, and it doesn't really have any upside beyond being a reasonably efficient removal spell, giving it a C+. Next up, it's Cut Propulsion, which for 2 generic and a red is an uncommon instant. Target creature deals damage to itself equal to its power. If that creature has flying, it deals twice that much damage to itself instead. So this can pretty much kill any flyer outright in the set, and it can kill a bunch of other stuff too. Still, a card like this worries me because your opponent's best thing often just can't kill itself by doing damage to itself equal to its power, and at 3 mana this really needs to be able to kill a wider swath of things for me to feel excited about it, and I don't think it gets there. I think its inconsistency makes it merely a solid removal spell, giving it a C. Next up, it's Debris Field Crusher, which for 4 generic and a red is an uncommon artifact spacecraft. When it enters, it deals 3 damage to any target, and like all spacecraft, it has station. That means you can tap another creature you control to put charge counters on this spacecraft, equal to that creature's power, and you can only do it at sorcery speed. And when it gets to 8 or more charge counters, it's a 1/5 flyer that you can pay 1 generic and a red to give +2/+0 until end of turn. 5 mana for Lightning Bolt is pretty steep, but this Lightning Bolt comes with useful artifact typing, and can eventually become an evasive creature. It is kind of a bummer that this is one of the least exciting spacecrafts in the set when it comes to what it looks like when it's a creature, because a 1/5 flyer just isn't great. I mean, obviously a 5 mana 1/5 flyer that lightning bolts something when it enters would be good, but this takes some extra steps. I'd like a little bit more out of it once it becomes a creature. But the fact remains that it's a removal spell up front, and then it can give you a body later in the game. I do think the lack of efficiency makes it hard to be above a C+, though. Next up, it's Devastating Onslaught, which for XX and a red is a mythic rare sorcery. Create X tokens that are copies of target artifact or creature you control. Those tokens gain haste until end of turn. Sacrifice them at the beginning of the next end step. It's tough for cards that only make temporary tokens to be great and limited. Sure, there are gonna be times when you make a bunch of copies of an awesome creature, but there will also be times where you don't have the mana or the targets worth copying, and those weigh a card down like this in a massive way, giving it a D. Next up, it's Drill Too Deep, which for 1 generic and a red is a common instant. Choose one, put 5 charge counters on target spacecraft or planet you control, or destroy target artifact. So you can kind of use this as a combat trick of sorts by putting enough charge counters on a spacecraft for it to suddenly be a creature that can block. But most of this card's usefulness comes from its ability to remove artifacts, which the set has lots of. That does still make it kind of narrow though. There are going to be board states where neither mode on this does anything. So I don't think this is a great card overall. I'm giving it a D+. Next up, it's Frontline War Rager, which for 2 generic and a red is a 2/3 Kavu Soldier at common. At the beginning of your end step, if you control 2 or more tapped creatures, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. This starts with bad stats, and while getting this to trigger isn't impossible, especially in a set with spacecraft, it's also not going to be automatic. And when this has to sit around as a 3 mana 2/3, it's going to feel miserable. I'm giving it a C-. Next up, it's Full Bore, which for 1 red mana is an uncommon instant, and target creature you control gets +3/+2 until end of turn. If that creature was cast for its warp cost, it also gains trample and haste until end of turn. It's cool you can use this on a warp creature to actually attack with on a turn where it normally wouldn't be able to, but this is far more useful as a traditional combat trick that just offers a nice buff for the cost, allowing your creature to win combat, and this can definitely do that with +3/+2, giving it a C. Next up, it's Galvanizing Saw Ship, which for 5 generic and a red is a 6/5 artifact spacecraft at uncommon, and when it gets 3 or more charge counters, it's a 6/5 flying haste. This one's kind of interesting. Most of the spacecraft that I think are going to be above average in this set do something when they enter, and this one doesn't, but it requires so few charge counters to get going that I think it kind of does, because a creature with flying and haste is usually going to do something right away, attack, generally speaking, and I think on a lot of boards, you'll just immediately be able to put enough charge counters on this for it to do its thing the turn it comes down. And if this was just like a 6 mana 6/5 with flying and haste, it would be at least a B, and I think it's close enough to being that it's a C+. Next up, it's Invasive Maneuvers, which for 1 generic and a red is an uncommon instant. It deals 3 damage to target creature, and 5 damage instead if you control a spacecraft. This is great. I'm already on board with a 2 mana deal 3, and this will do 5 a decent percentage of the time, at which point you're getting an absurd deal. I'm giving this a B. Next up, it's Kav Landseeker, which for 3 generic and a red is a 4/3 Kavu soldier at common with menace. When it enters, you create a lander token. This is a new artifact token in the set, where you can pay 2 generic, tap it, and sacrifice it to search up a basic land and put it on the battlefield tapped. In this case, the lander token gets sacrificed at the beginning of the end step on your next turn. This looks really good to me. It effectively grants a 2-for-1 while helping you with landfall synergies and the like, and it's also a reasonable enough evasive creature. It is a little bit of a bummer that you have to use the lander on your next turn or on the turn you play this, or you don't get it, but there are payoffs for sacrificing artifacts, and I think a lot of the time you'll just be happy to use this on your next turn anyway. So I think this does generate a 2-for-1 often enough and does enough synergistic things in the set that I think it's a really good comment. I'm giving it a B-. Next up, it's Kavaron Harrier, which for 1 red is a 2/1 robot soldier at uncommon. It's an artifact creature, and when it attacks, you can pay 2 generic, and if you do, you create a 2/2 colorless robot artifact creature token that's tapped and attacking. Sacrifice that token at end of combat. Playing this on turn 1 and using that ability on 2 is going to feel pretty good, and this can do a ton of damage in a hurry. Throw in the fact it's an artifact and gives you sacrifice fodder, and you have some good synergy here too, giving it a C+. Next up, it's Kavaron Skywarden, which for 4 generic and a red is a 4/5 Kavu soldier at common. It's got reach, and it has void, which means if a non-land permanent left the battlefield this turn or a spell was warped this turn, something good can happen, and in this case, the trigger's at the beginning of your end step, and you get a +1/+1 counter on the Skywarden. A 5 mana 4/5 with reach is kind of alright, and even 1 counter on this will feel good. You won't always be able to get that counter though, so I'm giving it a C. Next up, it's Kavaron Turbodrome, which for 2 generic and a red is a 2/3 robot scout at common. You can tap it, and target creature you control gets +1/+1 and gains haste until end of turn. Activate only as a sorcery. This is a decent effect to have on the board, all the more so in a set with Warp, where you can play something big super cheap and smash in with it before it gets exiled. I also like that this is even useful on a creature that didn't just enter, since the stats boost itself can make a difference when it comes to deciding how to attack on a given turn. It's not always worth tapping down a creature to do that, but when it is, it feels fine, so this looks solid. I'm giving it a C. Next up, it's Litho Breaking, which for 2 generic and a red is an uncommon instant that creates a lander token. Then you may sacrifice an artifact, and when you do, it deals 2 damage to each creature. Instant speed to do 2 damage to everything can play pretty well in the right deck, and it's sort of nice that this can be at least used to make a lander when you don't really want to do 2 to everything. Kind of makes it like it has cycling, but obviously 3 mana for a lander isn't a good rate, but it is a mode on a card that is somewhat narrow. We did just see Fire Magic be absolutely amazing, but part of what made it so good was how modal it was, and this can only ever do 2 damage for 3, so it doesn't seem amazing, giving it a C-. Next up, it's Melded Moxite, which for 1 generic and a red is a common artifact. When it enters, you may discard a card, and if you do, you draw 2 cards. And you can pay 3 generic and sacrifice it to create a tap 2/2 colorless robot artifact creature token. These Tormenting Voice type effects tend to be okay and limited, especially when they come with some format-specific upside, and this definitely does simply by virtue of being an artifact, and on top of that, you can even cash it in for a token later. It also helps load the graveyard, of course, and triggers sacrifice payoffs, and can help you trigger void, and I think all of that makes this solid, giving it a C. Next up, it's Memorial Team Leader, which for 3 generic and a red is a 4/3 Kavu soldier at uncommon. During your turn, other creatures you control get +1/+0, and it has warp for 1 generic and a red. This is an alternate casting cost, but if you cast it that way, it gets exiled at the beginning of the next end step, and then you may cast it from exile later in the game. This stat line doesn't usually play well, but warping this just for the buff for less mana sounds appealing sometimes, as does just casting this normally and taking advantage of the buff immediately. It gets better the wider you can go, but +1/+0 to all of your stuff during your turn can really make your board significantly better, giving this a C+. Next up, it's Memorial Vault, which for 3 generic and a red is a rare artifact. You can tap it and sacrifice another artifact, and then exile the top X cards of your library, where X is 1 plus the mana value of the sacrificed artifact. You may play those cards this turn. This has some very real potential, since it can effectively draw you a whole bunch of cards. The bad news? It's a 4-mana artifact that doesn't add to the board, and the turn you play it, you're not typically even going to be able to take advantage of this ability, because it does require you to still pay mana for the cards you reveal. That seems really slow. Throw in the fact that you have to sacrifice a reasonably high mana value artifact for this to go off in the first place, and you don't normally want to be sacrificing that kind of thing. And I think this is too clunky, in particular about what you have to sacrifice for it to reach its ceiling in Limited. I think it's just a D here. Next up, it's Molecular Modifier, which for 2 generic and a red is a 2/2 Kavu Artificer at uncommon. At the beginning of combat on your turn, target creature you control gets +1/+0 and gains first strike until end of turn. We've seen this trigger play pretty well in the recent past. Of course, that was on a 4-mana 2/4 in Duskmourn, and this has significantly worse stats, even if it is 1 mana less. But still, it is a buff you gain access to the turn it comes down, since it happens at the beginning of combat, and most like 2 drops with this boost won't be easy to block in the early game, and as the game continues, this trigger tends to remain relevant. It can buff itself too, but being a 3-mana 2/2 is a very real downside, especially in formats with multiple 1-mana ways to kill this at lower rarities, and this is one of those. I think this is a C+. Next up, it's Nebula Dragon, which for 6 generic and a red is a 4/4 dragon at common with flying, and when it enters, it deals 3 damage to any target. This is a great enters trigger, but man, a 7-mana 4/4 flyer is pretty bad. There will typically be multiple larger creatures on the board, and its lightning bolt trigger isn't even going to deal with them. This just feels too expensive to me, even in a set with landers, to be something you always want to play at the top of your curve, but at least it does impact the board immediately. I'm giving it a C-. Next up, it's Nova Hellkite, which for 3 generic and 2 red is a 4/5 dragon at rare. It's got flying and haste, and when it enters, it deals 1 damage to target creature an opponent controls, and it has warp for 2 generic and a red. Even without warp, I'd be really high on a 5-mana 4/5 with flying haste and a ping when it enters. That's pretty much an A-. Adding warp is awesome, too, because it can even get an attack and a ping before getting exiled. It's hard not to get good value here, although you won't always be able to generate a full-blown 2-for-1. I'm giving it an A. Next up, it's Orbital Plunge, which for 3 generic and a red is a common sorcery that does 6 damage to target creature. If excess damage was dealt this way, create a lander token. I like the rate on this quite a bit. Normally, we have to pay 5 for the 6 damage sorcery in Limited, so paying 4 is a real upgrade and allows you to break even or trade up reasonably often, and you're also generating that lander pretty often, in which case this is a 2-for-1, albeit a clunky one. I'm giving it a C+. Next up, it's Oreplate Pangolin, which for 1 generic and a red is a 2/2 artifact creature robot pangolin at common. And whenever another artifact you control enters, you can pay 1 generic. If you do, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. It's surprising how difficult it is to have 1 mana up to make this trigger happen, but even getting 1 counter on this will feel fine, and it can definitely snowball thanks to the fact that it counts any artifact and not non-tokens, so it looks like a solid playable. I'm giving it a C. Next up, it's Pain for All, which for 2 generic and a red is a rare enchantment aura with enchant creature you control. When this aura enters, enchanted creature deals damage equal to its power to any other target. Whenever enchanted creature is dealt damage, it deals that much damage to each opponent. You do have to choose your spot with this, but when you have an opening, it's nuts. A burn spell that then sticks around and punishes your opponent even more after that. Typically, you'll kill something when this enters, and then make your opponent sweat every time you attack with the creature, which will often be in the same turn you cast this. It takes some careful planning, but this is really strong. I'm giving it a B+. Next up, it's Plasma Bolt, which for 1 red mana is a common sorcery that does 2 damage to any target, and it has Void, deal 3 damage instead. 1 mana for Sorcery Speed Shock is already a very good Limited card, and sometimes this is Sorcery Speed Lightning Bolt. This is certainly premium. Killing 3 or 4 mana X2s with this is going to feel great. Giving it a B. Next up, it's Possibility Technician, which for 2 generic and a red is a 3/3 Kavu Artificer at rare. When it or another Kavu you control enters, exile the top card of your library. For as long as that card remains exiled, you may play it if you control a Kavu, and it has Warp for 1 generic and a red. Even with no other Kavu in your deck, this looks pretty good to me since it can potentially draw you 2 extra cards between being warped and cast normally. Ideally, you haven't played a land and/or you have mana available to make use of the card quickly, since there's no guarantee the Kavu sticks around, but it is nice that even if you don't play the card you reveal when you warp this, you get access to it again when you cast it normally, making it even more likely this will generate the value you want. And there are plenty of Kavus in red in the set that can allow you to maintain access to the cards that this exiles. So this looks sort of like it has a floor of a 2-for-1 and has potential as a legitimate engine. I'm giving it an A. Next up, it's Red Tiger Mechan, which for 3 generic and a red is a 3/3 artifact creature robot cat at common with haste and warp for 1 generic and a red. I don't love this. A 4-mana 3/3 with haste, not a very good card in limited. And even if this can warp and smash in for 3 before that, I'm not feeling all that great about it. I'm giving this a D+. Next up, it's Remnant Elemental, which for 1 generic and a red is a 0/4 elemental at uncommon. It's got reach and landfall. This creature gets +2/+0 until end of turn. I don't love a 2-mana 0/4 reach, and it's a super weird card to have in most red decks, but this will often be a 2/4 on your turn, and sometimes it can threaten to grow to a 4/4 if you have like landers around. I'm still not ultra high on it though. It needs landfall to even be relevant, and you just don't always have it. I'm giving it a C-. Next up, it's Rig for War, which for 1 generic and a red is a common instant. Target creature gets +3/+0 and gains first strike and reach until end of turn. Adding reach to sure strike is something, I guess. I actually really don't like how they made basically all the tricks in this format do something that is good defensively. I mean, not because of power level, because having that option is upside, but I think cards like this are going to trick people into playing these cards defensively way too often. That's just not something you want to do most of the time, since your opponent is far more likely to be able to interact during their turn. Anyway, all that said, this is a decent combat trick that can allow a creature to win lots of combats, but it's not especially relevant against removal or useful in situations outside of combat, so I think it's a C-. Next up, it's Roving Actuator, which for 3 generic and a red is a 3/4 artifact creature robot at uncommon, and it has Void as an enters trigger. Lets you exile up to 1 target instant or sorcery card with mana value 2 or less from your graveyard, and you copy it, and you can cast the copy without paying its mana cost. Triggering this will feel pretty good. Problem is, it does ask a lot of you. This needs to be in play on a turn where you both manage to trigger Void and have a spell that meets the requirement in your graveyard. It'll happen, don't get me wrong, but expecting it to happen with regularity is a bad idea, as we've seen on many similar cards over the years. Now the good news is, a 4-mana 3/4 with useful artifact typing isn't a terrible fail case, but I think it'll be hard enough to get that one spell that I think it's just a C+. Next up, it's Ruinous Rampage, which for 1 generic and 2 red is an uncommon sorcery. Choose 1, it deals 3 damage to each opponent, or you exile all artifacts with mana value 3 or less. So if this was just the burn mode, it'd be like an F. That's because using a card purely to do damage and not add to the board isn't great for 3 mana. However, the other mode does seem like it'll be useful a decent chunk of the time, though as always with symmetrical sweeping effects like this, you can end up hurting yourself more than your opponent, and there will be times where it doesn't do anything. This kind of feels like a sideboard card to me. It's probably a D in your typical red deck and a C- out of the sideboard. Next up, it's Rust Harvester, which for 1 red mana is a 1/1 artifact creature robot at rare. It's got Menace, and you can pay 2 generic and tap it and exile an artifact card from your graveyard to put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Then it deals damage equal to its power to any target. A 1-mana 1/1 Menace can always do some serious damage early, and this maintains relevancy by gobbling up artifacts and turning them into counters and removal spells. This is definitely a 1-drop that can run away with the game, and that's not something we see very often. It takes some time and setup, but because it's a 1-drop that already has a good baseline to begin with, I think it looks really strong. I'm giving it a B+. Next up, it's Slag Drill Scrapper, which for 1 red mana is a 1/2 artifact creature robot scout at common. You can pay 2 generic and tap it to sacrifice another artifact or land and draw a card. This kind of ability really only comes up in the late game, and a 1-mana 1/2 isn't especially relevant in the early game, and I don't like the combination of that at all. Being a cheap artifact is definitely relevant, of course, but I still think this looks like a card that won't make the cut very often. I'm giving it a C-. Next up, it's Systems Override, which for 2 generic and a red is an uncommon sorcery. Gain control of target artifact or creature until end of turn. Untap that permanent, gains haste until end of turn. If it's a spacecraft, put 10 charge counters on it. If you do, remove 10 charge counters on it at the beginning of the next end step. This is an interesting take on the usual threat and effect we get, as the whole 10 charge counters on a spacecraft thing is going to produce some blowouts on occasion, since you can steal one and most likely make it the most powerful version of itself. Still, this kind of card really needs the right deck to shine, either hyper-aggressive or capable of easily sacrificing creatures, and the good news is the latter is very doable in the format where there are tons of efficient sacrifice outlets, but I think this needs a build-around grade because it doesn't do a whole lot to impact the game in the long run in most decks. It needs to end the game to be worth casting most of the time, if you aren't capable of sacrificing the thing. So I think it's a D in most red decks, but a B- in a sacrifice deck. Next up, it's Tanic, Steadfast Second, which for 2 generic and 2 red is a 3/5 legendary Kavu pilot at Mythic Rare. Other creatures you control have haste, and he gives artifact cards and red creature cards in your hand warp for 2 generic and a red. A 4-mana 3/5 that gives all your stuff haste is already playable, so having this warp mode in the mix is really sweet. You're likely to have at least a few cards you can warp with him, and when those warp creatures have haste and only cost 3 mana, you're going to be able to do some pretty silly stuff sometimes, since you can warp cards that were never intended to be, and that's pretty powerful. He also works well with cards that already have warp too. All that said, there are also plenty of times where you just can't take advantage of either of his abilities, and in those situations, you have this fail case as a 4-mana 3/5, which isn't a disaster, but it's not great. I'm giving him a B. Next up, it's Terminal Velocity, which for 4 generic and 2 red is a rare sorcery. You may put an artifact or creature card from your hand onto the battlefield. That permanent gains haste. When this permanent leaves the battlefield, it deals damage equal to its mana value to each creature, and at the beginning of your end step, sacrifice this permanent. This is really interesting. The first sentence, not normally good and limited at all, especially for 6 mana. It'd be like an F. This is because you just don't always have creatures worth putting into play that way. In fact, you typically don't, especially at 6 mana. However, everything else this card has going on is pretty interesting. You can turn your creature into something that can wipe the entire board, and there's pretty much nothing your opponent can do about it. Removing it doesn't stop it, not blocking it doesn't stop it either, because it's leaving the battlefield no matter what. So that's cool. This can be a board wipe. So what's the bad news? Well, that board wipe is symmetrical and highly situational. It's dependent on you having the right card in your hand to really go off, while it's like kind of modal because you can choose the creature. You aren't really going to be able to take advantage of that modality because you're often going to have like one choice at this part of the game. So like, yeah, the ceiling is really high, but you need so many different things to line up correctly in Limited, and that just won't happen. I think it's just an F. Next up, it's Terra Pact Intimidator, which for 1 generic and a red is a 2/1 Kavu Scouted uncommon. When it enters, target opponent may have you create 2 lander tokens. If they don't, put 2 +1/+1 counters on this creature. If someone plays this on turn 2, you're going to groan 100% of the time. That's because no matter what you choose at that stage of the game, you're giving your opponent absurd value for the cost. A 2-mana 4/3 is a real problem, but so is a 2-mana 2/1 that gives them 2 cards. Most of the time, you're going to want to choose to make it a 4/3, unless this format ends up being insanely fast or something, but no matter what, it's a losing proposition. And even when your opponent plays this late, it's super annoying. A 4/3 is always relevant, and so are lander tokens, so I think this comes out as a B, since it's never going to feel good to play against. Next up, it's Territorial Bruntar, which for 4 generic and 2 red is a 6/6 beast at uncommon. It has reach and landfall. Exile cards from the top of your library until you exile a non-land card. You may cast that card this turn. This is a solid body and a very powerful land trigger. It isn't the kind of trigger that's going to be good the turn you play the Bruntar, though, but even triggering this thing once does mean you get a 2-for-1, and it can definitely generate more value than that. It seems like this card can really go off, and its huge reach body makes it difficult for your opponent to kill or attack through, so your chances of getting that trigger are pretty good. I'm giving this a B. Next up, it's Vault Guard Trooper, which for 4 generic and a red is a 5/5 Kavu Soldier at uncommon, and at the beginning of your end step, if you control 2 or more tapped creatures, you may discard your hand. If you do, draw 2 cards. This has solid stats, and discarding your hand and drawing 2 is pretty dang appealing by the later stages of the game. Lining this up to trigger a single time does seem plenty doable too, giving it a C+. Next up, it's Warmaker Gunship, which for 2 generic and a red is a 4/3 spacecraft at rare. When it enters, it deals damage equal to the number of artifacts you control to target creature an opponent controls, and when it gets 6 or more charge counters, it becomes a 4/3 flyer. If you do 2 with this, you'll be happy, and it'll often do more. And the floor is 1, so this can even impact the board when it's alone. Then it becomes a pretty real threat without that many charge counters. This looks quite good to me. I'm giving it a B+. Next up, it's Weapons Manufacturing, which for 1 generic and a red is a rare enchantment. Whenever a non-token artifact you control enters, create a colorless artifact token named Munitions with, when this token leaves the battlefield, it deals 2 damage to any target. This is another card that I think asks way too much of you to be meaningful most of the time. First, you have to have non-token artifacts. Second, you have to have ways to get rid of them, because these don't have a built-in way to leave the battlefield. Now, if you can sacrifice them, they are seriously amazing as they start shocking stuff. But having enough ways to take advantage of these random artifact tokens is highly unlikely. Even in a set that does have good sacrifice outlets, having to line up all of these things, those things being the sacrifice outlet, weapons manufacturing, and non-token artifacts, is just asking too much. I think it's an F. Next up, it's Weft Stalker Ardent, which for 2 generic and a red is a 2/3 Drix Artificer at uncommon. Whenever another creature or artifact you control enters, this creature deals 1 damage to each opponent, and it is warped for 1 red. This can dole out some serious damage, but mediocre stats and a warp that won't be meaningful most of the time keeps us from being anything special. I'm giving it a C+. And our last red card is Zookeeper Mechan, which for 1 generic and a red is a 1/3 artifact creature robot at common. It can tap for red, and you can pay 6 generic and a red to give target creature you control +4/+0 until end of turn, activate only as a sorcery. Even if this was just an artifact with the first ability, it'd be a good common, so the fact that late in the game you can offer a big buff, albeit inefficiently and only at sorcery speed, is pretty nice. I'm giving this a C+. So those are all the red cards in Edge of Eternities. In the next video, we'll look at all the green ones. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like it and share it so that others can enjoy it too. If you want to make sure you catch future videos, don't forget to subscribe. And if you want to catch up on the rest of this set review, you should see a playlist on your screen shortly. Thanks for watching. This video is sponsored by Card Kingdom. If you want Magic singles or sealed product, use my link in the description. Hi everyone, I'm Hone, and in this video I'm continuing with my Edge of Eternities limited set review. I've already looked at all the non-mono green cards, and we'll look at all the green ones in this video. For each of these cards, I'll discuss how I think they'll perform in limited, that means draft and sealed, and I'll punctuate each evaluation with the letter grade. If you're new to my set reviews and unsure of what my letter grades mean, you can find a guide in the description for this video. There are some important things to keep in mind as I review these cards. First, we're only talking about draft and sealed, so I'm only talking about cards that can be found in play boosters. I'm also only talking about cards that are in the main set. There are also special guests and a bonus sheet in play boosters, which I'll be looking at in the next video. These are also my evaluations of these cards before playing the new limited format, and that means I'm not going to be right about everything. However, as the format comes into focus, I'll do videos updating you with my thoughts on it. Lastly, I want to let you know that there's some set review related perks for being a channel member or a patron. You get access to my set notes during preview season, which is kind of like a rough draft of this set review. And once the set review is complete, you get access to a spreadsheet with all of my grades. Check out the description if you'd like to support the channel using one of those methods. All right, without further ado, let's dive in with a look at the green cards in Edge of Eternities. First up, we've got Atmospheric Greenhouse, which is an uncommon artifact spacecraft. When it enters, you put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. And like all spacecraft, it has station, and that means you tap another creature you control and put charge counters equal to its power on this spacecraft. And then, depending on the number of charge counters on it, this card becomes better. In this case, if you have 8 or more charge counters, it becomes a 5/4 with flying and trample. This gives a good buff up front. It is one that you need to have a somewhat decent board to take advantage of, but the nice thing is that buffing all of your creatures also makes it more likely you can station this effectively. Getting such a trigger when it enters is also likely to alter your board in your favor, sometimes significantly, and I think that makes this spacecraft into a pretty nice card, giving it a B. Next up, it's Bioengineered Future, which for 1 generic and 2 green is a rare enchantment. When it enters, you create a lander token. This is a new artifact token in the set. You can pay 2 generic, tap it, and sack it to search your library for a basic land, put on the battlefield tapped, and then shuffle. Each creature you control enters with an additional +1/+1 counter on it for each land that entered the battlefield under your control this turn. I like lander tokens a lot, but not so much that I'm ecstatic about spending 3 mana to get one. The idea here is that you can sacrifice the token and get a land and then play a creature in the same turn and get a counter, but it's going to be tough to line that up consistently. You need lands and creatures entering the battlefield in the same turn consistently to do this, and while that's not impossible, the fact this costs 3 mana for no real impact on the board immediately means that just getting like 1 counter out of this isn't enough. It just feels Like this needs you to line things up correctly and draw your cards in the right order, or it's pretty mediocre. I don't love the idea of playing this on turn 3 or as a late game top deck, and that's pretty bad news. I'm giving it a D. Next up, it's Biosynthetic Burst, which for 1 generic and a green is a common instant. Put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. It gains Reach, Trample, and Indestructible until end of turn. Untap it. This trick has a lot going on. This is a buff that can win a creature combat a decent chunk of the time, and it's also good against most removal. You can even use it defensively in a pinch, but like I've been saying about the other tricks in this set, you need to be careful about when you decide to do that since your opponent is more likely to interact on that turn. On the flip side, the untap does kind of make it feel like it has vigilance when it is attacking, so it's useful as an attacker too to untap. 2 mana is a good rate for this trick. It's going to deliver because it's good in so many situations. I'm giving it a C+. Next up, it's Blooming Stinger, which for 1 generic and a green is a 2/2 plant scorpion at common. It's got Death Touch, and when it enters, another target creature you control gains Death Touch until end of turn. Death Touch is a keyword to offer to something else for a turn. Doesn't always have a meaningful impact. We've seen that in the past. Like, if your creature could already attack, this doesn't do anything to make it a better attacker most of the time. So it's mostly useful on smaller creatures, which is something, but not something that impressive. And while this can trade for anything, that's a lot less impressive on a 2-drop than a 1-drop. That said, it is good with all the bite effects and fight effects green always gets, and it can kill anything when you use those. I think it's a C. Next up, it's Broodguard Elite, which for X and 2 green is a 0/0 Insect Knight at uncommon. It enters with X +1/+1 counters on it, and when it leaves the battlefield, you can put its counters on target creature you control, and it has Warp for X and a green. This is an alternate casting cost, but if you cast it that way, you exile it at the beginning of the next end step, and then you can cast it from exile on a later turn. So when you warp this, it's basically a sorcery that puts some counters on a creature. That kind of card usually isn't great, but in this case, you can get another creature out of it later, albeit an inefficient one, and it's not like it puts counters on some things efficiently in the first place. It also isn't going to do it most of the time until the end of your turn, so you can't take advantage of the counters right away. So this just looks solid to me. I'm giving it a C. Next up, it's Close Encounter, which for 1 generic and a green is an uncommon instant. As an additional cost to cast it, choose a creature you control or a warped creature card you own in exile. Close Encounter deals damage equal to the power of the chosen creature or card to target creature. This is a pretty pushed version of the Rabid Bite effect we always get. 2 mana to have a creature do damage equal to its power at instant speed is already a quality card, but this one has significant advantages. The biggest is simply that you choose the creature as part of the cost. This means that your opponent can't do what they usually can against this effect, which is kill the creature you target on your side and get 2 for 1. Because you choose the creature here as part of the cost, they never get an opening to blow this up. And if they do kill your creature, that creature being dead doesn't stop this from doing damage that was equal to that creature's power. In other words, they've eliminated what was the biggest weakness of that kind of card. And it doesn't end there because you can also choose a warp creature. If your board's empty, you might still be able to cast this sometimes, and warp creatures are often quite large for their cost, allowing this to kill a lot of things. So yeah, this is certainly premium removal. It's one of the best versions of this effect we've seen, giving it a B. Next up, it's Diplomatic Relations, which for 2 generic and a green is a common instant. Target creature gets +1/+0 and gains Vigilance until end of turn. It deals damage equal to its power to target creature an opponent controls. This is also a really strong version of this effect, partly because you can choose any creature to do damage equal to its power, so you can even choose one of your opponent's creatures and have it do damage to itself or to one of their other creatures. Throw in the fact that the buff it offers often gives you a good attack when you use it on your own thing, and this looks really great, especially for a common. I'm giving it a B-. Next up, it's Drix Fatemaker, which for 3 generic and a green is a 3/2 Drix Wizard at common. When it enters, you put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. Each creature you control with a +1/+1 counter on it has Trample, and it is Warp for 1 generic and a green. 2 mana for a +1/+1 counter and Trample for a turn is a nice mode to have on a card that would likely already be playable if you could only cast it normally. The stat line is bad, so giving the counter to something else is probably optimal in general so you get that value. While a counter isn't quite worth a full card, it does mean this generates more than a card worth of value most of the time, giving it a C+. Next up, it's Edge Rover, which for 1 green mana is a 2/2 artifact creature robot scout at uncommon. It's got reach, and when it dies, each player creates a lander token. Giving your opponent something is never good, but a 1 mana 2/2 reach is significant on most boards, and playing it on turn 1 can be especially nasty, and because you get a lander too, it is kind of a wash, especially if you manage to trade with this. I think it's a C. Next up, it's Eumidian Terrabotanist, which for 1 generic and a green is a 2/3 insect druid at uncommon. It's got landfall, gain 1 life. So these are nice stats, and a landfall trigger like this is surprisingly solid when we see it. The incidental life gain can really be the difference between losing and winning sometimes. I'm giving this a C+. Next up, it's Social Engineering, which for 3 generic and 2 green is an uncommon enchantment with landfall, create a 2/2 colorless robot artifact creature token, and it is warp for 1 generic and a green. We pretty much just saw this card in Final Fantasy, and it wasn't good. That card had a really poor win rate, and that's because it's surprisingly tough to get enough value out of this card to warrant it. You need 3 tokens before you really get there, and you play it late enough that there's no guarantee you do, and it feels miserable if you just play this on 5 and don't do anything else. Adding warp helps because it means if you have nothing else you can do on turn 2, you can warp this and play your land drop. So it does kind of help fill an earlier slot on the curve, but I'm still not that impressed here. I'm starting this at a C-. Next up, it's Famished World Sire, which for 5 generic and 3 green is a 0/0 Leviathan at Mythic Rare. It has Ward 3, and it has Devour Land 3. That means as it enters, you may sacrifice any number of lands. It enters with 3 times that many +1/+1 counters on it. And when it enters, you look at the top X cards of your library, where X is this creature's power, put any number of land cards from among them onto the battlefield tapped, and then shuffle. This is a really cool design, but I think it's terrible in limited, especially for 8 mana. It's never anything but a big creature that's a little hard to kill with Ward, and while it can largely allow you to repopulate your mana base, and that's great that it doesn't go full-on Wood Elemental on you, but you're still paying 8 freaking mana for a big vanilla creature. If you have landfall stuff in play, it gets a little more interesting, but overall, this just doesn't look worth 8 mana in limited. I think it's an F. Next up, it's Frenzied Baloth, which for 2 green is a 3/2 beast at rare. It can't be countered, it has trample and haste, creature spells you control can't be countered, and combat damage can't be prevented. This is the kind of card they print mostly with Constructed in mind. It's going to be a really nice 2-drop for mono green aggro decks, and it's not terrible in limited, but casting it on turn 2 is tough because of the mana cost, and the uncounterable stuff matters less in limited, as does the damage prevention, so I think it's just a C. Next up, it's Fungal Colossus, which for 6 generic and a green is a 5/5 fungus beast at common. It costs X less to cast, where X is the number of differently named lands you control. Casting this for 5 is eminently doable, and not a terrible fail case, though I think you want to be reducing the cost even more to make it a quality card in your deck, and that's not going to be the easiest thing. I mean, it is doable, more doable than it looks just looking at the main set because the bonus sheet is made up entirely of lands, but this is another card where the ceiling is just big vanilla creature, so I think it's a C-. Next up, it's Galactic Wayfarer, which for 2 generic and a green is a 3/3 human scout at common, and when it enters, you create a lander token. It's simple, but this is an amazing common. A 3 mana 3/3 that generates a 2-for-1 is exactly what you want to do in limited. You'll play every single copy of this you get. You'll take it pretty highly because of the value. Helps you trigger landfall, helps you get artifact payoffs going, helps you ramp your mana, helps you fix your mana. It's just an amazing card because the stat line it comes with is already solid. I think this is a B. Next up, it's Gene Pollinator, which for 1 green mana is a 1/2 artifact creature robot insect at common, and you can tap it and an untapped permanent you control to add 1 mana of any color. It's not always easy to produce mana with creatures that ask for an extra step to do it beyond tapping. Tapping an untapped permanent is broad, but it's still not always something you can do. It does get better if you have landers, because you can tap a lander that you're not planning on using. And this does ramp and fix your mana in a real way, and this set has more incentives than usual for tapping your creatures, so I think this works out okay. I'm giving it a C. Next up, it's Germinating Worm, which for 4 generic and a green is a 5/5 plant worm at common. When it enters, you gain 2 life, and it has warp for 1 generic and a green. I always like this slot, you know, the big creature that gains you life that green always gets at common. This one I think is not quite as good as some of them. It's not as big, and it doesn't gain you as much life, but you can also warp it for a bit of value earlier in the game, and it's not bad for stationing spacecrafts on the cheap early either. I'm giving it a C. Next up, it's Glacier Godmaw, which for 5 generic and 2 green is a 6/6 Leviathan at uncommon. It's got trample, makes a lander when it enters, and it has landfall. Creatures you control get +1/+1 and gain vigilance and haste until end of turn. That landfall trigger is legit. Like, it's not that far off from being Craterhoof Behemoth. I'm exaggerating a little, but it's pretty good. Vigilance plus board pump is really nice and limited because you don't have to give up a whole lot on defense when you swing with everything, and that keeps you from getting destroyed on the backswing if things don't go right. So it's a buff that you can take way more advantage of more often. That said, a 7 mana 6/6 that makes a lander when it enters isn't a great card, and it's going to be hard to actually trigger the landfall the same turn you play this, which is the dream because of haste. But to do that, you either need your 8th land in your hand or the extra mana to activate the lander. And while having it work nicely in either of those situations is cool, it's still not going to trigger the landfall the turn it comes down most of the time. This is definitely a worthwhile finisher for green decks, but it's not incredible for the cost. I'm giving it a C+. Next up, it's Harmonious Grove Strider, which for 3 generic and 2 green is a star beast at uncommon with Ward 2, and its power and toughness are each equal to the number of lands you control. A 5-mana 5/5 with Ward 2 is okay, and this will certainly get larger later in the game, and because of Ward, your opponent will never be able to kill it super efficiently, giving it a C+. Next up, it's Hemosymbic Might, which for 1 green mana is an uncommon Might, and when it becomes tapped, another target creature you control gets +X/+X until end of turn, where X is this creature's power. As a 1-mana 1/1, this often isn't going to be relevant for long, but if you are stationing a lot, it does get more interesting, since it can offer a buff that really helps you in combat, or helps you station even more. Still, even in past sets we've seen that have lots of crew and tap triggers, they tend to underperform, especially when they are so all in on it like this, so I think this is just a D+. Next up, it's Ice Cave Crasher, which for 3 generic and a green is a 4/4 beast at common with landfall. It gets +1/+0 until end of turn. A 4-mana 4/4 Trampler is like a C-, and this will often have 5 or more power, so it's a fine card in green decks, giving it a C. Next up, it's Ice Till Explorer, which for 2 generic and 2 green is a 2/4 Insect Scout at rare. You may play an additional land on each of your turns, you may play lands from your graveyard, and it has landfall mill a card. So the additional land thing normally isn't very good in Limited, because you just don't have cards to take advantage of it most of the time. However, the fact this guy lets you play lands from your graveyard and helps you put lands in your graveyard in the first place really makes up for that. Getting access to all those lands is going to let you get real value out of your graveyard, and you effectively draw a card every time you do it. It gets even better in decks with lots of graveyard nonsense, but this looks like a value engine to me. I'm giving it a B. Next up, it's Intrepid Tenderfoot, which for 1 generic and a green is a 2/2 Insect Citizen at common, and you pay 3 generic and put a +1/+1 counter on it, activate only as a sorcery. This is the kind of mana sink ability you only use when you're out of stuff to do, and being sorcery speed really makes you commit to it in a way that I don't love. The baseline of a 2-mana 2/2 isn't great either. I'm giving this a C-. Next up, it's Larval Scoutlander, which for 2 generic and a green is an uncommon spacecraft. When it enters, you may sacrifice a land or lander. If you do, search your library for up to 2 basic land cards, put them onto the battlefield tapped, and then shuffle. And if it gets 7 or more charge counters, it becomes a 3/3 flyer. This ramps and fixes your mana pretty effectively, and it also gives you 2 landfall triggers, which is nice, but it's never going to really add to the board in a meaningful way when you cast it, and that's a problem. And even once you get some charge counters on it, it's not like a 3/3 flyer is a world beat, so I think it's just a C. Next up, it's Lash Whip Predator, which for 4 generic and 2 green is a 5/7 plant beast at uncommon. It costs 2 generic less to cast if your opponents control 3 or more creatures, and it has reach. So this card is going to be really good against aggro decks in the format. If you're really proud of how well you're curving out and your opponent slams this on the board on turn 4, you're going to be in kind of a bad place. And I see that happening reasonably often. Throw in the fact that a 6-mana 5/7 reach is already like an acceptable creature, and I think this is a C+. Next up, it's Loading Zone, which for 3 generic and a green is a rare enchantment. If 1 or more counters would be put on a creature, spacecraft, or planet you control, twice that many of each of those kinds of counters are put on it instead, and it has Warp for 1 green. It's tempting to imagine this allowing you to go completely wild with your spacecraft and turning them into huge creatures immediately, and that will happen sometimes, but this is so dependent on you having counter stuff that I don't love it. It's nice that at least stationing doesn't cost mana, so there will be times where you can play this and immediately get something out of it by stationing, and it's nice it works with other counters too. But I can't really remember the last time an all-in counter card like this, one that doesn't add to the board on its own, one that's not attached to a creature, has actually performed well in Limited. This format does have counters more prominently than most, but in most formats this card is like an F, even with Warp in the mix. I'm going to give it a D, and I do think it has some potential to be way better as a build-around, but I think it's far more likely that it's just a bad card for Limited. Next up, it's Melt Strider Eulogist, which for 2 generic and a green is a 3/3 Insect Soldier at an uncommon. Whenever a creature you control with a +1/+1 counter on it dies, draw a card. This has good stats and a pretty powerful trigger, but the times when you can't line it up with counters aren't going to feel good. It's also kind of a bummer that they didn't count charge counters, so your spacecraft basically don't benefit for this for the most part, but I still think it's a C+. Next up, it's Melt Strider's Gear, which for 1 green mana is a common artifact equipment. When it enters, attach it to target creature you control. Equipped creature gets +2/+1 and has reach, and this equips for 5. The equipping right away thing is nice, as it's likely to give you an attack you didn't have before, but the buff does have diminishing returns later in the game, and that equip cost is absolutely brutal. I think it's a D+. Next up, it's Melt Strider's Resolve, which for 1 green mana is an uncommon enchant aura with enchant creature you control. When it enters, enchanted creature fights up to 1 target creature an opponent controls. Enchanted creature gets +0/+2 and can't be blocked by more than 1 creature. If you didn't think 2 good removal spells for green was enough, well, here's another one. Remember though, this is a straight up fight effect, which we don't see as much these days, but it means your creature gets damaged too. But the good news is this is super cheap, and it
in Dubai or anywhere in the UAE, there's one very important thing that you need to know, and that you must have a valid fishing license, because fishing without a license is illegal and can result into fines or other penalties. Now, there are 2 main types of fishing licenses. One is the recreational fishing license for individuals who fish from the shore or for non-commercial boats. And the other one is a commercial fishing license for those involved in fishing for trade or business purposes. You can usually apply for the license through the local municipality depending on which Emirates you are in or depending on which municipality you are in. For me, I applied in Dubai municipality and logged in using your UAE pass. And then you just need to fill the necessary details and attach your Ejari, your Dewa bill, the current Dewa bill, and your Emirates ID. Now, if you're staying in a shared apartment and the Ejari isn't under your name, you don't have to worry about it because you can still apply. You just need to provide a proof of a residence letter mentioning where you live in and attach the Dewa, the Ejari copy, the landlord's Emirates ID, and of course your own Emirates ID. Note that the approval is not guaranteed right away. There are some applicants have been rejected 5-6 times before they finally getting approved, because the Dubai municipality checks and reviewed your application thoroughly. So just make sure that your documents are complete and accurate before you submit your application. And also, to add more information, once you finally get your fishing license, you don't fish anywhere. There are certain areas that are protected and is strictly prohibited. So make sure to check local regulations and maps before heading out. Stay safe, respect the environment, and enjoy your fishing trip in the UAE. And that's it for today. See you next time. Bye!
Getting access to that counter isn't very easy, although there are a few cards that allow you to sacrifice lands for value and artifacts for value, and that's where this will feel particularly good. But I'm not confident that playing this is better than just running a basic land in most decks. I'm giving it a D+. Next up, it's Raging Ravine. It enters tapped, can tap for red or green, and you can pay 2 generic, a red and a green, and until end of turn, it becomes a 3/3 red and green elemental creature with, whenever this creature attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on it. It's still a land. So this begins as a 3/3, which isn't amazing, but it gets better every time it attacks, and it snowballs in a big way. I'm giving it a B+. Next up, it's Reflecting Pool. It can tap for 1 mana of any type that a land you control could produce. This is too reliant on your other lands to be that good, since it means that it isn't ever going to give you your second color of mana when you really need it. When you do have both types of lands you need, it can help you produce multiples of those colors, which is nice, but the limitations here are significant, giving it a C-. Next up, it's Scavenger Grounds. It has a desert subtype, can tap for colorless, and you can pay 2 generic, tap it, and sacrifice a desert to exile all graveyards. So this format does not have a massive graveyard theme. There's really only one color pair that's super into the graveyard in black-green, and black-red is kind of interested in the graveyard, but it's not all about it. And there's not a major mechanic in the set that allows you to do stuff out of the graveyard either. So this isn't the greatest set for this to show up in. There would be some sets where this would be worth main decking because there's such a graveyard theme in the set, you know, like Innistrad sets or Duskmourn. That's not really the case here, so that makes this a sideboard card since it's bad at producing mana and its effect is irrelevant against a lot of opponents. But if you're playing one of those really graveyard-oriented decks, it's going to be a pretty quality card for you. So I think it's an F in your main deck, but a C out of the sideboard. Next up, it's Shambling Vent. It enters tapped, can tap for white or black, and you can pay 1 generic, a white, and a black, and until end of turn, it becomes a 2/3 white and black elemental creature with lifelink. It's still a land. Yet another nice creature land. This one doesn't have an incredible body, but it does have lifelink, which makes it difficult for you to not get some value out of it, giving it a B. Next up, it's Stirring Wildwood. Enters tapped, can tap for green or white, and you can pay 1 generic, a green, and a white, and until end of turn, it becomes a 3/4 green and white elemental creature with reach. So this is another good one. It offers significant size, and its ability to block flyers can be extra sneaky when your opponent isn't paying attention to your lands, giving it a B. Next up, it's Strip Mine, which can tap for colorless, and you can tap it and sacrifice it to destroy target land. So this is an incredibly strong card, one of the best lands of all time, and perhaps the best land destruction card ever printed, but it's typically not good in Limited, mostly because giving up your own land to destroy one of theirs isn't meaningful most of the time, because lands on average just aren't strong enough in Limited. That said, there is one really nasty thing you can do with the Mine in this format. If you play the 4-mana 2/4, it lets you cast lands from your graveyard, and lets you play an extra land each turn, you can use the Mine to destroy 2 lands every turn, at which point it becomes completely absurd, and land destruction does start to matter when you're doing that much of it. Now, that other card is a rare, and you shouldn't count on pulling it off, but if you have a copy of that creature, and especially if you have 2, Strip Mine suddenly becomes worth it. It's going to be hard not to want to play Strip Mine in that situation, but it is a combo with only a single rare in the format, and I don't think that quite warrants a build around grade, so I'm just giving it a D. Next up, it's Sunken Citadel. It has the Cave subtype, enters tapped, and as it enters, you choose a color. It can tap for 1 mana of the chosen color, and you can tap it to add 2 mana of the chosen color. Spend this mana only to activate abilities of land sources. So this is mostly just a good source of fixing. Like, if it was only a land that has you choose a color and then taps for mana of that color, it'd be like a C or a C+. Its second ability won't come up a ton, but because of the bonus sheet, it's not impossible for you to have some lands to use that ability on. Like, it's good at helping you animate all these creature lands, for example. I'm giving it a C+. Next up, it's Swarm Yard. It's a land that can tap for colorless, and you can also tap it to regenerate target insect, rat, spider, or squirrel. The only one of these creature types that is in this set is insect, but there are a decent number of them, including 8 at common, so I think this is actually worth running in the right deck. Those insects are most concentrated in black-green, so if you're in a deck with those colors and you have 5 or more insects, which I think is doable, you'll be running this. But I think it's an F in your typical deck, which doesn't have more than 1 or 2 creatures that it can regenerate. But if you have a good number of insects, it's probably a C+. Regeneration is really strong when you don't have to pay any mana for it. Next up, it's Terrain Generator, which is a land that can tap for colorless, and you can pay 2 generic and tap it to put a basic land card from your hand onto the battlefield tapped. So this kind of effect is bad and limited because you rarely have extra random basic lands in your hand to play. Even in the early game, it maybe gives you 1 extra land that gives you a bit of a boost for like a second, but that advantage quickly diminishes because as soon as you don't hit a land drop, things go back to how they were, and at that point the ability is never useful again. It does give you an instant speed way to trigger landfall, but I still think it's a D-. Next up, it's Thespian Stage, which can tap for colorless, and you can pay 2 generic and tap it, and it becomes a copy of target land, except it has this ability. Copying lands isn't going to be useful very often in Limited, although it does mean this land can produce more than just colorless mana, but having to spend the mana to get there is a pretty big problem. If you end up with a few of the best lands on this bonus sheet, it probably becomes worth playing, but I don't see that happening very often. It does also let you copy your opponent's lands, which does make it a little broader, but it's still not very good in Limited. I'm giving it a D. And our last card from the Stellar Sights bonus sheet is Wandering Fumarole. It enters tapped, can tap for blue or red, and you can pay 2 generic, a blue and a red, and until end of turn it becomes a 1/4 blue and red elemental creature with pay 0, switch this creature's power and toughness until end of turn. It's still a land. So we're finishing off with another one of these good creature lands. This one can hit hard when it needs to and plays defense well when it needs to as well. I'm giving it a B. All right, let's move now to the special guests. These are 10 reprints with special card frames meant to make them look like retro science fiction pulp magazines. Remember, these are even rarer than a bonus sheet with only 1.8% of packs containing them. And the first of these is Deafening Silence, an enchantment that costs 1 white mana, and each player can't cast more than 1 non-creature spell each turn. This is terrible in Limited. You go down a card for a symmetrical effect that rarely matters, since people playing more than 1 non-creature spell a turn in Limited isn't exactly commonplace. It's an F. Next up, it's Robe of Stars, which for 1 generic and a white is an artifact equipment. Equipped creature gets +0/+3, and it also gives the creature the ability to phase out for 1 generic and a white, and the equip cost is 1 generic. So this is a good way to protect your creature, but cards like this that are almost purely protection don't fare very well in Limited, since the power level of your creatures is low, and protecting the typical Limited creature isn't worth a whole card. Like, you'd much rather have a 2-mana 2/2 most of the time than this. It is an artifact, and its effect isn't irrelevant, so it's probably going to make the cut sometimes, but I think it's a D. Next up, it's Nexus of Fate, which for 5 generic and 2 blue is an instant that says take an extra turn after this one. If this card would be put into a graveyard from anywhere, reveal this card and shuffle it into its owner's library instead. So taking an extra turn is really strong, even when it costs 7, and in Limited, the chances of you drawing this thing again are kind of reasonable. It's too expensive to be insanely strong, though. I'm giving it a C+. Next up, it's Paradox Haze, which is an enchantment aura with enchant player, and it costs 2 generic and a blue, and it says at the beginning of enchanted player's first upkeep each turn, that player gets an additional upkeep step after this step. It's very difficult to consistently take advantage of giving yourself another upkeep trigger. Mostly, you're going to use up this card and it's never going to do anything, and even if it does give you like 1 more trigger, you're still not really at a point where you feel good about having spent this card. This is a kind of card where casting it will just feel like you mulliganed for no reason, so I think it's an F. Next up, it's Darkness, which for 1 black mana is an instant, and it says prevent all combat damage that would be dealt this turn. Fogs never play well in Limited. You go down a card for an effect that only delays the inevitable in most cases. People always look at these and they imagine the scenario where their opponent alpha strikes and then they cast this and prevent all the damage and then they destroy their opponent on the backswing. But those situations need so many things to line up for a card like this to actually be relevant that it just doesn't happen enough for this to be a card that's ever worth running. It's an F. Next up, it's Magus of the Moon, which for 2 generic and a red is a human wizard. It's a 2/2, and non-basic lands are basic mountains. Nerfing non-basic lands isn't meaningful in Limited, and this has horrible stats. It's another F. Next up, it's Burgeoning, which for 1 green mana is an enchantment, and it says whenever an opponent plays a land, you may put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield. So if you play this on turn 1, there is some potential for serious ramp, but you do need to have the lands, which is not guaranteed, and you'll find that you quickly run out of them. And it's a pretty awful card from the mid-game on, so yeah, this is another F. Next up, it's Green Sun Zenith, which for an X and a green is a sorcery, and you search your library for a green creature card with mana value X or less, put it onto the battlefield, and then shuffle, and then you shuffle Green Sun Zenith into its owner's library. Well, it looks like we're going to break our string of Fs at least, although it's not like this is incredible and Limited either. Tutoring something up directly to the battlefield is good, but keep in mind it's restricted to green creatures. But if you're playing green, you probably have plenty of those. The Zenith does mean you overpay by 1 for whatever creature you grab, but it's worth the cost for that flexibility. I'm giving it a B-. Next, it's Sliver Overlord, which costs 1 of each color of mana for a 7/7 legendary Sliver mutant. And you can pay 3 generic and search your library for a Sliver card, reveal that card, put it into your hand, and then shuffle. Or you can pay 3 generic to gain control of target Sliver. This set has one card in it at rare that makes slivers, and this can't even tutor it up because it's not actually a sliver, it's an artifact that makes slivers. This is just a very hard to cast 5 mana 7/7, and that's nowhere near worth it. It's an F. And our last card from the special guests is Warping Whale, which costs 1 generic and a colorless for an instant, and you have 3 choices. You can exile target creature with power toughness 1 or less, you can counter a sorcery spell, or you can create a 1/1 colorless Eldrazi Scion creature token. It has sacrifice this token, add colorless. So this card's actually pretty decent when it shows up in a format that has colorless mana, but because this set has so little, you won't be able to cast this very often, so it's another F. Alright, so those are all of the cards that will show up on occasion in your booster packs, the Stellar Sights bonus sheet and the special guests. As usual, there were a lot of Fs. That's usually how these go because a lot of these reprints are more intended for Commander players, but I am really excited that they are giving us all of those dual lands because those are all really fun and really powerful. So that does it for this video. If you enjoyed it, don't forget to like it and share it so that others can enjoy it too. If you want to make sure you're caught up on the set review, you should see a playlist on your screen shortly. And if you want to catch future content, including an archetype guide, draft videos, and more about this format, go ahead and subscribe. Thanks for watching. This video is sponsored by Card Kingdom. If you want Magic singles or sealed product, use my link in the description. Hi everyone, I'm Hone, and this is my Edge of Eternities archetype guide. I've already evaluated every single card in the set, and in this video, I'm going to break down the synergies for each of the 2 color archetypes in the format. This video focuses on what each of these color pairs wants to do in the format, and that means I'm generally not going to just mention cards that are really good in every kind of deck, like Premium Removal and Bombs, unless they have some specific synergy within a color pair. If you want to know more about my thoughts on what's good in this set more broadly, check out my set review. Alright, let's get started. So let's start with blue-black. So as usual, every color pair in the set has a signpost uncommon. In this set, there's only 1 signpost uncommon per color pair. Lately, we've been seeing a few more than 1. And this time around, the blue-black signpost uncommon is Alfariel, Dreaming Acolyte. When he enters, you draw 2 and discard 2 unless you discard an artifact. So blue-black is an artifact deck. That's what this signpost uncommon wants to tell us. And it's sort of a grindy deck for artifacts where you want to be drawing cards and generating value a little more slowly with your artifact stuff. We'll see that there's another color pair into artifacts that is more about aggro, but this one is the slower one that can grind out value with cards like Alfariel, which gets a lot better when you have artifacts to discard. So what are the artifact payoffs at common and uncommon in blue-black? Well, there's Alfariel, of course. There's also Cerebral Download, which surveils X, where X is the number of artifacts you control, and then you draw 3 cards. So if you have a lot of artifacts, that can really go off because you get to see so many cards and maybe even load your graveyard. You're always going to draw 3, but seeing all of those cards and getting that card selection makes the card a lot stronger. There's also Cloud Sculpt Technician, which gets +1/+0 as long as you control an artifact. There's Gravblade Heavy, which gets +1/+0 and Death Touch as long as you control an artifact. There's Mechan Assembler, which has a really powerful effect. Anytime another artifact you control enters, you create a 2/2 colorless robot artifact creature token, but it triggers only once a turn. That's the kind of card that I think will really be at home in this deck, which wants to grind out value with artifacts, because generating extra bodies is a huge deal. Mechan Shieldmate is a creature with Defender most of the time, but if an artifact enters, it loses Defender. Monoist Circuit Feeder is going to be one of the premium cards for this deck because it turns into a simultaneous removal spell and board pump effect when it enters, and also just has a 6 mana 4/4 flying body, which is a threat in its own right. It's going to be one of the most important payoffs for this deck. Scour for Scrap is a 4 mana instant that lets you search your library for an artifact card and return an artifact from your graveyard to your hand. I have some concerns about this card in terms of not adding to the board and needing some setup like an artifact in your graveyard, but if there's a deck for it, obviously it's this one. It becomes a 4 mana draw 2, and the 2 cards you draw are pretty good. There is Selfcraft Mechan, which when it enters lets you sack an artifact, and when you do, you put a +1/+1 counter on target creature and draw a card. One thing you'll note is a lot of these are artifacts, and that all means they're enablers and payoffs, which is always nice. Steel Swarm Operator can tap for mana for artifacts. It can produce 1 blue to cast artifact spells. and it can produce 2 blue to spend this mana only to activate on abilities of artifacts. So let's look at the rares that work well here. Well, there's Emissary Escort, a 2 mana 0/4 that gets +X/+0, where X is the greatest mana value among other artifacts you control. There's Memenon, the right hand, which turns into a value engine when you have enough artifacts, because it lets you play artifacts from the top of your library, and it also lets your artifacts tap for mana, but only to cast cards from anywhere other than your hand. So this means the top of your library, but it also means cards with warp, which is a big deal in the format. There's Secluded Starforge, which can make artifact creature tokens, and its other activated ability lets you buff creatures by tapping artifacts. There's Synthesizer Lab Ship. Its 2+ charge counter ability makes it so at the beginning of combat you can animate artifacts into 2/2 flyers. You can use this on things that aren't already artifacts, or you can use it to upgrade an artifact creature that you might have. There's also Tezzeret, Cruel Captain. He gains loyalty counters when artifacts enter. He can untap artifacts and creatures. He can tutor up artifacts with mana value 1 or less. And his ultimate puts 3 +1/+1 counters on an artifact you control, and if it's not a creature, it becomes a 0/0 robot artifact creature. So that's blue-black. It's a grindier artifact deck. There's also blue-red, which is more aggressive. Here the signpost uncommon is Memenon, Uthros Exile. And whenever an artifact you control enters, you put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. One thing to note about most of the artifact payoffs in this set is that they don't care whether things are tokens. And that's good news, because this format has a bunch of artifact tokens in the form of robots and landers and stuff. So these are going to be even better than they usually are when these cards say non-token. And blue-red is mostly about using artifacts to make your creatures stronger. You know, that's sort of what an aggro deck would be doing, and that's what Memenon is doing here. So what are the payoffs at common and uncommon? Well, there's Memenon, and then there's the others that we've already seen. Things like Steel Swarm Operator, which can tap for mana. Things like Self-Craft Mechan, which can let you sack artifacts to make it bigger and draw a card. Mechan Shieldmate might be a little better in this deck because it's a 2 mana 3/2. And if you can play an artifact on turn 3 and you're like the beatdown, being able to attack with this on turn 2 is pretty strong. Same thing with the Technician. It might be a little bit better here because it becomes a better attacker when you control artifacts. And Mechan Assembler, I think, is probably a little more well-suited to the blue-black deck, but one sweet thing about it is if Memenon's in play, anytime you play an artifact, you're going to get another token and another counter because of that ability. Then there's stuff like Oreplate Pangolin, which you can pay 1 generic anytime you have an artifact enter to put a counter on it. There is Weft Stalker Ardent, which does 1 damage to your opponent anytime a creature or artifact enters. And there's Slag Drill Scrapper, which lets you sacrifice artifacts or lands to draw cards. When it comes to rares, we've already seen most of them, but there is also Pinnacle Emissary, which is a blue-red card, which is really strong. It generates a 1/1 flyer anytime you cast an artifact spell, and it has Warp for blue-red hybrid mana, which means there might be turns where you can play this earlier and then drop an artifact and get a token worth of value out of it. Rust Harvester is also quite strong. You do have to get artifacts in your graveyard, but once they're there, it can exile them, turn them into counters, and into burn spells. So it can turn into a crazy value engine if you've got stuff in your graveyard. And Tanic Steadfast Second gives your artifact cards and red creatures warp for 2 generic and a red. Warmaker Gunship does damage equal to the number of artifacts you control when it enters, making it one of these really good spacecraft because it's a removal spell to begin with, and then it turns into a threat later. So that's blue-red. It's a more aggressive artifact deck. Let's move to black-red now, where the focus is most on the Void mechanic. It's not the only color pair with Void, but it is the color pair with the most Void, and that is the most concentrated on it. Our signpost uncommon here is Interceptor Mechan. It's a 4 mana 2/2 flyer. When it enters, you can return an artifact or creature card from your graveyard to your hand. That's pretty good value to begin with, but it also has a Void trigger. And Void checks to see if a non-land permanent left the battlefield this turn or a spell was warped this turn, and if it did, something good happens. In this case, the Mechan gains a +1/+1 counter. So not only can this give you a 2-for-1 up front by bringing back an artifact or creature, it can also grow into a very real threat. Its interest trigger does work nicely with Void because in this deck, you're likely to want to give up permanents sometimes to trigger other cards with Void, and this can get them back. So in terms of payoffs and enablers, I went a little deeper here than I usually do, mostly because there are so many different ways to trigger Void, and I wanted to touch on all of them in some capacity. So one of the ways is with lander tokens. So you've got a card like Beamsaw Prospector, which makes a lander when it dies, and landers can be sacrificed for 2 generic. That counts as something that will trigger Void. You can also run things that sacrifice artifacts, like Comet Crawler, which when it attacks has you sack a creature or artifact, and if you do, it gets a buff, and it will also help trigger your things with Void. Cheap cards with Warp, like Caesurian Voidborn, which has Void for only 1 black mana, are going to be really efficient ways to trigger Void sometimes. Hilderblade is a card with Void. It equips to a creature for free at the beginning of your instep if you've done the Void thing. Hymn of the Faller is a better draw spell if you've triggered Void. Voidforged Titan triggers at your instep if you did the Void thing, and you get draw a card and lose a life if you did. Caveron Sky Warden gains a +1/+1 counter at the beginning of your instep. Plasma Bolt becomes an even better removal spell. Tragic Trajectory, same thing. It's already a good removal spell, but it becomes a better one. Roving Actuator, when it enters, lets you cast a spell, a cheap spell from your graveyard for free if you've triggered Void. Insatiable Skittermaw is another creature that gains a +1/+1 counter. And then there are also some ways to sacrifice them in addition to Comet Crawler that will work nicely. When you're sacrificing things for value already and you have something like Lightless Evangel in play, which will gain a counter whenever you sack a creature or artifact, and then you're also triggering Void, that's a lot of value. And Umbral Collar Zealot is probably the premier way to trigger Void, just because it can do it for free and for some very real value, and it has good stats. As I said throughout the set review, I do have concerns about Void because every other time we've seen a mechanic like this, it's underwhelmed. The cards basically already had to be good without Void to be good. And that makes me worry about cards like Insatiable Skittermaw, for example. The thing is, it always looks like these are going to be easier to trigger than you think, because you say, well, this happens all the time, and there are built-in ways to trigger it. But you need the card with Void, and you need the thing to happen that will trigger Void all in the same turn, and that lines up a lot less frequently than you'd think. There's always a window where these cards can be pretty bad, like killing a Skittermaw for 1 mana, for example, is a pretty backbreaking play. I do think this might be better than other versions, and these are things like Revolt and Morbid, which checked for various things. Revolt actually checked to see if a permanent left the battlefield. Morbid specifically looked to see if a creature died. I do think the addition of Warp especially may make this better than those other incarnations, but I do think some of these cards ask way too much for you, like the Actuator demanding that you have a spell of the right mana value in your graveyard to actually do something is kind of a bummer too. So I do have some concerns about this color pair just because of how this kind of mechanic has fared in the past, but it does look like there's pretty good support for it. What are the rares here? Well, you've got Alfariel Stone Chosen, whose Void ability makes your opponent lose half their life, rounded up, when it attacks. Elegy Acolyte, now this is one that is just going to be good no matter what, because it's a good card anyway. 4 mana, 4/4 lifelink, and whenever one or more of your creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, you get to draw a card and lose a life. Great card. And then it has Void on top of that, and it interacts pretty well with how the Acolyte works, because if you triggered Void at the beginning of your instep, you make a 2/2 robot token, and that means every time you attack your opponent with something, they have to decide whether to try to block it and trade with it and let you draw a card, or block and then let you make a robot. So things can get kind of out of hand with that card. It's very strong. Corral of the Void, I have less confidence in, just because it's an enchantment and there's this window where your opponent can blow you out. It's expensive, it needs some setup, but it does let you reanimate stuff from your opponent's graveyard, and if you trigger Void, it does stick around. If you don't, it gets sacrificed. I have Tanic here because he's a way to give your creatures Warp and artifacts Warp, and Warp works nicely here. Memorial Vault lets you give up artifacts to look at the top X cards of your library, where X is 1 plus the mana value of the sacrificed artifact. So it can trigger Void and potentially draw you more cards. And this is pretty much, if there is a deck in the format for weapons manufacturing, it's this one. It likes it when you have non-token artifacts enter, so you need to be doing that. But also, it makes these tokens that don't do anything unless they leave the battlefield. So if you have some sacrifice outlets, you can make it work, turn those tokens into shocks. So that's black-red. It's a Void deck. You want your stuff to be leaving the battlefield in a variety of ways. It does also count blinking and stuff, by the way. That's just not going to actually come up that much in black-red, because black-red doesn't usually get that. Mostly you're going to be using effects like sacrifice, killing your opponent's creatures, trading. Things like that are going to be what triggers Void for you most of the time. All right, let's move now to red-white. It is the deck that's the most into spacecraft in the format. That's a big theme in this set in general. They happen to be artifacts, so they work with most of the decks we've talked about so far. But red-white specifically has a bunch of payoffs for having spacecraft or for having tapped things. and you have to tap creatures to station spacecraft, so it works out nicely. For example, our signpost uncommon here is Sammy Ship's Engineer, a 4-mana 2/4, and if you control 2 or more tapped creatures at your instep, you make a 2/2 robot artifact creature token. So things can kind of snowball with these because you're already stationing, and then you get another body that can help you station. It is worth noting they can be tapped in any way, it doesn't matter. Stationing is the way to do it without putting your creatures at risk, but sometimes you can just attack and trigger this too, which is going to feel just as good. So what are the other payoffs for doing spacecrafty station things? Well, in addition to Sammy, there's a card like Dawnstrike Vanguard, which if you control 2 or more tapped creatures at your instep, puts a +1/+1 counter on all your stuff except itself. There is Flight Deck Coordinator, which at the beginning of your instep, if you control 2 or more tapped creatures, you gain 2 life. There is Frontline War Rager, same kind of trigger, but in this case, you put a +1/+1 counter on it. There's Starfighter Pilot, which when it becomes tapped, surveils 1. There's Vault Guard Trooper, which at the beginning of your instep, if you have 2 of those tapped creatures, you can discard your hand and draw 2, so it's a nice way to reload your hand and keep getting gas. Drill Too Deep is an artifact removal spell that also has a mode where you can put charge counters on your spacecraft, which can potentially turn them into creatures out of nowhere. Focus Fire is a removal spell that does damage to attacking or blocking creatures, and it gets better the number of creatures and or spacecraft you control. And Invasive Maneuvers is a good removal spell that gets better if you control a spacecraft. Pulsar Squadron Ace is a 2-mana 1/2 where you reveal the top 5, and if you see a spacecraft, you put it into your hand, and if you don't, it gets a counter. Systems Override is an effect that you can use to steal your opponent's stuff, which might mean it's actually better in the black-red deck, which has ways to sacrifice things, more of them. But it's interesting here because you can actually use it on your own spacecraft, and part of the effect puts 10 charge counters on it. So this is likely to turn any one of your spacecrafts into a creature for a turn, which could have some value in this deck, in addition to a card like Systems Override just being kind of good in aggro decks in general, because you can get a blocker out of the way and attack them with it. There's Thaumaton Torpedo, an artifact that can destroy non-land permanents, but it gets cheaper if you attack with a spacecraft this turn. So, rares that work nicely with this theme. There's Sunstar Chaplain, another card that likes it if at your instep you have 2 or more tapped creatures. In this case, it puts a +1/+1 counter on something. You can actually use its ability to remove its own counters and pay 2 to tap other artifacts or creatures, which does kind of give you another way to trigger these effects. It does seem like it'll kind of be a wash most of the time because you give up a counter to do it, but if you have other triggers around, he can be used to tap your own stuff in addition to your opponent's. There is the Siriema, which is itself a spacecraft. I don't think it's super playable unless you have a couple of legendaries in your deck, but that is doable, and it's going to be extra good in this deck because you've also got spacecraft payoffs. Warmaker Gunship we already saw as an artifact payoff, but it's a spacecraft. It'll work nicely here too. Lumen Class Frigate is a spacecraft that is an anthem well before it ever becomes a creature, and then can become a pretty good creature. I also have a Stelly Reclaimer here, so its interest trigger returns a non-creature, non-land with mana value X or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. It's not going to be that easy to have non-creature, non-lands in your graveyard. It just isn't usually in terms of permanence. Like, it has to be a permanent. And in Limited, you're not going to have that many of them, except all of these spacecraft work. So if your opponent killed one of your spacecraft, it does give you something to reanimate. So it works nicely here. So that's red-white. It likes going wide and stationing things and tapping your stuff down for value. Black-white is a somewhat similar deck. It is also a go-wide deck. The signpost in common here is Sir Vondam, the Lucent. He's a 5-mana 4/4 with Death Touch and Lifelink, and when he enters or attacks, other creatures you control get +1/+0 and gain Death Touch until end of turn. So yeah, he's screaming at you, go as wide as you can, attack with me, and we'll do tons of damage. So what are the payoffs and enablers for going wide in addition to Sir Vondam? Well, we already saw Dawnstrike Vanguard. It works nicely in the red-white deck because it likes it when your stuff's tapped. This deck is going to be less into spacecraft, but it's still going to have tap stuff, and it's going to be wide, so the counters are going to be good. You've got a card like Dual Sun Adepts, which is a 3-mana 2/2 double strike that can also buff your whole board. You've got Faller's Faithful, a card that I was wrong about in my set review. I overlooked the fact that you can actually target your own stuff with it, so it's another way, by the way, to enable Void, but you can also use it to get rid of a token that you've made in this deck and destroy your own thing and draw 2, in addition to having a mode where it can kill the opponent's stuff, which is nice. But here it's suitable because you're going to have tokens and stuff to kill for drawing 2 cards, which is pretty good. Focus Fire works here just like it does in the red-white deck. Honored Knight Captain makes a 1/1 token when it enters, so it gives you 2 bodies. You can also give it up to tutor up equipment. Knight Luminary can make up to 3 bodies because you can warp it to get 1/1/1, then you can cast it, get the 3/2, and then get another 1/1. So it's going to be a key common in this deck for going wide. Lux Knight Breacher gets a +1/+1 counter on it for each other creature and or artifact you control. Susurian Voidborn, which you saw earlier just because it's a really good enabler for Void in terms of warp. It works nicely here because you're going to have a bunch of bodies, you're going to be sending them at your opponent, and when those things die, they drain your opponent life. That kind of effect always makes combat kind of a nightmare for your opponent. There's also Zealous Display, which gives +2/+0 to your whole board until end of turn. And there's Vote Out, a removal spell that has Convoke, which this deck will be especially good at using. So, what are the rares here? Well, there's Adagia, Windswept Bastion. It can create copies of artifacts or enchantments you control, token copies. So the ideal thing in this deck is to do creatures. There's also Cosmogrand Zenith, which has 2 triggers that are very attractive for this deck. If you cast your second spell in a turn, you can either make 2/1/1 human soldier creature tokens, so it can help you go wide, or if you're already wide, put a +1/+1 counter on everything. Exalted Sunborn makes all your token-making effects better in addition to just being a good creature. Halia, Guided by Light, likes it when you have creatures or artifacts enter because she gains you life. If enough of them enter, she can actually draw you a card. Lumen-class Frigate, probably best in this deck because of that Anthem effect, which is going to be better in a deck that's this good at going wide. There's also another Servandem Sunstar Exemplar. He's a 2-mana 2/2 with Vigilance and Menace, and if you have creatures die, he gets counters and gains life, and so in a deck where you're going really wide, that's going to happen more. Thrumming Hivepool is the Sliver card in the set, and it makes 2 Sliver creature tokens every turn. They also have Haste and Double Strike, so it's a good way to go wide too. So that's Black-White. It's about going wide. You can also mix in a bit of the sacrifice stuff from Black-Red because you're going to have extra bodies to sacrifice and things like that. Let's move now to Blue-White, which is another aggressive deck, but this one's specifically interested in double spelling. So this color pair has a bunch of cheap cards that make it easy for you to double spell, and then it has payoffs for doing it, like Station Monitor, a 2-mana 2/2 that spits out a 1/1 drone artifact creature token with flying that can only block other flyers. That's a strong payoff. Adding a real body to the board, a flyer, is just really good, and there's lots of value to be had with artifacts in general. So what are the other payoffs we have here? Well, there's Ilvoy Operative, who puts a +1/+1 counter on itself when you cast your second spell. There's Sunstar Lightsmith, which puts a counter on itself and draws you a card when you cast your second spell. There's Uthros Psionicist, which makes your second spell cast each turn cost 2 generic less to cast, so it makes it easier to trigger all of these things. Bright Spear Zealot gets +2/+0 as long as you've cast 2 or more spells in a turn. Ilvoy Infiltrator becomes unblockable if you cast 2 or more spells in a turn. And I have Starfield Shepherd here as a stand-in for like all the cheap cards with Warp. So not only is it good to be playing like 1 and 2 mana cards because it'll let you trigger these things more, you can actually probably trigger it more than you'd think based on what your curve looks like, because you have Warp cards like the Shepherd, which has a 2-mana Warp mode, which means on turn 4, you can cast a 2-drop and then do this with Warp and trigger your Station Monitor if it's in play. So there are a lot of ways to trigger it that are plentiful because the Warp mechanic is pretty pronounced in Blue-White. So it looks to me like there's like just enough support and enough payoffs for this color pair to generate some serious value with those double spells. There is really only one rare that really fits in great here. I mean, anything with Warp can, like I said, but there's only one card that does a double spell thing at higher rarities, and we already saw it. And in this deck, it's going to be easier for you to trigger it than in Red-White. And again, it makes 2/1/1 human soldiers, Cosmogrand Zenith, or puts a counter on all your stuff. So let's move now to another fairly aggressive color pair, Green-White, which is all about +1/+1 counters. Here our signpost uncommon is Halia Ascendant Cadet, which is a 5-mana 3/3 that when it enters or attacks, puts a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. And whenever 1 or more creatures you control with counters on them deal combat damage to a player, you draw a card. So she is one of these cards that's an enabler and a payoff because she puts counters on things both when she enters and attacks, and can then draw you cards when your creatures with counters on them hit your opponent. So what other payoffs do we have? Well, there's Dockworker Drone, which comes with a counter, and when it dies, lets you put its counters on something else. There's Drix Fatemaker, which gives all your creatures with counters on them trample, and it can put a counter on something when it enters, and it has Warp, so it can potentially do it twice. Melt Strider Eulogist likes it when your creatures with counters on them die because it draws you a card. Rayblade Trooper is another card that puts a counter on a creature you control when it enters that comes with Warp, and whenever you have a non-token creature with a counter on it die, you create a 1/1 white human soldier creature token. Starport Security has a tap-activated ability that gets cheaper if you control a creature with a counter on it. So what rares fit well here? Well, the most notable one might be Diadrine Synthesis Amalgam, because it enters with +1/+1 counters, and when you attack, you can remove a counter from each of 2 creatures you control, and if you do, you draw a card and make a robot creature token. There are also cards that are like all in on counters, like Loading Zone, which makes it so that if you would put counters on a creature, spacecraft, or planet you control, you get twice that many of those kinds of counters. So it works well with stationing too. But these kinds of cards always worry me when they're all in on it, because they, all these other cards we've looked at are creatures who do things with counters, right? But a card that needs you to also have counters, in addition to being a card that doesn't add to the board on its own, those are often liabilities and limited. But if there is a deck for Loading Zone, this is it. We've also got Cosmic Grand Zenith again because of the counter ability. There's also Ouroboros, which puts a bunch of counters on your stuff every turn. There's Sunstar Chaplain again. This deck can more effectively put counters on him. There's also Terra Symbiosis, which, like Loading Zone, doesn't do anything on its own, but it is a big payoff for putting counters on things because you get to draw cards once a turn when you do. All right, let's move to black-green now. It's a graveyard deck, and interestingly, it's the only, pure graveyard deck in this format. Usually there's a couple. There's a little bit of graveyard stuff going on in both black-white and black-red, but this is the only one that's, all in on it, as Seed Ship Brood Tender can show you. It's a 2-mana 2/3. When it enters, mills 3, and then it can reanimate creatures or spacecraft from your graveyard by paying 5 and sacking itself. So it's another one of these signpost uncommons that's an enabler and a payoff. What are the other payoffs? Well, they're unfortunately kind of sparse. You've got the Brood Tender. There's also Fell Graveship, which mills 3 when it enters, and then you can return a creature or spacecraft from your graveyard to your hand. Pull Through Weft lets you return 2 non-land permanents from your graveyard and get 2 lands out of your graveyard, so it's a potential 4-for-1 in this deck. Scrounge for Eternity is a cheaper than usual reanimation spell with a mana value 5 or less restriction. Also gives you a lander token. Timeline Color is pretty sweet because it's a creature who can be warped out of your graveyard and just basically keep coming back as long as you have mana and life. But that's pretty much it, and they're all uncommon, so it sort of looks to me like black-green is more of a good stuff deck with a little bit of graveyard value stuff going on. There are some rares that support this strategy. Icetill Explorer has Landfall Mill a card and lets you play lands from the graveyard, in addition to letting you play lands every turn. And Zoo Ifit lets you reanimate creatures from your graveyard for no mana at all, but they do come back with no abilities. Alright, let's move now to the last 2 color pairs, which both are very into lands. There's Red-Green, which is into landers and landfall. The signpost uncommon here is Tannic Memorial Ensign, and when a land enters in this case, you do 1 to your opponent, and if it's a second time this ability is resolved this turn, you draw a card. So just playing 1 land a turn allows him to pressure your opponent a little bit, but you really want to be playing more than 1 to get a ton of value out of him, and the best way to do that pretty much is with lander tokens. That's the easy way to enable it in this format. So you've got cards like Tannic Memorial Ensign as payoffs. There's also Glacier Godmaw, a big 7-mana 6/6 trampler, makes a lander when it enters, and it has a landfall ability that gives +1/+1 vigilance and haste to your whole board. There's Harmonious Grove Strider, which doesn't have landfall, but it likes lands because its power and toughness are each equal to it. Ice Cave Crasher gets +1/+0 when a land enters. Remnant Elemental gets +2/+0 when a land enters. Seed Ship Agrarian is a 4-mana 3/3 that makes a lander when it gets tapped, and it has landfall, put a +1/+1 counter on it. Territorial Bruntar is a super powerful landfall trigger that lets you reveal cards from the top of your library until you exile a non-land card, and then you can cast that card this turn, so it basically draws you a card with landfall. Social Engineering spits out a 2/2 robot artifact creature token with landfall. It also has warp, so you can play it earlier in the game and then maybe play a land and crack a lander and get a couple 2/2s out of it even before you get to 5 mana. Eumidian Terrabotanist gains you a life when a land enters. So the rares that work well here, there is Biotech Specialist, which makes a lander when it enters and likes it when you sack artifacts because it does 2 to the opponent. There's Famished World Sire, which is not a card I love. It doesn't just automatically win you the game the way an 8-mana card that devours all your lands should, but it does work nicely in this deck if it's going to work anywhere, because it will trigger all of your landfall stuff a ton, because it gobbles up all your lands and then basically rips all your rest of your lands out of your deck and puts them on the battlefield all at once. so it can be a powerful effect. Mightform Harmonizer has a landfall trigger that doubles the power of target creature you control until end of turn. Also has warp, so you can set it up earlier. We already saw Ice Till Explorer. In this deck, it's less about like helping you do a bunch of graveyard stuff and really just about those lands that can help you play from the graveyard. There's Bioengineered Future, which gives you a lander and can help your creatures enter with more counters for each land you had enter the battlefield this turn. So the other color pair in the last one is also into landers, but instead of using them to trigger landfall and make your creatures stronger and do damage to your opponent, it's more of a ramp deck. So here, the signpost uncommon is Biomechan Engineer, a 2-mana 2/2 that makes a lander when it enters. It's already a great rate. And you can pay 8 generic to draw 2 and make a 2/2 robot artifact creature token. So again, this is one that's an enabler, gives you a lander, helps you ramp your mana, and then it's a great place to sink that mana because its activated ability is a really strong one, especially when you're in like top deck mode and all you really need to do is find some action. It gives you action and even adds to the board once you get there. Payoffs. This might actually be the better home for Glacier Godmaw because it's so expensive. I also think this deck is the most suited to the few cards in this format that say something about the number of differently named lands you control. You know, the red-green deck can also splash because it has a lot of landers, but it seems like it's going to be more streamlined into being aggressive and winning with landfall triggers as opposed to grinding out value with landfall triggers and ramping your mana so you can do big, powerful things. So this deck is more likely to have access to a third and fourth color and thus be able to decrease the cost of cards that say draw X, for example, like this one, where X is a number of differently named lands you control. Most of the time in most limited decks, you're going to have 2 differently named lands, but this deck might have an easier time running more basics to set cards like this up because it's so into slowly grinding out value with those lander tokens. It also doesn't hurt that the bonus sheet has a bunch of lands on it, so you can also make these cards better with that sort of thing. I have Pinnacle Killship here just because it's an expensive card that I think will be the most viable in this deck. Not every deck wants a 7-mana spacecraft, but it does kill something, and then you can station it into a 7/7 flyer. Fungal Colossus is another card that's very into differently named lands you control. It makes itself cheaper. Harmonious Grove Strider, we already saw power and toughness equal to the number of lands you control. Larval Scoutlander helps you ramp and fix your mana. It can single-handedly get you 2 lands with different names because you sack 1 land and then grab 2 from your deck. There's also Survey Mechan, which has a strong activated ability that normally costs 10 mana, but it costs X less to activate, where X is the number of lands you control. Does 3 to any target. Target player draws 3 and gains 3. So that's some serious business that I think will be best suited to this deck, as will a big 7-drop like Mouth of the Storm, which also kind of buys you a turn beyond when it comes down because it gives all of your opponent's stuff -3, -0. Rares that work well here, well, obviously there's Genemorph Imago, which is a 2-mana 1/3 flyer with a landfall trigger, and it gets stronger the more lands you have. Normally it changes a creature's base power and toughness to 3, but if you have 6 or more lands, which this deck's going to be into, it gives that creature base power and toughness 6/6 until end of turn instead. There's also Consult the Star Charts, another card that gets better the more lands you have because it looks at the top X of your library, where X is a number of lands. Extinguisher Battleship is a super expensive spacecraft with a powerful effect that not all decks are going to have access to, but I think this one will be able to cast it. We've already seen Ice Till Explorer and Bioengineered Future, as well as Famished World Sire and Mightform Harmonizer. So those are the 10 color pairs in Edge of Eternities. Some of these are archetypes we've seen before, green-white +1/+1 counters. Others are new and interesting, like the Spacecraft deck, which has interesting payoffs for tapping things. I think landers look really strong in general, so I'm excited about those 2 color pairs. And I'm really excited to play this new format, which I'll be doing very soon, because the early access event is on Wednesday, and I'll be streaming my drafts and posting them here on the channel. If you want to make sure you catch those videos, don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications. If you want to catch up on the rest of my videos about this format, including an entire set review, you should see a playlist on your screen shortly. Thanks for watching. This video is sponsored by Card Kingdom. If you want Magic singles or sealed product, use my link in the description. In Magic the Gathering, a bomb is a good thing. Most frequently used when talking about limited formats, bomb is a word used to describe a card that drastically alters the game in your favor. In other words, they are the cards you most want to open as your Pack 1 Pick 1 in Edge of Eternities draft, or open in your sealed pool at the pre-release. And those are exactly the kind of cards I'm going to be talking about in this video. If you're interested in my thoughts on more than just the strongest cards in this set, then you should check out my set review, where I've given my thoughts on every single card in Edge of Eternities. Alright, without further ado, here are my picks for the 10 strongest cards in Edge of Eternities. At number 10, it's Pinnacle Emissary. For one generic, a blue and a red, it's a 3/3, and whenever you cast an artifact spell, you create a 1/1 colorless drone artifact creature token with flying, and this token can block only creatures with flying, and it has warp for a blue-red hybrid mana. So this is an insane value engine. Blue-red is an artifact color pair in this set. It has tons of them all throughout, and you're going to be able to generate creatures with this really easily. Even if you just get one out of it, you're going to be way ahead in the game, and getting multiples is not that difficult. Warp even means you may be able to, like on turn 2, warp this, play a 1-drop artifact, get a 1/1, and then cast the Emissary from exile later. So the warp thing on it isn't just a throwaway. There are going to be times where it's worth doing that because it lets you play other spells that usually will be artifacts, so you'll get even more bodies going. This is the kind of creature that if you don't kill it, you're just going to lose the game. It does take a little bit longer to like break the game wide open than the other cards on this list, and that's why it places as far down on it as it does, but I still think it's one of the 10 most powerful cards in this set for limited. At number 9, I have 0 Point Ballad, which for an X and a black is a sorcery. It says, destroy all creatures with toughness X or less. You lose X life. If X is 6 or more, return a creature card put into a graveyard this way to the battlefield under your control. This might just have the highest ceiling of any card on this list because it does kind of read, destroy everything, then you get back the best creature, which usually the problem with effects like this that keeps them from being huge bombs in limited, and those effects, I mean wrath effects, is that they're symmetrical, and oftentimes when you cast one and you spend a lot of mana on one, your opponent actually gets to rebuild their board first. This breaks the symmetry inherently because you're going to get to reanimate your best thing if you spend 6 on X. And it's not even just your best thing, it's any best thing, the best creature that goes to the graveyard from this effect. And what's nice is earlier in the game, you can fire this off too. Like if your opponent has built out a board with a bunch of X3s and you have some 4 toughness creatures around, that's also going to let you break the symmetry on this in a big way. And that other mode, having a mode where it's like a smaller board sweeper, is great to have on a card that can also just break the game wide open when you pay more for X. The big downside here, obviously, is paying life, and sometimes there are games where you just can't pay 6 life, even when a card like this will flip the board in your favor in a big way. But I love that it's sort of modal. It works as an early game sweeper, and it works great as a late game sweeper too. Next up, it's Cosmogrand Zenith, which for 2 generic and a white is a 2/4. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, you have 2 options. You can make 2 1/1 white human soldier creature tokens, or put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. Both of those triggers are amazing, and I love that they work in different situations. If you need bodies, it can give them to you, and if you've already gone wide, you can just put counters on everything and your board becomes insane. It does buff itself too. The blue-white deck is the one most geared towards double spelling in this format, and the Zenith is probably going to be at its very best there, but every white deck in the format is going to be capable of double spelling. The presence of warp in the format, which is generally very little mana, makes it easier to double spell than it would be in most formats. Like playing the Zenith and then playing a 1 mana card is just a back-breaking play, and I think it's something you're going to see a lot of, and it continues to snowball and do this thing all the time. Warp, of course, also helps you trigger it even when you're casting the creature from exile, because you're more likely to have a second spell when you effectively have an extension of your hand in the form of an exiled card. So this is able to generate a lot of value, and I think it does it even more quickly and more powerfully than Pinnacle Emissary does, because it makes more bodies and puts counters on everything. The trigger might be a little harder to get going, but it also is insane after just 1 trigger, and I think that's really great. At number 7, I have Nova Hellkite, which for 3 generic and 2 red is a 4/5 with flying and haste, and when it enters, it deals 1 damage to target creature an opponent controls, and it is warp for 2 generic and red. So most warp creatures, when you warp them, you're just doing it to get an enters trigger or get an effect on the board temporarily. That's not true with Nova Hellkite, because you can warp it for 3, smash in with your 4/5 flying haste, and kill an X1. Either way, you're going to be pretty happy with what you did on turn 3, because then this sits out in exile and you can cast it from there later, comes back, and, you know, a 5 mana 4/5 with flying and haste is already a very good card. That's the floor here because of warp and because of the ping trigger. At number 6, it's Possibility Technician. For 2 generic and a red, it's a 3/3, and when it or another Kavu you control enters, you exile the top card of your library. For as long as that card remains exiled, you may play it if you control a Kavu, and it's another card with warp, in this case for 1 generic and a red. So this is another creature that doesn't really wow you with its stats on its own, but this enters trigger is very strong because it effectively draws you a card. And because of warp, you can get it twice. You can play this on turn 2, and you're not going to be able to use the card that turn. But then when the Technician comes into play again on a later turn, you do gain access to that card again, because once again, you control a Kavu. Throw in the fact that this format has more Kavus, lots of them really, at lower rarities. And this can be a very real value engine that will generate a card worth of value every time a Kavu enters. And it's great that even if the Technician goes down at some point, as long as you have another Kavu, or if you play another Kavu, you gain access to those cards that were exiled by it again. So there are going to be times where you're playing against someone, they have like 3 cards exiled with the Technician, but you manage to kill it, but you have to cross your fingers the rest of the game that they don't draw a Kavu, because when they do, they basically draw 3 cards, and that is just backbreaking. At number 5, it's Elegy Acolyte. For 2 generic and 2 black, it's a 4/4 lifelinker, and whenever one or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, you draw a card and lose a life. That's already pretty good. It makes this a creature that, with the turn you play it, can often just draw you a card because you have a good attack, and that's already going to give you a 2-for-1. But it also comes with more upside than that because it comes with Void, and that means, in this case, at the beginning of your end step, if a non-land permanent left the battlefield this turn, or a spell was warped this turn, you make a 2/2 colorless robot artifact creature token. This can also spit out tokens in addition to drawing you cards, and I absolutely love the tension between these 2 different abilities, because when you play this, your opponent's going to be like, okay, I can't let their creature in or they're going to draw a card. But then, if they don't let the creature in and the best they can do is trade with that creature, well, you're going to get a 2/2 robot. It's going to be hard to get both in the same turn, but it's also not impossible, and when you do, you're already starting out with a 3-for-1, and it seems like a 2-for-1 is pretty close to automatic. Throw in the fact that the baseline here is a card you always play in limited, 4 mana, 4/4 lifelink. You can stop there and you'd play that card, and then it has these 2 super powerful abilities that both generate a card worth of value when they go off, and you have a very strong creature. At number 4, it's a Roboroid, so it has the least impressive stats of anything on this list. It's a 4 mana 1/3, but it has a very strong at the beginning of combat trigger that puts X +1/+1 counters on each creature you control, where X is this creature's power. So generally speaking, you know, and at the beginning of combat trigger isn't quite as foolproof as an enters trigger, which you'll get just for your card, you know, entering. You do have to go to combat, but most of the time, these sorts of triggers that say at the beginning of combat in limited, you just get to get the turn you play it. You do have to pick your spots a tiny little bit more than you do with an enters trigger, but most of the time you go to combat, you get the value right away, and then maybe your opponent can kill it when they untap, right? But even if they do that, you've already put a +1/+1 counter on all of your creatures, and if they don't kill a Roboroid, it turns into an insane snowball effect, because it'll start putting more and more counters on things as it increases its own power with its own ability. So this can make almost any board into a massive threat within like 2 turns. And even if your opponent does kill it right away, you're usually already got a card worth of value out of it, and it's going to feel like a 2-for-1. It's also super cheap, so you can get this started pretty quickly, and if you're just curving out ahead of it and your opponent can't deal with it, the game is just over when you play this on turn 4. At number 3, it's Mutinous Massacre. It's definitely the hardest thing to cast on this list at 3 generic, 2 black, and 2 red, but the text box usually just says you win the game, and that's how it ends up here. So it's a sorcery. It says choose odd or even, destroy each creature with mana value of the chosen quality, then gain control of all creatures until end of turn, untap them, they gain haste until end of turn. So in other words, you get to make a choice that will almost always result in you probably doing lethal damage to your opponent. You'll destroy about half the board and you'll gain control of everything else, and your opponent's not going to be at 20 life when you have 7 mana. Whatever it is that's left, you get to attack with and kill your opponent with. And because you choose odd or even, like, you can almost always make whatever choice it is that gives you the lethal damage you need. And you might say, well, once the dust settles and everybody's creatures go back where they're supposed to, you're probably going to lose. But I just don't see very many scenarios where this doesn't end the game when you cast it, so that doesn't really matter. And even if it does matter, you can still make a pretty good choice that does the least damage to your board and the most damage to your opponent. I just don't see how you lose the game when you cast this. The problem is actually casting it, but I think that will be challenging enough that it's held to number 3 on this list instead of being even higher. At number 2, I have Anti-Causal Vestige, the only Eldrazi in the set, and it's one of the biggest bombs. It's a 6 mana 7/5, and when it leaves the battlefield, you draw a card. Then you may put a permanent card with mana value less than or equal to the number of lands you control from your hand onto the battlefield, and it has Warp for 4 generic. So this is a leave the battlefield trigger as opposed to an enters one, but Warp will have it leave the battlefield. And so if you warp this, you get a 7/5 in play. Maybe it helps you station one of your spacecraft, which it can do a really good job of with 7 power. Then it leaves, then you get to draw a card, and you get to put something on the battlefield, which most of the time will mean you get to put something on the table. You're not usually going to do something completely insane. It's fun to imagine situations where you put something completely broken on the table. But even if all you're doing is putting like a 2 mana 2/2 on the table with this from your hand, that's going to feel really good because you also drew a card and maybe you stationed a spacecraft. And of course, a couple turns later, it comes back, and it doesn't do it immediately, but if it ever leaves the battlefield again, you get the trigger again. So this ultimately generates a 3-for-1, and usually even the warp mode will allow you to add to the board. If nothing else, it can at least help you ramp in most cases. This just gives you way too much value for a very efficient cost while filling 2 slots on your curve really effectively. But there is one card that I think is even better, and that is Quantum Riddler at number 1. It's 3 generic and 2 blue for a 4/6 flyer. When it enters, draw a card. You could stop right there, and this would probably be like number 10 on this list because that is a really good 2-for-1 up front on a scary flying creature. It would be on this list. But then it has all this other stuff. First of all, as long as you have 1 or fewer cards in hand, if you would draw 1 or more cards, you draw that many cards plus 1 instead. So even at your draw step, if you have 1 or fewer cards, you just get to draw 2 now. That's great. Also has Warp, so you can pay 1 generic and a blue early, get this 4/6 on the battlefield and draw a card. It's not a permanent presence, but you do get to draw a card immediately. If you get it a little bit later, maybe it helps you with a spacecraft and then it goes away, then you can cast again and draw another card. So it starts as a 3-for-1, assuming you have the time to warp it and then cast it, and it might be even more than that if you either warp it or cast it when you have 1 or fewer cards in hand, because then you're going to draw 2 cards. So this just draws you a ton of cards, and it's a scary flying threat all on its own. It's incredibly efficient. It's another one of these cards that fills 2 slots on your curve in a really effective way. It's hard not to think that this is the biggest bomb in the set just because it draws you so many cards. So those are my picks for the 10 biggest bombs in Edge of Eternities. If you want to own any of these cards, because most of them are going to be pretty sweet in 60 card and 100 card formats too, check out the description where you can find a direct Card Kingdom link for each card that appeared in the video. If you want to make sure you catch future videos, don't forget to subscribe. And if you want to catch up on past videos, including my set review for this entire set, you should see a playlist on your screen shortly. This video is sponsored by Card Kingdom. If you want Magic singles or sealed product, use my link in the description. Hi everyone, I'm Nitsahone, and it's Saturday. That means it's time for Nitsa Notes, my weekly vlog series about limited Magic. We are in the very early stages of the new format, Edge of Eternities. As usual, the first video, like after my set review for a set completes, the first Nitsa Notes video, is sort of a Cliff's Notes where I give you my best commons and uncommons for each color. Sort of a quicker way to get an overview of the format than watching the hours and hours of set review video that is out there. But if you do want to know my thoughts about all those cards, that playlist is available. I've drafted about 5 times already thanks to the early access event, and there is one card on this list that has moved up for me, but for the most part, the things we're going to see here are the same as they were in the set review in terms of where cards rank, as at this point it's too early for me to say, well, I was wrong about this. We don't have data at this point for me to really unequivocally say that about anything. So instead, this is just going to be me going through my best commons and uncommons for each color. As usual, let's start with white. I think white's third best common is auxiliary boosters. This card has a really decent rate. Like, we see 5 mana 3/4 flyer with upside be pretty decent, like one that puts a +1/+1 counter on something, for example. Be a pretty decent card in most limited formats. And I think this has even more upside than that does. Now, it doesn't generate typically that value immediately. I mean, but it kind of does, because it brings a body into play, equips itself to it. You've got 2 permanents. If your opponent kills a token, you still have the equipment. If your opponent kills the equipment, you still have the token. If the token ever goes down, you can equip it to something else for a surprisingly reasonable cost for limited. Like, paying 3 generic for that is a super good deal, especially in the late game, and it's the kind of buff that can make anything pretty threatening. Throw in the fact it gives you 2 artifacts and 2 permanents, and it overlaps into being good in lots of different decks in the format. Also, it's like the premier thing to grab with the 2 mana 1/1 uncommon guy who can tutor up equipment. Grabbing this at instant speed sometimes is pretty sweet. So, you know, that's an extra bonus point that it gets, and I do think it's white's third best common. I think white's second best common is Banishing Light. You know, this is a card we see all the time. It's not as premium as it once was. There once was a time where this would have easily been white's best common instead of being second, and not being that far ahead of auxiliary boosters, to be honest. And auxiliary boosters is an example of why. Banishing Light, not good against that card, because you get 2 permanents. Your opponent isn't going to be able to answer it entirely with Banishing Light. But there are still enough things out there that this does answer, and it's flexible, it exiles. These are all things that are nice. It's not as amazing as it used to be, but Banishing Light is still a pretty good card overall. And I think it's probably white's best removal spell at common. You know, we always get a white removal spell these days that does damage equal to the number of creatures or whatever. And that card's fine, but those cards never really end up in the conversation for best commons, or like being really good cards, because they are situational enough. Sometimes you can spend 1 mana or whatever on Focus Fire and get a really great deal, but it's conditional enough, it needs enough bodies, etc., that it's not amazing. Banishing Light is far less conditional, and it's still a pretty good card. But I do think there's one white common that's better, and that's Night Luminary. So, you know, as I said in the set review, if you spend 4 mana on this to get a 3/2 and a 1/1, that would be a solid card in limited. It might be the third best common still. It might still be in this list. Maybe it'd be like 4th, but it would be pretty good. But it's way better than that, thanks to Warp, which gives you all kinds of bonuses. Not only do you get that Inner's Trigger, so you end up getting 2 tokens out of this in the end if you do have the time to warp it, or, you know, do it on turn 2. But that's part of the benefit too. A card like this fills 2 points on your curve. If you have this in your opening hand, you don't have a 2-drop, you do have a 2-drop, right? It's not the most exciting 2-drop, but you have one, and it works pretty nicely there. Then you play it on 4, that feels good too. Throw in the fact also that Warp works pretty nicely with stationing spacecraft. You know, you can get a 3-power thing on board to station a spacecraft a little bit ahead of schedule here. And then throw in the fact that both black, white, and red, white are pretty good at going wide and can take advantage of all of those, the 2 tokens it makes, plus the other body really effectively. And you're in really good shape with Night Luminary. It's just a very efficient card. White's best uncommon, this one was close for me. I do think Starfield Shepherd is great. Every time I've played that card, it's felt amazing. I had a deck during early access where I could tutor up Rust Harvester, that 1 red mana 1/1 who can exile artifacts from your graveyard and turn them into burn spells and counters, and that was pretty gross. But even just grabbing, you know, not a rare 1 mana card, just grabbing a plains with it when you warp it is good. Same upside the other warp cards have, and then you cast it again later, and you can get potentially a 3-for-1 here. And I do like that upside, but I think All Fate's Stalker is ultimately the best uncommon for me. It usually is. When we have a Banisher Priest-like creature that can come in and exile something, it's already really good. Like, if this didn't have Warp, I might still consider... I'd probably put the Shepherd ahead of it, I guess. But with Warp, it gets even better, because not only can you use it still to exile your opponent's thing so that you can get a blocker out of the way, right? You can also use it to blink your own thing for value. You can also use it to blink a token, to remove it entirely. There are so many things you can do with this just off of Warp that it's amazing, and then later it just turns into Banisher Priest. So, which is a great card. Add to the board, take away from your opponents. It's how you win a lot of games of Limited, and this card is an all-in-one card that can do it. Let's move now to blue, where I think the third best common is Self-Craft Mechan. So this starts out as a 4 mana 3/4. That's not amazing, but it is actually a solid stat line in limited. I mean, obviously 4 mana 4/4 would be better, but 4 mana 3/4, you're sort of at a point where you're okay with it. I mean, it would need to have abilities. Luckily, this does. But higher toughness in limited is often better because it puts it out of range out of super cheap removal. And this certainly does, especially if you can take advantage of the Enters trigger, which will make it a 4 mana 4/5 that draws you a card. You do have to have an artifact to sacrifice. That's not automatic in this set, but blue often doesn't have a problem. You've got landers, you've got robot tokens, you've got drone tokens. Like, there are 3 different kinds of tokens in this set that can be sacrificed to this, in addition to there being some stuff that's just good to sacrifice for value. And I also like that in a pinch, this can sack itself, and then you put the counter somewhere else. And it can always put the counter somewhere else, which I think is a big benefit overall, because if it only put it on itself, it wouldn't really have as immediate of an impact, but you could put the counter somewhere else on something that can use it immediately to turn what was a creature that couldn't attack into a creature that can attack. And you're also drawing a card. So the value is nice. I mean, maybe the Mechan is a little bit of a build-around card. If you don't have enough random artifacts, it's not nearly as good. But I love that the floor is 4 mana, draw a card, put a +1/+1 counter on a creature. So, you know, that's not the most amazing card, but that's the floor, and this card can do way more impressive things than that. I think the second best blue common is Lost in Space. You know, we see this card in every set at this point. Sometimes it feels a little too colored by numbers. You know, there are certain slots that are always there. The 4 mana instant, put target creature, your opponent chooses to put their creature on top or bottom of their library, then you get some small effect. It's in like every set lately. But it's always solid. You know, it is a way for them to make sure that blue has at least one decent removal spell, which it doesn't always have. And they know by now that this is one. You know, it's not amazing. You know, it's the second best blue common, but yeah, it is a 1-for-1 trade. It's an instant. It can go after all artifacts, not just like spacecraft or something. Sometimes it would make it a little more narrow, right? That it would be spacecrafts, which are pretty gross to put on the top or bottom of a library after your opponent works to station them. You know, that is a big problem. This is great against that, but it's good against other artifacts. It's good against creatures. Sometimes you get a huge blowout, like with spacecraft, or if your opponent tries to use a trick. And then it even has Surveil on top of that. So it's one of the better versions of this effect we've seen, because then you get some card selection. Maybe you load your graveyard for value. It just does what ends up being a pretty good effect. The 1-for-1 trade is awesome. People do often underrate this kind of card because it feels a little like a bounce spell, but it's not one. Don't make that mistake. Your opponent has to redraw the card or put it on the bottom. Either way, it's a 1-for-1 trade because you used a card and took one away from them. So it ends up being a solid effect. You know, you're going to play like 2 of these in a lot of your blue decks and be perfectly happy with it. And then I think blue's best common is Mechanizoa. It feels like it should be an uncommon to me. Like, it wouldn't shock me if that's what it was, but no, it's a common. It's another card with warp. You can see I'm pretty high on warp. I love that, you know, the multi taking up different spots on the curve and the flexibility and the fact you can cast them from exile. You just end up getting so much out of them. And Mechanizoa comes into play, taps something down and stuns it. And then you can warp it earlier in the game for value 2. You know, this kind of effect, it can vary in formats how good it is. But a lot of the time these days, it's straight up better than like a Mana War-like effect because your opponent doesn't get their Enters trigger that's on half their cards when you stun it down. You know, they do have to pay mana again when you bounce something, and they don't with this, but I think that's perfectly fine. It adds a significant body to the board, taps something down. It happens to be an artifact. It has warp. So it overlaps into all these different synergy points in the set, and it's the kind of 6-drop that just feels great. Like, you play this on turn 6 after you've just, you know, played a few creatures, stun their best thing, attack. It's amazing. And there are lots of turns too where it's even better to warp it and then do some other stuff, or just do it on turn 3 so your 2-drop can get in. And of course, it works well with stationing. If you get it down early, put 5 counters on something on top of everything else, and it's going to feel really good. And I think blue's best uncommon is Codecracker Hound. You know, this is the kind of card that's obviously good because it's almost exactly a better version of Sib-Sig Appraiser, one of the best commons we've seen in a limited format in the last couple of years. A 3-mana 2/1 that enters, lets you look at the top 2, put 1 in your hand and 1 to the graveyard. You're always playing that in every single blue deck in this format, and you're playing as many copies of it as you can get. It's a 2-for-1. It gives you really good card selection. And then it's kind of like the Assassin we looked at earlier, where like, I'd already really like this card if it didn't have Warp. It'd already be great, but it does. So that means you can get this trigger twice if you want to. This is one where, you know, it costs the same to warp it, right? So you don't always have the time in Limited to play out not play out your Codecracker Hound just to get that first trigger. Sometimes you need to play it, but that's what's great is it's like a B level card when you do cast it normally, and then when you have the time to warp it or you have synergy that makes it worth warping it, you're going to do it because you end up getting a 3-for-1 that way. But casting it normally is also great. It's a 2-for-1. Those are always going to be amazing in Limited, especially when they're this cheap. Like, if this just drew a card instead of the card selection, it would still be amazing, but you even get the best card out of your top 2. So let's move to Black now. I think Black's 3rd best common is Grab Kill. So, a 4-mana instant that exiles target creature or spacecraft. It's a little more than you'd like to pay, but exiling is some real upside. Being able to go after spacecraft in addition to creatures is real upside. Turning off death triggers, turning off recursion, all of that stuff really matters. It does make this better. It's still not amazing because you end up overpaying or paying the same amount of mana your opponent did, and that's never a great way to use removal, but it's flexible enough and deals with enough things that it's a nice removal spell, and it's even splashable, which is nice. Black's 2nd best common, I think, is Virus Beetle. You know, it was pretty much in this same slot in Neon Dynasty, where it was one of Black's best commons. And we have a lot of the same stuff going on here. Not all of the same stuff. One of the sweet things you could do with it in Neon Dynasty was use it with ninjutsu. So you tag with it, it gets in, ninjutsu something in, replay Virus Beetle. That was gross. But the big thing, the even bigger thing about Virus Beetle in that set was just that it was an artifact creature that was good. A cheap one you can get on the board early, that's good. And that's what it is. You know, every single time we see 2-mana 1/1, when this enters, each opponent discards. It's a solid or better Limited card. You end up getting more than a card worth of value. Running it out on turn 2 is good. 2/1s feel miserable against it. And it makes for good sacrifice fodder too, because most of the value of this card comes from its trigger, not from, being a 1/1. And so when you can also sacrifice it after getting 80% of its value out of the discard, you end up getting even more value out of the card. And there are certainly good ways to sacrifice it in the format. And the fact it's an artifact is good synergy for the artifact decks in the format like blue-black. So it just does a lot for being a sort of unassuming looking 2-drop. And I think Black's best common is Depressurize. So 2 mana for destroy target creature. Okay, it's not quite that good, but it's not that far. It feels a lot like Doomblade a decent chunk of the time, because there are so many things in this set it can kill, and it can trade up in a big way too. There are lots of 3 power or less creatures that cost way more than 2 mana in this set. Like, there are 5 drops this can kill, and it can also deal with virtually all creatures in the early game. Sometimes it feels a little bit blank, but that's true of a lot of cheap removal. Like, you can't kill everything with it, but it kills things that it can kill so efficiently and at instant speed that I do think it's Black's best common. Then Black's best uncommon, I think Black is super deep here. I do think Tragic Trajectory is really good. 1 mana for -2/-2 is a card you always play. Getting Void going on it isn't that hard because it's so cheap. Just warping something and having 1 mana left over, for example, is very easy. Same thing, if you kill something and you have 1 mana left over, you can use this, and so then it can kill pretty much anything. But I think there's another Black uncommon that's really in the conversation, and that is Monoist Circuit Feeder. This on its own is a 6 mana 4/4 that gives -0 -X to an opposing creature and +X +0 to your creature. That's the floor, and that's never what happens, because Black decks have a lot of artifacts like Virus Beetle running around, and it's not that hard for this to just turn into, like a Chupacabra or Necrotal-like creature, comes down and kills something. But then it also offers a buff to one of your creatures that can often enable an attack. And even after all of that, you still have a 4/4 flyer in play, which isn't something your opponent can ignore for the most part. So it ends up giving you a ton of value. It's maybe a little more build-aroundy than Trajectory, which is good in literally every deck. but I think most black decks can use the Circuit Feeder really well. And I didn't even mention Dubious Delicacy, which also is definitely in this conversation. The 3-mana food with flash that gives -3/-3, and then can do the usual food thing, or you can make your opponent lose life. So those are 3 black uncommons that I think are excellent, and all really in this conversation. All right, let's move to red now. Red's really deep at common. Bombard isn't going to make this list for me. I could see it ending up in the top 3, but right now I don't have it there, and that's kind of crazy because it's 3 mana, deal 4 at instant speed, which usually would make the list. But I think there are 2 creatures that are better, and another removal spell that is better, all at common. So I think red's 3rd best common is Kov Landseeker. A 4 mana 4/3 menace is not great these days, but it could be worse. But what really makes this so good is that it enters and creates a lander token. Unlike most cards that make lander tokens, this one does make you give up the lander token at the beginning of the end step on your next turn. So you don't have it forever, you can't keep it around to do stuff with, but a lot of the time it's best to just crack your lander as soon as possible anyway to fix your mana, trigger landfall, all of that kind of stuff. Also works well in artifact decks, makes it good sacrifice fodder since it's going to go away anyway. There's a lot you can do with that token in addition to what it does inherently. And then you also have a 4 mana 4/3 menace hanging around, which on its own wouldn't be great, but you get a whole card out of the lander too, so you end up getting really good value on this creature. I think red's 2nd best common, and it's the card that moved up for me in the early access event, and that is Zookeeper Mechan. I liked it in the set review, but I do think it's even better than I thought it would be. Like, I gave it a C+ in the set review, and I kind of feel like it's in B- territory. So there are a few things, 2 mana 1/3 that can tap for red is already a very good card that you're going to play in every deck that's red anyway. And this has a lot more going on with it, even more than I thought about when I was evaluating the card. So first, it's an artifact. Did think about that, but that is a very real factor for lots of decks in the format. But also, it works really well with all of the red-white things that care about your creatures tapping. I didn't really think about that in the set review. I thought about my creatures attacking and stationing things would help set those cards up. That's obvious enough, right? But it turns out spending mana to cast one of those really good payoffs for having 2 tap creatures, which includes tapping this, ends up working out pretty nicely too. I had a deck with 3 of them where it was a great enabler for cards that cared about my creatures being tapped. And that activated ability, it's not entirely a throwaway. It is nice upside to have on it, but it's a small sample size at this point, but it was more relevant than I expected. It's good for stationing sometimes where you don't want to have to tap down as many creatures to get your space station, or spacecraft rather, to turn into a creature, and you'd much rather spend mana to make it happen. Well, it can do that. And then there are also lots of situations where the game is in its later stages and you're like, well, I may have drawn another land, but I can use this ability to make this creature into a threat and attack my opponent with it. If they take it, it's lethal, so they're going to have to trade. Like, it enables you to do more. It enabled me to do more than I expected in later stages of the game. So I'm pretty high on it right now, and right now I have it above the Landseeker, even though in the set review I gave the Landseeker a B- and the Mechan a C+. But now I have them switched. I mean, I still think the Landseeker is a B-, but I think the Mechan is an even better B-. And then I think red's best common is Plasma Bolt. 1 red mana to do 2 at sorcery speed. That's a card you're always going to play. And then throw in the fact that there are times where this can do 3 damage instead. If combat goes a certain way, if you sack a lander and have 1 mana left over, you can do it. If you warp something, it'll do it. These 1 mana cards, red got 1 and black got 1 with Void. The black one's uncommon. Both are so easy to cast when you have a window where Void happened, that they're both really nice. And I think there are 2 candidates for red's best uncommon. There's Territorial Bruntar, which can generate like really insane value because it's a 6 mana 6/6 reach, and it has a landfall trigger that effectively draws you a card, and that's really good. I am a little lower on it maybe, having played in the early access event though, than I was in the set review, mostly because this set has so much good removal, and this is not a landfall trigger that you can really take advantage of. Like, there are some landfall creatures where you can get around the fact that you don't get anything out of them unless you play a land, anything permanent, any sort of permanent value out of them. until you play land by waiting to play them until you can play a land. But that doesn't really work here because you're not going to be able to play the thing you reveal. It's a small sample size, but every time I played against the Bruntar, I killed it immediately for like 3 or 4 mana, and that it did not feel good for my opponents. I am worried that it's too slow in a format with this much good removal, where people can easily take it down before your opponent ever gets any value out of it. But it does have serious potential. There's no doubt about that. The trigger is good. If it stays in play, it's probably going to grind you out a win, because you'll be really happy whether you draw a land or a creature. Basically, the same thing will happen regardless of what you draw, which is good. But it does have some problems. So I think Red's best uncommon might be one of those really good removal spells instead, and that is Invasive Maneuvers. It's a 2-mana deal 3, which you always play, like I've said about a lot of these great removal spells. But if you fulfill a requirement that's not that hard to meet in Red, like you're going to have like 3 Spacecraft in a lot of Red decks. It does 5 instead, so it can kill a lot of things for 2 mana. Not quite the Bruntar. It's not one of the cards that can take it down, but it is a really good removal spell, really cheap, virtually always going to trade up, and gets especially good in the mid game when you can spend 2 to kill most things in the format. All right, let's move to green now. So I think green's third best common is Drix Fatemaker. I don't think green is super deep at common. I think they have probably the best common in the set, so that's good for them. But the second and third best common we're going to look at here, neither of them are insane. They're just quality cards. The Fatemaker is another one of these warp creatures. It can put a counter on something when you warp it in earlier, and then it can put a counter on something else when it enters. It also gives your counter things trample. Works particularly well in green-white, but there are counters around in other colors too. And ultimately, you end up spending 6 mana for a 3/2 and 2 counters and a little bit of additional upside, which is fine. It's not great, but sometimes putting a counter on something for 2 mana gives you an attack you just didn't have before, and you're going to want to do it sometimes, especially if it helps set up other things in your same turn. So that flexibility, once again, is really good. It doesn't fill 2 slots on the curve in the same way a lot of the others do, because if you don't have a creature in play to put a counter on, well, the counter goes on itself, and then, it goes away. So it isn't as good as those that give you an effect, period, regardless of what's going on the board, like giving you a token or searching up a plains. And that's one thing that holds it back a little bit, but it is a quality common. At number 2, I have Diplomatic Relations, and if they hadn't nerfed this card, green would be a lot deeper at common. I still think it's good. I actually still think it would have been green's second best common, even if the original text applied. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, they accidentally printed this card so that it wasn't only a creature you control that you could have do damage to another creature. It was just target creature, as you can probably see on the printed card that's on the screen right now. But they fixed it to do the usual green thing, which is target creature you control has to be selected. It was significantly better before the erratum because it was basically murder or close to it, because you could just point it at your opponent's creature and make it do damage to itself, or have one of their other creatures do damage to it, or whatever. So it was an incredibly flexible version of this kind of effect. And now it's more like what we usually see, which is still good, but it has this downside where you can only use it when your opponent can't interact. The upside is nice, like kill something, give your thing a buff and vigilance, attack with it, feels great. But you do have to pick your spots a lot more carefully than would have been the case with it worded how it originally was worded. But it was a pretty big color pie break, so overall I think I'm glad they did it. Plus green has one insane common, and that is Galactic Wayfarer, which I think is green's best common, and for me right now, the best common in the set. 3 mana, 3/3, make a lander. This doesn't sound like a lot, but that is a strong 2-for-1 that synergizes with lots of things going on in the set. Also fixes, even if you don't have the synergy of landfall or lander stuff going on, just fixing and ramping your mana is really good too. So it gives you a really nice 2-for-1. It's not quite as good as 3 mana, 3/3, make a clue. Like that would be amazing. But it's not that far. You do draw a card with it. Sometimes this is better than a clue, too. I mean, it's not a 100%. The clue is always better, but I do think it works super nicely for any green deck in the format. Any green deck, you're going to play. One of the best signs of how good a common is, and it's true of all of them, except maybe Mechanozoa, because that one is kind of expensive. The others are all cards that you would play as many copies of, the ones that I have as the best common for each color. you'd play as many copies of them as you could get. And that's, you know, that's a great sign. And that's definitely what the Wayfarer has going on. So green's got really good commons. Let's look at the uncommons now. And this one, I think, is a little bit contentious based on the comments in my set review. And that is Atmospheric Greenhouse. So I think overall people are really underrating how difficult stationing is, or overrating how difficult it is, I guess, and underrating the spacecraft overall. If a spacecraft has an interest trigger that does something immediately, it's going to be good. That's pretty much how it's going to be, I think. You know, we'll see when the data really comes out. I could be wrong, but I think a comparison that I should have made in the set review that I think will help convince you how good this is how well it compares with that Loxodon with Convoke, right? That was a 4/4 that came down and had Convoke, and you could tap all of your creatures, and any creature you tapped for it got a counter, right? That's basically what this is. It's not quite as good. You can't count it. You can't cast it at an extreme discount. But this is going to come down, put counters on all your things. Those things with counters can now turn it into a creature, and it's a pretty formidable creature. Like, that's what's going to happen with this card. That's how good it is. I mean, it is. I didn't give a bomb grade to a single spacecraft in the set because there is a limit on how high of a grade you can give a card that does need stuff on the board to be at its best. So, you know, I gave B pluses. This one I gave a B, which is, I think, the highest grade I gave to a non-rare or mythic one. So they're not, you know, they're not going to be insane in 100% of situations, but on your typical board state in this format, when you play the greenhouse, it's going to put counters on all your things and then turn into a creature. That's basically what's going to happen. And that's a great card. And it's the only one of these spacecraft I have on this list, which further shows you that, you know, I'm pretty high on them, but it's tempered to the point that I don't think that many of them are at the very top of the list. But I do think this one is. Atmospheric Greenhouse looks excellent to me. All right, so those are my picks for the best commons and uncommons in Edge of Eternities. Next week, we probably still won't have enough data for me to do the What I Got Wrong video, but I will have enough drafts under my belt that I can put out some broad feelings about the format. You got some of them here. I think stationing is very doable, and I think warp's really good. Those are two things you picked up as broad feelings about the format. We'll see whether I still feel that way a week from now. But for now, that does it for this video. If you want to check out my draft videos or my set review for Edge of Eternities, you should see the playlists on your screen shortly. And if you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like it and share it so that others can enjoy it too. Thanks for watching. This video is sponsored by Card Kingdom. If you want Magic singles or sealed product, use my link in the description. Hi everyone, I'm Nitsa Hone, and it's Saturday. That means it's time for Nitsa Notes, my weekly vlog series about limited Magic. We are talking about Edge of Eternities Limited, and in particular this week, I'm going to be taking a look back at my set review and talking about cards that I was wrong about. I do think this is a set where I did a pretty good job on the really broad strokes. You know, generally the mechanics that I thought would be pretty good. Warp, spacecraft, and lander tokens have been pretty good. And the two mechanics I was a little bit iffy on, which are Void and the you get value when your creatures are tapped thing, haven't really panned out in a big way. That's not to say no Void cards are good. It's just the ones that are good really already have to be solid cards. The rest just aren't very good, which is more or less what I saw in the set review. I also did a pretty good job on best commons and uncommons and on the biggest bombs in the set. Generally, if I thought a card was really good, it is. And if I thought it was really bad, it is. However, there are some individual misses. Some of them are pretty big. I'm not going to get absolutely everything right in a set. One never can. And in this video, we're going to be looking at the especially notable cards that I missed on. This is always a useful exercise for me in terms of card evaluation, but I think it also helps other people get a feel for the format while also understanding, you know, what can make a card good in a particular format and what can make a card bad in a particular format. As usual, as I'm talking about these cards, I'm going to use 17 Lands data. You can go to 17lands.com sign up to have your data tracked. It has the data of, you know, hundreds of thousands of drafts. And it's the kind of thing that can help you understand what's going on in a format more broadly than your own individual experience, which is hard to ever be anything other than anecdotal, especially if you only draft a set a handful of times. So it's nice to be able to look at data for players and how things are going for them with certain cards across many more games. One thing to keep in mind about 17 lands players is that they have a higher win rate than your typical limited player. This makes sense. They're people who care a lot about playing limited and look at data and stuff like that. And so the average win rate for 17 lands players in this format is 54.8%, where obviously it would be 50% for all Magic players because Magic is a zero-sum game. So as we're looking at win rates and stuff from this set, keep in mind that cards are good really based on whether they're above or below that average win rate overall. All right, so let's go ahead and start with what I think is the biggest miss, and it's not only because the letter grades are so far apart where it actually is, but also because after playing the set a little bit, I still thought it was pretty good. And this is a good example of, you know, not having enough experience with a card as an individual to really judge a card. And the card I'm talking about is Atmospheric Greenhouse. So I gave this a B, and I thought it was green's best uncommon. I also defended it here a couple of weeks ago, compared it to the Loxodon with Convoke. And, you know, it does have a really high ceiling. It comes into play, puts a counter on everything, and turns into a creature. And for me, at that point in the format especially, pretty much every time I'd played it, I had added a big stuff to the board, and then also turned it into a creature right away, and it felt really great. And it still felt like a B to me at that point. However, it has a win rate of 50.5%, and that's really bad. Like, you know, as I mentioned, the win rate is 54.8% for players overall. So a win rate of 50.5% is really bad. Like, you know, in Magic is a game of variance, and it's hard for cards to be wildly above or below when it, you know, the rest of your deck is what it is, and you win and lose games, you know, based on mana screw. All kinds of things like that happen in a game of variance. But being 4 full percentage points more than that below the average win rate is really bad. And we've seen that in other limited formats too. And I think this card is more like a D-. So I think this is the biggest miss of the cards we're going to see on this list. At least it's tied for it. Especially, again, because even after I'd played with it some, not just from the set review, I still thought it was pretty good. And it can be. I mean, I've definitely had games where it feels really good. But the problem with this card overall, I think, is that unlike the other vehicles, or spacecraft rather, in the set, like the best ones are the ones that are good even when you may not have a lot going on your board, right? And they do something right away. You know, cards like Fell Grav Ship that give you value right away, and it's not really dependent on you having something on the board to get going, and then later in the game when you can turn it into a creature, it feels pretty good, and you get that card up front. The problem with the greenhouse is that it's only good when you do have a board, and if you don't, which does happen, like there's really good removal in this set, if you have 1 or 2 creatures in play and you play this, it doesn't feel remotely worth it most of the time, because you don't get a card of value in that case. Basically, like the spacecraft that are the best are the ones that give you a card of value immediately, and then later in the game you can get them going. Or if you draw them late, you may be able to get them going right away, but that's what makes them good at any stage of the game. Unlike the greenhouse, which needs you to have a board, a reasonably significant one, like you probably need 3 creatures in play for this to feel great, and it just doesn't line up all that well. It doesn't help that the format doesn't have a massive number of ways to go wide to begin with, especially outside of white. So, you know, it ends up just not being very good. It doesn't always add to the board. It's a card that does feel really good if you're already ahead, especially, but if you're at parity or you're behind, there are lots of situations where it just isn't good, and it ends up being a D-, and certainly not even in the conversation for best green uncommon. But there is another card, and you know, this is a miss, and obviously I was wrong about what the best uncommon is, and the card that is green's best uncommon is a card that I missed on too, obviously enough, and that is Glacier Godmaw. So this isn't one where I whiffed super hard, where it went from being a card I thought was like quite good to barely playable. it goes from being a card that I thought was pretty good to a card that is great, because I gave it a C+ in the set review. It has a win rate, though, of 60.3%, which is at least a B+. Like, I would entertain a conversation for A-. And I did talk about this card, too, in the video about, like, my early tips about the format. And, yeah, I mean, it's continued to be really, really good for everyone who plays it. So why was I kind of low on this? Well, generally because a 7-mana card isn't going to have, like, the highest win rate ever, because it ends up being stuck in your hand a lot in most formats. It's not a card most decks can play in most formats, even in that particular color, even if it's green. And, like, I saw the ceiling here, and I knew it would be really good, and I saw it as a really good finisher for green decks that could ramp, but the thing is, pretty much all of them can, because there are landers everywhere. It's really also, you know, something else I underestimated about Glacier Godmaw is it's a lot easier to trigger it the turn it comes down. And when you do that, it's like a back-breaking play. Like, you know, I've compared it to Crater of Behemoth. It kind of feels like that. And it's funny because it's so similar to Atmospheric Greenhouse in a lot of ways. But the big difference, even though it costs 2 mana more, is it does add to the board even all on its own. It can buff itself. You can sometimes buff things multiple times with landfall. You know, it doesn't add permanent counters. But these two cards are pretty similar, and it's interesting that one of them is the best uncommon in the set, and one of them looked like it might be a really good uncommon and just isn't. But it ends up being way easier to trigger it. Like, the turn you play it, you get a land in play. You know, you can set stuff up with landers to make that happen reasonably often, especially because it gives you one. So it ends up really being a play that ends lots of games in this format. It's one of the best uncommons in the set, and it's very, very powerful. And definitely green's best uncommon, not Atmospheric Greenhouse, which it turns out is not especially good at all. I mostly have commons and uncommons on this list, but there are 2 rares I want to talk about because I think I missed on both of them significantly. So let's look at 0 Point Ballot. So I thought this card was going to be a bomb. It was on my biggest bombs list. It was at number 9, so, you know, it wasn't quite there. I did note that I had some uncertainty about the card, and if there was one card I was going to be wrong about in the video, you know, some people in the comments said they thought I was probably wrong about it and that it was actually terrible. And I was like, if there's one card I'm wrong about in this video, it's probably this one, because it is complicated enough, and board sweepers just never play super well in limited for the most part. I thought this one might because of the fact that you get something back. And that's the kind of thing that really makes a huge deal when we do have sweepers and wrath effects and stuff in limited, because you get to add something to your board right away after the dust settles and your opponent has to untap and do it. And normally if they untap and do it, you don't feel great in limited. They get to rebuild the board first. So I thought you'd be able to do that, but I also like that it is modal. Like, you can use it earlier in the game if the board presents itself in such a way where it's really good. And indeed, it's not a terrible card. It has a 56.9% win rate, but, you know, a bomb level card has like a 61% plus win rate for the most part, at least above 60. And it's nowhere near close to that. It has like a C+ level win rate. It's a black card you will play in every one of your black decks, but it's not one you take super highly. And that's because the situations you often find yourself in don't allow you to pay a bunch of life or get to the 6 mana for X in general. Like, the number of situations where you either don't have enough life to cast it that way, or you don't have enough mana to cast it that way, end up being significant. I mean, obviously, when you do cast it that way and you have plenty of life, you're going to win the game. And when you can cast it on, like, turn 3 and kill your opponent's, like, 1-drop, 2-drop, 3-drop, doesn't feel bad either. But there are lots of situations in between where it just can't do the thing. And it ends up definitely not being one of the biggest bombs in this set, like I thought it might be. Then there's another card I want to look at because it effectively takes this card's place as one of the biggest bombs in the set, and that is Gene Morph Imago. So I didn't think this was bad. I thought it was really, really good. I gave it a B+. You know, I saw it as a 2-mana 3/3 flyer most of the time that can move the love around and then turn into a huge threat later in the game. And all of that has panned out, but it's been even better at all of that than I expected. Again, you know, I should have, as much as I liked landers, I don't think for some of these cards I corrected enough for this being a lander set. Like with Glacier Godmaw, you know, usually 6 is like the cutoff for a really good finisher in limited, and turns out 7 is very doable in this particular format. And similarly, you know, being able to trigger landfall a bunch and get to 6 lands where this really goes wild is even easier than I expected. And it is just a groan-worthy card on turn 2. If you can't kill it, like, even if they just hit you with it twice, it ends up feeling really good for them. And indeed, its 63% win rate is the 4th highest win rate of any card in the set. Like I said, I gave it a B+, but that's still short of a bomb grade. It's definitely an A. I would entertain a conversation about an A+. So I was wrong about both of these rares, and they sort of replace one another. I will say, if you look at the win rates, the top 10 win rates in the set, the 9 cards that are around Gene Morph Imago, for the most part, are on my top 10 bombs list. So I did pretty good, about 90% correct. But I did miss these two in a pretty significant way. You know, I thought the Ballad would be a bomb. It's not. I thought the Imago would be a really good card, but not a bomb. But it turns out you can trigger it right away, get value out of it right away all the time, and it becomes completely insane in the late game. So it's an amazing card that you really don't spend very much mana on, which further improves just how good it can be. All right, let's take a look now at Debris Field Crusher. So this is another spacecraft I was wrong about. I thought it had problems. You know, it's a 5-mana lightning bolt. That doesn't exactly sound exciting. And I was super disappointed in the creature you actually get after you do all the work. But I still thought this Ender's Trigger would carry enough weight where it could come down and kill something, that it would be a quality card. You know, I gave it a C+, you know, which means a pretty good card, one that is generally going to make the cut in your red decks when you have it, but you don't go after super highly necessarily. But it has a 52.2% win rate, which, you know, I think at best translates to like a D+. I mean, red overall is one of the weaker colors in this set, and that's one of the flaws with Data, right? Is part of what makes this card bad might be that there are a bunch of red cards in the set that can't really pull its win rate up. So it's probably a slightly better win rate than it looks for cards in other colors in this set. So, I mean, maybe it's a D+. You know, it's not a terrible card. You'll play it in an emergency is basically what that means. Because it is Lightning Bolt. You know, it does cost 5 times the mana, but it's Lightning Bolt and you kind of get a body. But it turns out that body is way more underwhelming, even than I already expected. And the Lightning Bolt just doesn't carry enough weight. Like, by the time you play this on 5, you know, if you've played with this card, you've experienced it where you're like, okay, I can play this, but there are like 2 things I can't kill with this that I really need to kill. And so, you know, it turns out being 5 times more expensive than Lightning Bolt does weigh a card down, even when it has the added upside of, you know, actually adding something to the board. It just doesn't feel like a 2-for-1 most of the time, because the spacecraft, even once you do get it going, which takes work to begin with, doesn't really feel worth a card. You know, it's just that body's not impressive. The expensive fire breathing's not impressive. It's just not a very good card in this limited format, and probably overrated it for just about any limited format there is. I do wonder if red had a more pronounced artifact theme than it does, if it would bump up a little. It probably would, but red's not hugely into artifacts in general, so it ends up just not being a card that you end up playing very often. All right, now let's look at 2 cards that I think are emblematic of something in this format, and those are Dark Endurance and Full Bore. I didn't think any of these would be great, but I thought they'd be quality tricks you'd play in decks of their color. I give them both a C. You know, maybe you don't play them in every deck, but if you're like in an aggro deck in these colors, I figured you'd play these. Generally, we see when tricks are relatively cheap and are flexible, like the whole get indestructibility as well can usually mean that a card can blank some removal spells and stuff like that in addition to everything else. So you have that on Dark Endurance, and on Full Bore, I didn't put much stock into the whole warp part of it, and that part was definitely right. Like, that's not something you do very often. But I did think it was upside on a trick that was already okay, because it had the ability for you to pay 1 and win most combats, while also having some upside against like damage-based removal and stuff like that. Both of these in a lot of formats would be solid tricks. There's no doubt about it. We've seen cards almost like these before, with win rates like 1% higher than the average win rate in the format. But most of the tricks in this format aren't good, and it's like our second format where that's kind of the case. The one that is good is the green one, Biosynth, whatever. Like, that one I did get right. I thought it was better than these. I gave it a C+ in the set review. That's pretty much where it stands. But these two I was wildly wrong about. You know, I think they're both just Fs. They are 2 letter grades below where I thought they would be. And the problem is that there is too much really good interaction in the format for these tricks to be great, or, you know, even relatively playable, I think. And they just don't really do enough to make up for the fact that there is so much interaction and stuff that they can't stop. Like, the big difference between these two and, like, Biosynthetic Burst, I mean, there are several. One of them, you know, it just does a lot more. It leaves a permanent buff, even if it is a smaller one. Getting a permanent counter is a big deal, and in this set, it even has some extra value. But adding Trample, in addition to Indestructibility, is also a big deal, because it makes this a trick that can not only, like, buff your creature, but also do lethal out of nowhere, at least do a bunch of damage to the opponent before they ever have a chance to deal with it. And then it still has, like, indestructibility upside. And, you know, even the whole reach and untap it part of it do come up sometimes. Those aren't really what moves the needle for Biosynthetic Burst. Meanwhile, Dark Endurance, which has the same mana cost, just does so much less. Like, you know, sure, it costs 1 sometimes, but you don't usually want to use tricks on your opponent's turn anyway. That's a good way to get blown out. But it just does so much less. It's good in fewer situations. Like, you know, Biosynthetic Burst is good in most situations that involve a creature. Whereas these two aren't. You know, they need combat to line up just right for you to get the 1-for-1 trade that you can get reasonably efficiently with either of them. And Biosynthetic Burst is better in every single way. You know, green is also, I think, a really good color in the format, and full bore is red, and that always hurts its stock, but I don't think either of these are that good. I do wonder a little bit whether people are being tricked into using these two cards incorrectly. I still don't think they'd be great, because I've used them in the way that I would consider correctly, and haven't felt great about it most of the time. And by that I mean Dark Endurance kind of is like, hey man, you can cast me during your opponent's turn and I'm cheaper. And if you're doing that regularly, you know, you should really only do that in an emergency, or if your opponent's tapped out for some reason. And with full bore, I worry people are like warping things into play using full bore, and most of the time when you do that, it's like you're lava axing your opponent, which generally isn't good in limited. You know, you go down a card for damage alone. And maybe these would be a little bit better if, like, everyone was playing them the way you should play tricks. But 17 lands players are pretty good, pretty experienced. A lot of trick formats, like in the relatively recent past. But the last two haven't really been those types of formats. All right, let's look at what I think is probably my biggest miss when it comes to commons, and that is Cryogen Relic. So I thought this would be solid. I gave it a C. But it's actually the highest win rate common in the set. It ends up being really, really good. I liked the value it had, but, you know, enters, draw a card, leaves, draw a card. I thought about the value you could get sacrificing it and stuff like that, especially with Self-Craft Mechan. Like, I mentioned that being a really good value play, for example. But I sort of felt like it was going to be a card that really didn't work in, like, every blue deck. Like, and I got hung up especially, more so than I should have, on the fact that it only puts a stun counter on a tapped creature. And that is obviously worse than if it also tapped the creature, but it's still a good effect. And the baseline here is still like 4 mana paid in 2 installments, draw 2 cards. And then it has all this artifact upside, which certainly matters. It has sacrifice upside, which certainly matters. It ends up being like one of the, like when we think back on this set and cards that were just like amazing, this is going to be one of the first cards you think of, and that's not the kind of grade I gave it at all. So, you know, it ends up being good in every deck in the format too, more or less. Like, the floor on the card is fine, and then once you start sacrificing it to stuff or getting more value out of just, like, artifact nonsense, which is relatively, both of those things are relatively easy to do in blue and various blue color pairs, it gets even better. Like, you know, like I said, sacking this to the Mechan is just an insane play, and I underrated even how good that would be. So basically, this ends up having like a much higher floor than I expected, and I think it even has a higher ceiling than I expected, and that's how I think this goes from being like a solid common, one that you're gonna play, but maybe not even always, which turns out you pretty much do always play it, the best common in the set, period. Like, you know, a card can't have a win rate this high if it's only good in like one kind of deck for the most part. It's good in all of them. So yeah, I was really wrong about this card. It's the best common in the set. It wasn't even in my top 3 blue commons, so I just underrated just how much value this could generate, and it's a card I love to play in the format. Let's look now at another comment I was wrong about, but not by quite as much, and that is Perigee Beckoner. So this card was one of the first ones, like as I played this format, I was like, this is better than I thought it would be. You know, it's a common, it makes sense that that happened a lot, but it has really impressed me. You know, it doesn't have an insane win rate, it has a 56.6% win rate. I gave it a C though originally, and I think it's at least a C+. I don't think it quite cracks Black's 3 best commons, but that's, you know, Black has really good commons. But it's, you know, maybe number 4, and it wouldn't, you know, if it was number 3, that wouldn't shock me. So what's going on here? This is another case where I kind of like with Cryogen Relic, got too hung up on what I was like, yeah, this just isn't as good as other versions of this effect we've seen. And in this case, it was like the not dead after all like effect. You know, buff a creature, and if it dies this turn, return it to the battlefield tapped. We see that all the time. And I really thought the fact that this isn't an instant, which again, you know, like with Cryogen Relic, it's true it would be even better if you could flash this in or whatever. But the effect just ends up being pretty good. Black has lots of really good like creatures you play on turn 2 that you can then Perigee Beckoner. You know, same on turn 3. Like the 2/1 that dies into a robot feels really good to buff. Like even it can just allow attacks even through flyers and reach creatures, because if your opponent blocks, you end up getting a robot. It comes back to the battlefield. All of that. Virus Beetle feels really great to buff with this. It's usually going to be able to get in against almost anything on turn 3 if you do this. And then you get the trigger again. And, you know, generally with Warp, I was right about Warp cards. The ones I thought would be really good are. And this is one I was kind of down on. I just kind of thought it just didn't do enough. Like, I didn't feel like either when I warped it or when I cast it, it would feel worth it. But it does. In both cases, it really does feel worth it. It gives you an attack you didn't have before, I don't know, virtually every time you cast it. And adding a big body and getting that trigger again later feels really good. Especially good on evasive creatures, creatures with death, or interest triggers that are just impossible for your opponent to block on almost any board, which there are a surprising number of at common that this combo is really well with. It does also set up Void. You know, sometimes you are doing Void stuff in the format. You should not be doing like the 3-mana 2/2 Menace and stuff like that, which predictably ended up being pretty bad. But, you know, turning your 1 black mana removal spell into a card that'll kill anything just by warping this feels pretty good. And you can warp it pretty cheap. So overall, it ends up being pretty good as opposed to just an okay comment. All right, let's look now at Dawn Strike Vanguard. So this is kind of interesting to me, like the fact that I gave this the grade I did. I was pretty low on all the cards that said if you have 2-tap things, good stuff happens. You know, a lot of it I didn't like, and most of the cards that say those words on them in this set are, you know, C's or worse. But for some reason, I love this one. Don't ask me why. I mean, I know why. I just thought it would be frequent that the upside here, putting a counter on everything, you know, another atmospheric greenhouse problem here, right? Putting a counter on everything, I thought would be a big enough payoff that it was okay, that it was expensive and understated and needed you to jump through some hoops. You know, when I say all of that stuff now, it seems pretty obvious that this card, which has a 52.5% win rate, it should be like a D. Like, I should have thought it would be. You know, I thought the Signpost uncommon in this color pair was a C. You know, I wasn't high on it at all. Why I thought this would be even better at 6 mana in white, I don't know. I don't know exactly why I thought that. I just thought the upside would be enough to deal with it. I also thought it would be a little easier to set these things up than it actually is. I thought you'd be able to attack and do the thing. I thought you'd be able to do stuff with spacecraft and do the thing often enough. And I like that just getting this trigger once felt pretty good. But overall, it is not good. It's overcosted. It's slow. You know, lifelink helps a little bit, but it still dies to a lot of really cheap removal. If you don't get the trigger right away, it feels absolutely miserable. And even when you do get the trigger, a lot of the time it's kind of shrug-worthy, especially because you don't get it until the end of your turn, which, you know, is a pretty big downside. All right, one last card, and that is Gene Pollinator. So this isn't one I was massively wrong on. I gave it a C, and it has a 57.5% win rate. It's a C+. I can maybe entertain an argument for a B-. I thought this would just be a quality card. You know, it fixes your mana and stuff, but I was worried about the whole tap a permanent thing. You know, in the set review, I noted that, you know, you can tap your landers, you can tap a land if you need to, you can tap a creature. I was aware of all these things, of course, But it is even easier than I thought it would be to get this going. Throw in the fact that it's an artifact. I mean, that matters. Green's not really into artifacts, but you end up in like a blue-green deck with Self-Craft Mechan in it. And sometimes once you don't need this, you can sack it and get some nice value. But it really does ramp your mana in a pretty real way. It fixes your mana in a very real way. And, it's kind of like the Mardu 1 mana 1/2 that we saw in Tarkir Dragonstorm that could filter your mana. And then it was a 1/2. And then it had additional value because it's scryed. This kind of feels like that. And, that was a card that I ended up being right about. It ended up being one of White's best commons. But for whatever reason, I didn't really see this in the same neighborhood, even though it actively accelerates your mana. Just because I thought it would be too hard to, especially early, consistently have something to tap. But turns out you generally do, and it ends up being a powerful card, one of Green's best commons. So it's more like a C+ and not a C. All right, so those are all the cards I wanted to talk about. The significant misses in the set, the ones that really matter because they're key cards in the format, or I was really, really wrong about them. Hope this video was helpful for you. If it was, like it, share it, subscribe to the channel. Trying to hit 100,000 subscribers this year, and I'm getting closer and closer. If you want to check out some videos of me drafting the format, those are up on the channel. If you want to see the set review, that's up on the channel. So you should see a playlist on your screen shortly. Thanks for watching. This video is sponsored by Card Kingdom. Use the links in the description to visit their store. Hi everyone, I'm Nitsa Hone, and it is Saturday. That means it's time for Nitsa Notes, my weekly vlog series about limited magic. We're going to be doing a couple of things in this video, using data to look at Tarkir Dragonstorm. The data I use is always from 17 Lands. You can go to 17lands.com and sign up to have them track your data. There are hundreds of thousands of people who have. So we've actually got a lot of data when it comes to draft. As a result of this, it gives us way more information than we can ever get based only on our own personal experiences. And that's the value of it. It doesn't tell you everything. It's not the end all be all. You shouldn't do a draft just based on data. But I do think it can help tell us something about the format. And I'm going to do what I usually do about this time, which is look at cards that are being overrated. In other words, taken too early based on what their win rate actually is. But I'm also going to do something else that I don't normally do, and maybe it's something I'll start doing, but I think it's particularly interesting in this format to look at the deck color data. By that I mean looking at how decks are performing collectively based on what colors they are, how many colors they are. And I think the way it pans out is probably going to surprise some people. That's why I think it's so worth taking a look at this kind of data, because I think a lot of people would go into this format thinking they should be a 3-color deck all the time because they're 3-color cards, but that's not really what the data says. And I think that it's useful to see why the data says otherwise and to discuss why it is that way. So to start with, let's look at the 2-color decks, which of all of the different color combinations, which are 2-color, 2-color plus splash, 3-color plus splash, 4-color, 5-color, all of those, the collective win rate of 2-color decks is 58.3%. That is much higher than the others. And this is, I think, an excellent example of, this format, sure, I think you should go 3 colors most of the time, but to do it, and especially when I say 3 colors, I generally mean 2 colors plus a splash, by the way. But to do it, you need good fixing. And I think some people are going into this format automatically trying to draft like a 3-color deck, and they just don't have good enough fixing to make it work. And so it really tanks their win rate. Like, it doesn't matter if you have powerful cards if your mana's bad. And 2-color decks don't really have to worry about it. Now, I mean, they still have access to pretty good fixing, gain lands, try lands, those things are still pretty good in 2-color decks. But they don't have to worry about it as much, and that's why they have such a high win rate at 58.3%. And, to look at the actual, how things break down, I've talked about it a lot, but this format is actually really balanced when it comes to 2-color combinations. The enemy pairs, which are the main 2-color combinations in the set, the ones with the most support, those being Orzhov, Golgari, Simic, Izzet, and Boros. Boros is the only one that's like a big outlier. Like, it's way better than the others. If you're going to draft a 2-color deck, and this is how I end up in 2 colors the most often, it's Boros. Because what you actually want to do is just curve out and crush people before they play their silly mana rocks and things. That's what that deck wants to do, and adding a 3rd color just slows it down. You don't really want to try to be Mardu in a lot of the red-white decks. You just want to be red-white. But you can see that the other 4-color pairs with, you know, Simic a little bit of an outlier on the other end, you can see that they're all performing similarly. And I think that's a good thing for the format. You can even see the allied color pairs, albeit with much smaller sample sizes, are also performing well. And I will note, overall, there's a small sample size of these 2-color decks. We've only got 21,000 of them, which, you know, relatively small sample size. It is smaller than what we have for the others, and maybe the win rate gets pulled down if people draft 2-color decks more. But honestly, I'm not sure. I think having really good mana is a great thing. And one interesting thing to note is this isn't unusual for this set in like every set. When you go and look at deck color data, and you can look at more if you want to, you'll see that 2-color decks generally have the highest win rate, 3-color, 4-color, etc. When your mana needs to be better, your win rate tends to drop if you don't actually have that good mana. And I think people are way too bold with their mana. And this format has a lot of good fixing, like, you know, you've got the Monuments at uncommon, the Tri-lands at uncommon, Gainlands at common, Evolving Wilds, the Devotees are pretty good, there's the Dragon Orb, there's a lot of good fixing, but I think a lot of people are still trying to play a 3-color deck when they shouldn't be, and I think that's reflected when we start to look at the other color combinations. Like, once we look at 2-color plus Splash, we've got an average win rate of 55.5%. That's almost 3% lower than just straight up 2-color. Sample size is bigger, so, you know, we have more statistically significant data here, but it's still very notable that the win rate is that big of a difference. And it speaks to what I was just talking about. You shouldn't always splash in this format, even though there are 3-color cards. Sometimes you should just be in one of the enemy color pairs, again, especially if you're Boros. And my guess is, you know, if it was only people who had the necessary mana to play 3 colors, registering their data on here, like, if we had a way to look at that specifically, like, how much fixing did they have, I have a feeling the win rate would be higher. And I do think, more often than not, you should be 2-color plus Splash, but you have to have good fixing, or you're going to have a less consistent deck than any 2-color deck you run into. And this gets more pronounced the further we go down. If we talk about 3-color decks, the win rate drops to 54.9%. And I think you should almost never be a full-on 3-color deck in this format unless your mana is really, really good. And when I say full-on, I mean, like, this is a deck that is very evenly split between those 3 colors. Maybe there's one primary color and then 2 secondary colors that have a comparable number. That's really hard to support, even in a format with this good of fixing, and you can see that reflected in the win rate. Like, you're going to need some Tri-lands, you're going to need some orbs, and all of this is doable. You do end up in a legit 3-color deck sometimes, but people are doing it way too much. Your mana is just not good enough to support it. You can see how mediocre all these win rates are. And by the way, the overall win rate, probably should have started there, is 54.6%. So we are talking about a win rate that's pretty much average when we're talking about what the 3-color decks are. Once we get into 3-color plus Splash, we see the win rate drop even more. 4-color decks, 5-color decks, win rate drops even more. Now, part of the reason I want to talk about this is because there's a lot of talk out there about the Dragonstorm Globe, play a bunch of dragons deck, which is a legit deck in the format, and people have found success with it, especially at really high-level competitive events. But I've also heard people say you should just, like, force that deck or soft force that deck or whatever. Like, that should be your plan A every draft, going in and trying to draft that deck, which has gotten a lot harder now that that secret is out. But I don't think it was ever right to soft force it or force it, whatever you want to call it. I think, you know, if you want to have a plan A, to some extent, like, seeing if Boros is open should kind of be the plan A, because you will just crush everyone who's doing the dragon things. Like, that's it helps keep the format balanced, the Boros decks do. And I don't think you should go in ever forcing it or first picking a Dragonstorm Globe or anything like that. I think most of the time it's better to end up in a 2 or 3 color deck, and usually 2-color plus splash, like on average, is going to be a better deck, especially if you don't have good fixing. But when that deck's open, it is great. I've had success with it. It especially helps if you have like bombs and stuff. I'm not saying that deck's bad. I'm just saying it's probably a deck you should be in like 10 to 15% of the time. And you know, this is a deck, to elaborate, where you just do all the dragon stuff. You get the Dragon Storm globes. You get the mana rock that can make a dragon later, which also fixes your mana. You get the Dragon Storms, especially the white one and the blue one. Generate a lot of value with those. Like, these decks are real. I'm sure you've run into them. I'm sure you've lost to them. I'm sure you've won with them. But it's not a deck that is always open, and it's not a deck you should always be in, because if you don't end up with, especially like the Dragon Storms to generate like a bunch of value, these decks can really fall flat. Like, just playing out like a 6-mana 5/5 Ward 2 dragon, like, it's okay, but there are lots of times where it's just not that big of a deal. So my main point here is, you know, you do need really good fixing in this format to consistently do well with these decks that are way more mana intensive, and I think people are trying a little too hard to be like full-on in clans more than they should, and I think they're playing 4 and 5 color dragon decks a little more often than they need to as well. Even though all of those things are viable, they're not viable draft in and draft out or anything like that. All right, let's move now to the second part of this video, where I'm going to be talking about several cards that are being taken way higher than they should be based on how they're actually performing in the format. As usual, I like to have a little bit of a baseline card here. The baseline card this time around is Narset's Rebuke. I use this to introduce you to the data, and also to just, you know, picking a card that is like super average is always a good starting point, and that's what this card is. You know, it's taken around pick 8. It's got a win rate of 55.1%, 0.7% rather. It's a little better than average. The average win rate is 54.6 in this format among 17 lands users. That's why the win rate's higher than it is among the whole Magic community, which would be 50%, because 17 lands users, as people who really care about limited, are better at limited than the community as a whole. So, you know, we can look at the Rebuke, and it's like an okay, solid removal spell. You know, it's a little expensive, but it does kill a lot of the dragons, which is an important thing to have in the format. It does exile, which is also a valuable thing in this format. And sometimes you get some mana and you can cast a spell or something. So it's a solid removal spell. It's not a great one, mostly because it costs 5 mana. But as we'll see, every single card on this list is taken earlier, in most cases much earlier in the draft than Narset's Rebuke is, but they are performing substantially worse. So that's what I mean when I say these cards are overrated. They're being taken way too early for how they're performing. Some of them, and I'll note it, are pretty much unplayable in the format despite where they're being taken. Others are certainly solid cards, but shouldn't be getting taken where they are. So let's go ahead and dive in, and we will start with Salt Road Skirmish. So I think this one's an interesting comparison point because it is a removal spell, much like Narset's Rebuke is. It is in a different color, and that ever makes these comparisons like perfect, because how good a color is impacts, you know, where a card ranks. But I do think this format, in terms of like best commons and uncommons, the colors are pretty evenly matched, so it's not a huge difference here. But the point is, this card is taken around pick 4.5, and it has an exactly average win rate of 54.6%, so substantially lower than the Rebukes. Basically, people are taking this card like it's premium removal, when in reality it's more like Narset's Rebuke. It's not an instant, and that is a big pain. You know, you do need removal in this format that can answer anything, because dragons are, you know, everywhere, and this does it. But 4 mana, sorcery, destroy target creature, I mean, that would be a pretty mediocre removal spell. And you get a bonus here in the form of 2/1/1s, and the idea of killing your opponent's creature and then having extra bodies to attack certainly results in more damage. But I'm sure you've cast a lot of these where it just doesn't feel that great. Oftentimes you can't attack. If your opponent has a lifelinker in play, the 1/1 tokens are especially hilarious. Sometimes you can cash them in for value or whatever, but it doesn't line up that often. And this is one of these where I'm not saying it's a bad card. It's just like more like Narset's Rebuke than it is a premium removal spell. It's just too clunky and too slow as a sorcery to usually generate anything close to a blowout. It gives you like a 1-for-1 removal effect most of the time. Maybe you get slightly more than a card worth of value, but frequently you just get one. If you run into ward or things like that, it gets even clunkier. So yeah, I mean, it shouldn't be getting taken so early in the draft. Like, nobody should be taking this card around pick 4. It is a playable card, and you'll certainly play one of these in your black decks and feel fine about it, but you shouldn't be taking it so early. Now let's look at the other end. A card that is being taken really early, but I think is pretty close to unplayable in the format, and that is Starry-Eyed Skyrider. So it's got a win rate of 51.7%, which is substantially worse than like a C-level card, and it's being taken around pick 5.4. I like this card a reasonable amount in the set review. I did have some concerns, namely about the bad stat line and how bad it was going to line up against Caustic Exhale. And that's kind of been what the problem is to some extent. And, being a flyer this small in a set with lots of huge flyers, these are all things I mentioned in the set review. It's still worse than I expected, though. I envisioned it coming down and letting your mobilized tokens get in for damage, like the turn it comes down, and it happens. But it often doesn't do anything because it's too small of a flyer. Your opponent has bigger flyers, so the fact it can give your other things flying and maybe give your tokens flying, like, it ends up not really being enough. And it's interesting because, Boros is a good deck, right? So you'd think maybe this card would be good. You're going to make a lot of tokens in Boros, but this isn't really what you want in Boros. You just want to be playing out creatures who have good stats and just keep attacking as you leverage your really good common removal against all their stuff, and you just keep attacking them. And this doesn't contribute that much extra damage in that kind of deck. You'd much rather, you would rather just have 3 mana, 3/3, no effect, than you would this card in this particular deck. Because at least then, when you're opening yourself up to Caustic Exhale and stuff, you have a higher ceiling in terms of how much damage the card can do. So yeah, it ends up pretty much being unplayable. There are definitely times where you end up in a deck that has enough tokens, which you need like a crazy critical mass, where you can play it, but most of the time you really shouldn't be. It's just too understated. Even with all the upside in that text box, the stat line is pretty miserable, doesn't block well, doesn't attack well, and those are kind of important things. All right, let's look now at Inspirited Vanguard. I talked about this one last week because this is one where in the set review I was like, this might be the best uncommon. And here we are. It's taken around pick 5 and has a win rate of 54.7%. So, like I said last week when I was, reevaluating cards I was very clearly wrong on, this is still a playable card, but it's like a C, like it's just solid. Part of what made me think it was going to be so good is I just thought there would be so many situations where the modality of the Endure here would just be so strong, because you could look at a board and make it big enough to attack on your next turn, and then when you attack on your next turn, make it 2/2 if you need to, and things seem pretty sweet from there. But most of the time, like, if you're going up against Boros, for example, you just have to make a 3/2 and a 2/2, and usually not block that effectively. And it dies to lots of cheap removal when you have to do that. You do get 2 bodies, so that's not a disaster, but these bodies don't block very well against a color that has lots of evasive and first strike creatures that don't really care about these bodies. And like, if you are in a green deck, you generally have some big awesome dragon that you'd rather be slamming on the table because it returns your dragon storms, it comes into play with a counter. Like, that's usually what you'd rather be doing. Or even there's the 6-drop that is a 4/4 reach that has Endure 3. That just ends up being better in your deck in a similar slot than this is, because first of all, reach really matters in a format with a bunch of dragons, and the bodies are just enough bigger in that situation that you have much better blocks, and you can still pressure your opponent pretty well. So, it's fine. It's a C, but people are taking it like as if somebody, or a lot, mini set review people thought this was going to be good. And people are taking it like it is, but in reality, it's just okay. There are just better things you want to have in your 5 and even 6 mana slot than this. just because it doesn't really pan out that you get the trigger more than once most of the time. There are times where it takes games over, of course. Like, if this comes down on an empty board, it's like game over or close to empty, but that just doesn't happen very often. All right, let's look now at Riling Dawnbreaker. So this is another one that I think I was wrong about. I thought it was going to be a pretty good white common. It didn't quite make my top 3, but I sort of had it, you know, there were so many, white was so deep at common that I had it kind of in the conversation. But it has a win rate of 53.7%, and it's being taken around pick 5.9. So people are taking it like it's a good common, and it's not a terrible one. I do think, you know, this is one of these cards that is playable on the list. But it does turn out that it's weaker than expected. I kind of thought the fact that it is both a 2-drop and a 5-drop was pretty good. The idea that you could have it work on your curve in either place. You know, you do shuffle it away. It's not like an adventure. That would be an amazing card if it was an adventure. But you get a 2/2 early, and you get a 3/4 flyer with a little bit of upside late. I thought the fact that it did both of those things was pretty good, but it just doesn't really have a home in the format that really works for it. So most of the white decks, like Boros, you know, the really aggressive white decks, white-black, they would rather just be curving out with better creatures. And, you know, as a 5-drop, it's okay, but there are just better things you could be doing with your mana at that point than playing out a 3/4 with minor upside. And then, like, it's a dragon, and you'd think that would mean it could slot into the dragon decks that I mentioned, but it's just not as imposing as other 5-drops are in this format. That just blow this thing out of the water, and it's not as good as 2-drops in the format. And I thought that being modal, basically, would make up for that. Like, those are things I noted in the set review. Like, you're kind of getting like a C- card, and I thought that would be enough to make it like a C+, 2 C- cards together. But it's basically just a C-. It's just an okay card. If you need to fill your curve on 2, it does it. If you kind of want a dragon at the top of your curve, it does it, but it doesn't do either very well, and it just kind of underwhelms too much on both spots on the curve. All right, let's look now at a few cards together, and you'll see why. Those cards are Trade Route Envoy, Yathen Tomb Guard, and Stalwart Successor. So, yeah, this +1/+1 counter theme did not work, which is kind of sad. I mean, it's a theme we see all the time, so, and we've seen it work plenty, but it really fell flat in this set. And these 3 cards, I think, really signify that. You know, the Envoy I thought was going to be a great common. It's taken around pick 8, which is pretty low. Like, people have appropriately gotten low on this card, but has a 52.9% win rate, so it's probably still being taken too early. Yathen Tomb Guard is one of the worst cards in the set, with its 50.3% win rate, and it's being taken around pick 6. And then the Successor is the Signpost uncommon, 52% win rate, taken around pick 5.3. And I think all of this is even worse than it looks, because Golgari is like a fine deck in the format, you know what I mean? Like, the black-green decks, whether it's black-green plus splash or it's just straight-up Golgari, they're fine. Those decks are good when they're open, but they're not. You're not doing this. You're not doing any of this +1/+1 counter stuff for the most part, because it just isn't very good. Trade Route Envoy just ends up being 4 mana 5/4, and that's about it most of the time. And while that sounds good, in today's limited, you really need cards, once they cost 4 or more especially, to do something immediately. And if this always drew you a card, it'd be great, but it doesn't, because the counter stuff isn't very good. It's not well supported enough. There's not enough of it in the format. The Tomb Guard, you'd think being 3 mana 2/3 menace, and then it has this upside of sometimes drawing you cards, you'd think that would be enough, but it isn't. The stats are really weak. You can't get through with a creature often enough. So like the Envoy, it really doesn't draw you cards that often. And then you have the Signpost uncommon, which pays you off for counters, 3 mana 3/2 menace. That sounds pretty good. But I was actually kind of low on this in the set review, because there's so many ways to kill it for 1 mana, and that is really what hampers it the most. But overall, like, the counter cards in this set all feel like they're a little bit too expensive, a little bit too slow, and they just get blown out of the water by dragons flying over and crushing you. You know, they just don't do enough. And I think that, you know, if black-green was like a horrible color pair and these win rates were low, it would kind of make these look less bad in a way, but they're even worse than it looks, because the black-green decks that are good in this format just don't even bother with this synergy. They're usually graveyard decks, and that's like the best thing you can do, or it's sort of like the base of one of the dragon decks, because you've got access to some pretty good ones, and not to mention lots of fixing because you're in green. You just don't do the counter thing. And these are just a few examples, but if you go through 17 lands and look at every card in the set that's a counter payoff or puts counters on things, they're all probably worse than you think. And it's best just to avoid like this whole strategy in black-green, unfortunately. On a similar note, let's look at the two black-white signposts, because that also hasn't panned out, and that's why Abzan, like as a wedge, is like the weakest one. Even though black-white and black-green are viable decks, you know, plus splash, they're not really doing the synergy things. In this case, you've got Marshal of the Lost and Hardened Tactician. The Marshal is picked around pick 4.85, has a win rate of 53.4%, and the Tactician is taken around pick 6 and has a win rate of 51.8%. You know, I wasn't super high in the Marshal, but I did like the Tactician a lot in the set review. But again, the synergy thing here, which is supposed to be mobilize, like, it doesn't really work out that well if you're trying to do that in black-white. And then the deck that's the best at mobilizing, red-white, is often just a straight-up two-color deck, and certainly doesn't want to be splashing either of these just because they're so unaggressive, like, on their own. I do think the Marshal's playable. You know, it doesn't have a win rate that indicates it's unplayable, but I don't think you should be taking it as high, and I think there are lots of decks, like, especially if you don't have good fixing, like, splashing the Marshal in your Boros deck is not what you want to be doing. And, you know, I thought the Tactician would be able to draw you a bunch of cards, but a lot of the time, in a deck that's mobilizing a lot, you don't really want to spend your mana on that. You just want to keep curving out, keep crushing your opponent before they can do their dragon things. So it's interesting because, again, Orzhov and Golgari are both viable color pairs in the format, and Abzan as a wedge is okay. It is the worst in terms of win rate, but it's not terrible. But that's because when you play these decks, you usually aren't going hard on the synergy that they want you to, and that's a bummer that the signposts are as mediocre, and that does hamstring the color pairs to an extent, but yeah. All right, let's look at a rare now. Mostly I like to look at commons and uncommons here because I think, you know, that's going to help you the most. But there is a rare I want to look at, and it's one that I overrated in my set review that has really disappointed. And it is Baron Steppe Siege. It's being taken like it's a bomb, pick 1.67, but has a win rate of 51.8%. So what happened here? Well, first of all, the Mardu mode is pretty bad. It's very difficult to actually set it up, and it's super annoying that it doesn't really work with Mobilize unless you have a way to sack your creature otherwise, like before your instep, because the way the triggers stack, your opponent doesn't lose anything as a result of you sacking a Mobilize token. Once it's in play, your opponent won't really set things up where they ever have to sacrifice stuff. And I was kind of down on that mode in the set review. But I thought the other mode would be good. Putting +1/+1 counters on all your stuff at your instep sounds great, but it also doesn't really work with Mobilize. Like, I don't know what they were thinking with this card, because those tokens all die. So you're not doing anything with those counters a lot of the time. You're putting like 2 counters on your board. You know, there are games where it can take the game over, and that's one thing to remember. I'm sure there are people in the comments typing right now as they're watching this video saying, well, I've won the game because of Yathan Tombguard, and I'm sure you have. Like, there are individual games where these will win you the game because the situation is right. However, we can see over hundreds of thousands of drafts that it doesn't work so well, and we have to keep that in mind when evaluating these cards. And I've won games because of Baron Steppe Siege. I was taking it like it was a bomb early, but I've had more where I play it and I'm like, this isn't that good. Like, I need a 4-drop creature right now, not this thing that's gonna put a counter on my 1/3 and my 2/2. You know what I mean? Like, sure, it can eventually snowball, but you don't add to the board in a big way right away, and you know, your opponent can also fly over all the creatures you're putting counters on, etc. So the Siege is not very good. I think it's just a little too expensive. I think at 3 mana, you know, like Broker's Ascendancy, which also put counters on your whole board, like, I think 1 less mana would have made this a lot better. But it is awkward that the 2 modes don't work with one of the key mechanics. It does work. They do work with Endure, which is something, but not so well with Mobilize. All right, so let's wrap things up with a look at another removal spell, Dragon's Prey. So this is being taken around pick 4, and it has a win rate of 55.3%. So that is lower than Narset's Rebuke. I think it's on the same level as the Rebuke. It's an okay removal spell, but it ends up not really feeling premium most of the time. And I think that's what I kind of felt in the format. I gave it a C+, I think, in the set review, short of premium, because I thought the dragon thing was a problem, and it has been. Sure, you can kill dragons with it, and you need cards that can do that, but paying 5 to kill most of them doesn't feel great unless it's like the scariest dragon ever. And even if it is, a lot of them have enters triggers and stuff like that. So you really end up not even getting a 1-for-1. So, you know, paying 5 to kill a dragon isn't very good. And paying 3 to kill most of the things lower on the curve also doesn't feel very good. Sometimes you get something big to kill that isn't a dragon and you kill it for 3 and it feels good. But most of the biggest things in this format are dragons, and most of the things it can kill for 3 mana are cheap. So it ends up not really ever giving you an amazing rate. It can always do the thing, and it is splashable. So if you're in like a Dragon Storm Globe deck, it's a nice card to have around, just because you need something to kill opposing dragons, and, you know, other stuff too. But it ends up not being very efficient overall. It's a lot like Salt Road Skirmish. It's better. It has a higher win rate by a little bit, but it's a lot like that, where it does the job. It doesn't do it that well, though. Just like Narset's Rebuke, really. Like I said, they're very similar cards. You know, paying 5 to kill a dragon is what both of them do the most often, and neither of those are great. You know, this is a card that is playable, certainly, but it's not a card you should be taking like it's premium removal. It doesn't quite get there. All right, so that is a look at a couple of things. I hope the color data analysis was interesting. Let me know if you'd like to see me do that in a little more depth in future sets. I certainly can. And I hope you also enjoyed our look at some overrated cards that are being taken way too early for what they are, and several of them are pretty much cards you shouldn't really be playing in the format. That'll do it for this video. Next week, we'll look at the opposite end of the spectrum, where I'll take a look at cards that are being underrated. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like it and share it so that others can enjoy it too. If you want to make sure you catch future videos, don't forget to subscribe. And if you want to catch up on past videos, including my set review, drafts of this format, you should see a playlist on your screen shortly. Thanks for watching. This video is sponsored by Card Kingdom. You can pre-order Final Fantasy by using my link in the description below. Hi everyone, I'm Nitsahone. In this video I'm continuing with my Final Fantasy Limited set review. I've already looked at all the multicolored and colorless cards, and in this video we'll look at all the white ones. For each of these cards I'll discuss how I think they'll perform in Limited, that means draft and sealed, and I'll punctuate each evaluation with a letter grade. If you're new to my set reviews and unsure of what my letter grades mean, you can find an explanation in the description. There are a few things to keep in mind as I review these cards. First, because we're only talking about draft and sealed, I'm only going to be talking about cards that can be found in play boosters. This set has some supplementary products that have cards that won't show up in play boosters, like cards from the starter pack. So if there's a card that you think is missing from this video, it's probably not in play boosters. I will be looking at the bonus sheet cards for this set in their own separate video after I get through the main set. These are also my evaluations of these cards before it's possible to play this limited format, since the goal is to have my set review ready for you in time for the pre-release, and that of course means I'll be wrong about some things, but as the format comes into focus, I'll make videos where I discuss how the format has panned out. Lastly, I want to let you know that there are some set review related perks for being a channel member or a patron. You get access to my ongoing set notes during preview season, and you'll also get a spreadsheet with all of my grades once the set review is complete. If those perks interest you, check out the description, where you can find out how to support the channel using one of those methods. Alright, without further ado, let's dive in with a look at the white cards in Final Fantasy. First up, we have Adalbert Steiner, which for 1 generic and a white is a 2/1 legendary human knight at uncommon. He's got lifelink, and he gets +1/+1 for each equipment you control. A 2-mana 2/1 with lifelink is an okay card, and the kind of card that loves to get buffed, and he comes with a built-in way to get it done. Equipping him while he's already getting a buff from an equipment being in play is going to feel especially nice. Even just having one in play makes this creature way better, and the amount of life gain potential he has can turn a race on its head, giving him a C+. Next up, it's Aerith Gainsborough, which for 2 generic and a white is a 2/2 legendary human cleric. At rare, she has lifelink. When you gain life, you put a +1/+1 counter on her. When she dies, you put X +1/+1 counters on each legendary creature you control, where X is the number of +1/+1 counters on Aerith Gainsborough. So a creature that starts as a Grey Ogre and doesn't have some sort of immediate effect does not have a good track record over the last few years. I mean, even 3-mana 2/3s that need you to do something in order to grow haven't been good in a while, so where does that leave us with Aerith? Well, if you can gain enough life, she's gonna be pretty good, and while her starting stats aren't good, if you can buff her and get in for some lifelink damage, you're gonna be pretty happy with how things play out, and she really only needs to be buffed a little bit so that she can start attacking and gaining life with her own lifelink. Her death trigger can also make a difference, as this set has more legendary creatures than most, but you still need to get those counters on her for that effect to be relevant at all, and even in a set with this many legendaries, you can't exactly count on your board being filled with them. That just isn't realistic. Overall, I think she's probably just a C+. If this set had a more prominent life gain theme, she'd be better, but it just doesn't, although she'll feel pretty good to play alongside Adalbert, who we just saw. But yeah, I think she's just a C+. White decks will be able to gain some life, so she's not horrendous, but I don't think most of them will gain enough for her to be a high-quality build-around or anything either. Next up, it's Aerith Rescue Mission, which for 3 generic and a white is a common sorcery, and it says choose one, create 3 1/1 colorless hero creature tokens, or tap up to 3 target creatures, put a stun counter on one of them. Neither mode is that good of a deal, but at least they're good in very different situations. Like, if you're already wide enough, it's likely the second mode can be pretty good for you, and if you really need bodies, well, it can give them to you. If they were individual cards, I think the first mode would be like a C-, and the second one would probably be a D+, and I think getting a choice between the two of them is an upgrade to a C. Next up, it's Ambrosia Whiteheart, which for 1 generic and a white is a 2/2 legendary bird at uncommon. It's got flash, and when it enters, you may return another permanent you control to its owner's hand, and it also has landfall, which means something good happens when you have a land enter. In this case, Ambrosia Whiteheart gets +1/+0 until end of turn. A 2-mana 2/2 with flash isn't the most impressive thing in the world, but it's not terrible either. And creatures that let you bounce other permanents end up having a lot of applications. The sweetest thing is rebuying enters triggers or saving a creature from removal, but Ambrosia can also just return a land to be used for future landfall purposes. I'm giving this a C+. Next, it's Ash, Princess of Dalmasca, which for 2 generic and a white is a 3/2 legendary human rebel noble at uncommon. When she attacks, you look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal an artifact card from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. This stat line's pretty bad anytime we see it, but this attack trigger is really good, especially in a deck like Blue-White, which will have enough artifacts to rarely whiff with this. Red-White likes equipment, so it's going to have some artifacts to hit too. And if you can attack with her and draw and force your opponent to trade with her, that will be a job well done. The bad news is she doesn't always have a worthwhile attack. She won't always hit something, even in an artifact deck, and if your opponent kills her before they get a trigger, which they can do for like 1 mana, you'll get blown out on mana, and all of that is super significant. She probably needs a build-around grade. Most decks in the formats will have a few artifacts, but a few isn't really enough to make this a good card. She's probably a D in most white decks, and a C+ in a deck with enough artifacts. Next, it's Auron's Inspiration, which for 2 generic and a white is an uncommon instant. Attacking creatures get +2/+0 until end of turn, and it has flashback for 2 generic and 2 white, which means you can cast it from the graveyard for that cost and then exile it. Trumpet Blast and similar effects are always role players that can work out in a go wide deck but are terrible everywhere else, and to be honest, even in a go wide deck, they aren't that great. Just a buff like this is so situational, and it doesn't even work on defense in a pinch. Adding flashback helps and means in the late game you might cast both sides for a massive buff, and even casting it on back-to-back turns can be devastating, but overall I think this asks too much of you. The mass pump spells that are good also tend to give you a little something extra, or are actually good in situations other than when you attack with a bunch of creatures, but this doesn't really get there, so I think it's just a D. Next up, it's Battle Menu, which for 1 generic and a white is an uncommon instant, and it says choose one, create a 2/2 white knight creature token. Target creature gets +0/+4 until end of turn. destroy target creature with power 4 or greater, or you gain 4 life. This looks pretty good. It's carried mostly by the attack and magic modes. You're getting an okay deal on a 2/2 flash or a pretty efficient removal spell that is a little bit restrictive, and those are nice slots to have one card fill. The other two modes will be good a lot less often, but when +0, +4 is useful, it can be pretty good, and having a way to gain life in an emergency certainly isn't downside. I think the utility here is enough for this to be a B-. Next, it's Cloud Midgar Mercenary, which for 2 white mana is a 2/1 legendary human soldier mercenary at Mythic Rare. When he enters, you search your library for an equipment card, reveal it, put it into your hand, and then shuffle. And as long as Cloud is equipped, if an ability of Cloud or an equipment attached to it triggers, that ability triggers an additional time. Just a 2 mana 2/1 that tutors up an equipment is pretty good in this set because there are lots of equipment lying around, and most of it is playable or better thanks to the job select mechanic, which makes a body for the equipment to get attached to. The double white does make him a little hard to play on curve, but that's fine. This card will feel pretty good at every point on the curve, and sometimes you'll even get extra value out of his trigger doubling effect, and when you do, it'll feel really absurd, but this is just a really good value card overall. I think he's a B+. Next up, it's Cloudbound Moogle, which for 3 generic and 2 white is a 2/3 Moogle at common. It's got flying. When it enters, you put a +1/+1 counter on target creature, and it has plane cycling for 2 generic, which means you can pay that cost and discard it to search up a planes and put it into your hand. A 5 mana 2/3 flyer that puts a counter somewhere, including potentially on itself, so kind of has a floor as a 5 mana 3/4, isn't amazing. But because this has plane cycling, it's kind of okay, it's pretty medium. Now, granted, land cycling for 2 can be pretty awkward, and in the past I'd argue we've seen even more efficient 2-mana land cyclers not play that well, so this is probably just a C. Next, it's Coral, which for 1 generic and a white is a 2/2 cat beast at common. You can pay 1 generic and a white and tap it to tap target non-enchantment creature. This kind of ability used to be so good and limited, but these days it usually just doesn't perform that well. It's often irrelevant early, and in the late game, spending your mana on this is the kind of thing you do when you're desperate and you'd much rather be adding or subtracting from the board in a meaningful way than just tapping something down. It is a 2-drop, and it has upside, so it's not a terrible card, but I think it's probably just a C-. Next up, it's Crystal Fragments, which for 1 white mana is an uncommon artifact equipment. The equipped creature gets +1/+1, and it equips for 1 generic. You can also pay 5 generic and 2 white and exile it and return it to the battlefield transformed under its owner's control, activate only as a sorcery, and it comes back as Summon Alexander. This is one of the enchantment creature sagas in the set. This one is a 4/3 saga construct with flying. Chapters 1 and 2 prevent all damage that would be dealt to creatures you control this turn, and Chapter 3 taps all creatures your opponents control. A 1-mana equipment that gives +1/+1 and equips for 1 generic tends to be okay, especially in a set with an equipment and artifact theme in white. It's not great. It's like a C- level card at best, but this does get an upgrade for its ability to transform. Once it becomes Alexander, it will make it so that if you have any board at all, you can take some pretty free attacks as long as you're not leaving yourself open to really big backswing or something like that, and it can take advantage of Chapter 2 itself, assuming it's still around. It will be able to attack as a creature that can't have damage done to it. And then Chapter 3 taps everything down. Basically, all 3 of these chapters are there to kind of help you throw all of your creatures at your opponent, and that's often what you want to be doing with a white deck in the late game anyway, and it makes it a lot easier to do it. Now, all of that said, it costs a ton of mana. It really only gets to block twice and attack once by virtue of being a saga creature, and its effects really aren't that good if you're already behind or something like that. And if I'm spending 7 mana in the late game, I kind of would be a lot happier to have something more significant happen to my board than what this does. So even though there's like 2 sides on this card and there's a bunch of text, I think it probably just ends up being a C. Next up, it's the Crystal's Chosen, which for 5 generic and 2 white is an uncommon sorcery. Create 4 1/1 colorless hero creature tokens, then put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. So the baseline here is 7 mana for 4 2/2 tokens. That's not great, but it's not a disaster, and chances are pretty darn good that you have some other creatures that will also get counters. Throw in the fact that the format has a bit of upside for the hero type, and this looks like an okay top curve card for white decks. I think it's a C+. Next up, it's Delivery Moogle, which for 3 generic and a white is a 3/2 Moogle at uncommon. It's got flying, and when it enters, you search your library and or graveyard for an artifact card with mana value 2 or less, reveal it and put it into your hand. If you search your library this way, shuffle. We've seen a lot of creatures like this lately, that is, inefficient creatures that can tutor you up something very specific, like Micromancer and Transit Mage, and they've all been really good. This is because they generate 2-for-1s, and Delivery Moogle might be the best one yet, mostly because of its ability to fly. That said, you do need a healthy number of cards for it to tutor up or get out of your graveyard for it to be worth it. Generally, just one artifact that fits the bill won't be enough. It's like a D+ in most white decks that probably do only have one artifact that can do the job. But when it becomes a 4-mana 3/2 flyer that draws you a card, it's just way, way better. Once you have 2 tutorable artifacts, it's solid, and after 3 or more, it gets to be really good. Because then it's not only likely to draw you a card, but you have options, making it even more powerful. So yeah, it needs a build around grade, but it looks like this will probably work pretty nicely in both red-white and blue-white, red-white liking artifacts that are equipment, and blue-white liking artifacts more broadly. Next up, it's Dion, Bahamut's Dominant, which for 3 generic and a white is a 3/3 legendary human noble knight at rare. During your turn, Dion and other knights you control have flying, and he makes another knight because when he enters, he makes a 2/2 white knight creature token. So if we just stop there on this card, which has a whole lot of other text, it'd be a really good card. It'd be like a B in limited because you spend 4 mana for a 3/3 and a 2/2, and they have flying on your turn. And that's without even talking about other knights, but because it's one of these dominants, you know it can turn into a saga creature. In this case, you pay 4 generic, 2 white, tap it, and exile Dion, then return it to the battlefield transformed under its owner's control, activate only as a sorcery, comes back as Bahamut, Warden of Light, a 5/5 legendary enchantment creature saga dragon with flying. Both Chapter 1 and 2 put a +1/+1 counter on each other creature you control, and those creatures gain flying until end of turn. Chapter 3 destroys target permanent, and then you exile Bahamut and return it to the battlefield, front face up, meaning you get that enter as a trigger again if you get there. So yeah, this card's absurd. I'm, like I said, already very excited about just spending 4 mana on this card and getting what it gives me for 4 mana. And then later in the game, you can spend 6, buff your entire board, send it into the sky, do it again on the next turn. At that point, the game's probably over. But if it isn't, well, you can destroy their best permanent with Chapter 3, then get Dion back and do it all over again. So yeah, like all of these, they did a good job designing all of these so that even if you never transform them, they'd be really good cards in limited. But then when you do, they're just completely absurd. And I think this one might be the biggest bomb in the set. It's definitely in the neighborhood, giving it an A+. Next up, it's Dragoon's Lance, which for 1 generic and a white is an uncommon artifact equipment with job select. That means when it enters, you create a 1/1 colorless hero creature token and attach this equipment to it. The equipped creature gets +1/+0 and is a knight in addition to its other types. And during your turn, the equipped creature has flying, and this has equip for 4 generic. So a 2-mana 2/1 with flying only on your turn is like a solid 2-drop in aggro decks, and this has way more upside than that. Partly because if the creature you put it on ever dies, later in the game you can put it on something else. The creature doesn't even have to die, you can just move it to something else that can take more advantage of +1/+0 and flying on your turn, and putting that on something big in the later stages of the game is a pretty decent use of your mana. Top of that, it's an equipment, it's an artifact. Those are both things white decks are interested in. And this just looks like a really good 2-drop overall for white decks in the format, giving it a C+. Next up, it's Dwarven Castle Guard, which for 1 generic and a white is a 2/1 dwarf soldier at common, and when it dies, you make a 1/1 colorless hero creature token. Getting a 2/1 and a 1/1 for 2 mana is pretty good. I mean, getting them separately is a lot less impressive, but it means this is good sacrifice fodder, it feels good to trade with, and kind of helps you go wide. I think it's a C. Next, it's Fate of the Suncrest, which for 4 generic and a white is a common instant that costs 2 generic less to cast if it targets a tapped creature. Destroy target non-land permanent. So we've seen a lot of these cards perform well lately. That is, cards that let you spend less mana to kill a tapped creature, but can also be used to kill bigger stuff if you pay a bunch of mana. This one doesn't give you quite as big of a discount as the ones that only cost 2 to kill tapped things, but it's also more flexible than its predecessors since it can go after any non-land permanent when you pay full mana. In both cases, you're overpaying a little bit, but the flexibility is nice. I think this does fall short of being what I would consider premium removal, but the flexibility may prove to be enough for it to get there. But for now, I think it's a C+. Next up, it's From Father to Son, which for 1 generic and a white is a rare sorcery. Search your library for a vehicle card, reveal it, put it into your hand. If this card was cast from your graveyard, put that card onto the battlefield instead, then shuffle. Flashback for 4 generic and 3 white. So there are like a few vehicles in this set, but nowhere near enough for this to ever be a viable card. Paying 2 to tutor 1 to your hand, even in a set with lots of vehicles, would be pretty bad. Like, it can't be overstated how bad tutors are in Limited that are super restrictive and aren't super cheap. Like, costing 2, one way to look at it is you're paying 2 extra mana for whatever vehicle it is, so the one you're grabbing better be pretty amazing, and in Limited, that's just not going to be the case. And I think that's especially true in this set, where you just won't have vehicles that are worth it ever, so I think it's an F. Next up, it's Garaha Tia, which for 4 generic and a white is a 3/5 legendary creature cat archer at uncommon. It's got reach, and whenever 1 or more other creatures and or artifacts you control die, draw a card. This ability triggers only once each turn. This stat line plus reach makes for a kinda passable defensive creature, and this trigger is pretty good. You can often cast this and make some attacks that previously would have been pretty medium that now involve your opponent letting you draw a card. Notably, it doesn't say non-token or anything like that, so it's especially good with tokens. I'm giving it a C+. Next, it's Galacat, which for 2 generic and a white is a 1/3 cat at common. It's got flying and vigilance, and as long as you control 2 or more artifacts, it gets +2/+0. A 3 mana 1/3 with flying and vigilance isn't really what you want to be doing in Limited, but this does become a 3/3 and potentially in the early-ish game if you have some cheap artifacts. A 3 mana 1/3 with flying and vigilance is like a D at best in Limited, but a 3 mana 3/3 with flying and vigilance is a C+ or even a B-. I think in the end you end up with a C here. It is the kind of card I could give a build around grade 2, but the ceiling on it isn't insane and the floor isn't terrible, so I think it would be a little excessive to go full on build around grade here. Next up, it's Machinist's Arsenal, which for 4 generic and a white is a rare artifact equipment with job select. The equipped creature gets +2/+2 for each artifact you control and is an artificer in addition to its other types, and this can equip for 4 generic. So this counts itself, so when it comes down, it's a 5 mana 3/3 at worst. That's not a good starting point, but as long as you have 1 other artifact in play, you're going to feel fine, and this can offer an absolutely massive buff sometimes. This is one that needs a build around grade because if you're in one of the white decks that isn't red-white or blue-white, this is probably going to be a lot worse, like a D+ in a deck that just has a handful of artifacts. But if you're going hard on them, I think this is as good as a B+. Next up, it's Magitech Armor, which for 3 generic and a white is a 4/4 artifact vehicle at uncommon. When it enters, you create a 1/1 colorless hero creature token, and it has crew 1. So we've seen cards like this before, you know, a vehicle that's not like insanely efficient, but gives you a body that can crew it, and we've seen those be pretty good, and I think this one is. I mean, you get 2 permanents out of it, one of them happens to be an artifact, and I think this ends up giving you what you need for the amount of mana you're spending. I'm giving it a C+. Next up, it's Magitech Infantry. This is 1 white mana for a 1/1 artifact creature robot soldier at common. This creature gets +1/+0 as long as you control another artifact, and you can pay 2 generic and a white and search your library for a card named Magitech Infantry, put it onto the battlefield tapped, and then shuffle. I really like collect 'em all cards when they're well designed, and I think this one is. You know, we had the 3 mana 2/2 flyer in the last set that was a pretty big dud, but I don't think this one's going to be. Grabbing other copies of itself and putting them on the battlefield is pretty legit and results in this generating tons of card advantage. Like, it is frequently just better on turn 3 to pay 3 and grab another Magitech Infantry. For one thing, they'll both become 2/1s, and you can just keep snowballing from there without using any resources in your hand. This is all, of course, provided you have other Magitech Infantries around. But then you throw in the fact that it's also a 1 mana artifact in a format with a white artifact deck, and this is just a really solid build around. If you've only got 1, it's probably like a D, and that's in like an artifact deck. But I think if you have 4 or more of them, it's as good as a B-. Next up, it's Minwu White Mage, which for 3 generic and 2 white is a 3/3 legendary human cleric at rare with vigilance and lifelink, and whenever you gain life, you put a +1/+1 counter on each cleric you control. So this is another rare card that has some life gain stuff going on, which isn't really a theme you see much of at lower rarities, which makes cards like this a lot less good. I mean, a 5 mana 3/3 with vigilance and lifelink just isn't that good. It is nice that it buffs itself and your other white mages, also known in Magic as clerics, when it does damage, but it's too much of a sub-theme for me to feel like you can even consistently build around this, because you need to be grabbing other cards that gain you life a significant chunk of the time, and other payoffs, and all the payoffs are rare, like Aerith Gainsborough and this. And sometimes that'll all come together, but usually when I give a card a build-around grade, it's because I think that it has legitimate potential as a build-around and is something you're going to see in the format happen, whereas I don't see this card working out in the format very often, so I think it's just a D. Next up, it's Moogle's Valor, which for 3 generic and 2 white is a rare instant. For each creature you control, create a 1/2 white Moogle creature token with lifelink. Then creatures you control gain indestructible until end of turn. This has a super high ceiling, but also a pretty bad floor. Spending 5 on this and getting like 2 tokens isn't going to be great, even with lifelink and indestructibility in the mix. I mean, that's okay, but you'd be surprised how infrequently you can accomplish something with a card like this when you don't have a board, and that's definitely a problem. I think it's dangerous to look at this and think you'll always get a bunch of creatures and you'll be able to ambush block something super hard and gain a bunch of life. It will do that sometimes, don't get me wrong, and you can even use it on your turn. It's not an ambush block situation, but to save your creatures and then add a bunch of Moogles to the board. I'm not saying this is like a bad card. I don't think it will be, because most of the time you're going to have enough creatures around for this to do something. But I just want to keep people from looking at this and thinking about that ideal case where you make a bunch of bodies with indestructible that have, now you gain life when you block their stuff, and you kill everything they have. It's not going to line up that way all the time. Sometimes you're going to have to settle for like 5 mana, make 2 1/2s, and maybe do some blocking. And that's not nearly as good of a card as the other one, even though obviously it's the same card. So I think this is a B+. I don't think it's a full-on bomb because of its limitations. Next up, it's Paladin's Arms, which for 2 generic and a white is a common artifact equipment with job select. The equipped creature gets +2/+1 and has ward 1, and is a knight in addition to its other types, and this has equip 4. We saw a really similar card in Phyrexia All Will Be One, Gold Warden's Helm, and that wasn't very good. The end result was the same, a 3 mana 2/3 with ward 1, but the Helm was a worse equipment that was cheaper to equip, but it made a better token because it made a 2/2. And that format had an equipment theme just like this one, and the Helm was a really mediocre card. I imagine this will be similar. I mean, 3 mana for a 3/2 with ward 1 just isn't exciting, and moving this to other things for 4 doesn't appeal to me a ton, so I think it's probably a D+. Next up, it's Phoenix Down, which for 1 white mana is an uncommon artifact. You pay 1 generic and a white, tap it, and exile this artifact, and you choose one. Return target creature card with mana value 4 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped, or exile target skeleton, spirit, or zombie. Despite being one of the most powerful items in the Final Fantasy games, this doesn't look that good in Limited. Most of the time, you have to lean on the reanimation effect, and it's narrow enough and slow enough that I'm not especially excited about that. I think it's a D. Next, it's Restoration Magic, which for 1 white mana is an uncommon instant with tiered. This means you choose 1 additional cost. It's basically like Kicker, but you can only choose 1 of these. One of them costs 0, and target permanent gains hexproof and indestructible until end of turn. So you pay 1 white, and that's what you get. You can pay 1 generic instead, on top of the white mana, and the permanent gains hexproof and indestructible, and you gain 3 life. Or you can pay 3 generic and a white instead, and permanents you control gain hexproof and indestructible until end of turn, and you gain 6 life. So the best mode here in terms of efficiency is just the first one. Paying 1 mana to blank a removal spell and win combat sometimes is a good deal. Sinking more mana into it does make the effect better, but part of what makes the first mode so good is it's so easy to leave mana up for. Still, the other modes are upside on a card we've seen be perfectly solid before, and sometimes Curaga will be super game-breaking, although you should really not expect that to happen all the time. You have to have something really destructive happen when you have the mana up at the exact right time for it to really have this sort of game-breaking effect, and that doesn't happen as often as you'd think. Overall, I think this is a C. Next up, it's Side Quest Catch a Fish, which for 2 generic and a white is an uncommon enchantment. At the beginning of your upkeep, look at the top card of your library. If it's an artifact or creature card, you may reveal it and put it into your hand. If you put a card into your hand this way, create a food token and transform this enchantment. Then it becomes Cooking Campsite, a land that can tap for white, and you pay 3 generic, tap it, and sack an artifact to put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. Activate only as a sorcery. So, we've already seen white has an artifact theme in this set, but this card worries me in a pretty big way. It's a 3-mana enchantment that does nothing up front and isn't even guaranteed to do something on the next turn. And when it doesn't, it's kind of disastrous. And even once it transforms, you need to have a decent board to make giving up that food worthwhile. If this always drew you a card and gave you a food on your next upkeep and then transformed, it would be a really great card. That would make it worth the downside of not adding anything to the board on turn 3. But it's going to whiff too often for me to want to run this most of the time in this format. If the format's really slow, maybe it's better, but I'm thinking this is a D. Next up, it's Slash of Light, which for 1 generic and a white is a common instant that deals damage equal to the number of creatures you control plus the number of equipment you control to target creature. We see a card like this in almost every set these days, it seems, and they always tend to be solid or better. They're conditional, but in most white decks, you can make this an efficient enough removal spell for you to feel fine about running it. This does work particularly well with the job select mechanic, which always gives you an equipment and a creature, so every job select card can contribute 2 damage to this. So I think this might even be a little bit better than the other ones we've seen. I'm giving it a C+. Next up, it's Snow Villiers, which for 2 generic and a white is a star 3 legendary human rebel monk at uncommon. It's got vigilance and its power is equal to the number of creatures you control. So if you can make this a 3/3 or bigger consistently, it'll feel solid, but because it always has 3 toughness, it's not usually going to feel like a world beater, even with vigilance, so I think it's just a C. Next up, it's Stiltskin, Moogle Merchant, which for 1 white mana is a 1/2 legendary Moogle at rare. It's got lifelink, and you can pay 2 generic and tap it, and target opponent gains control of another target permanent you control. If they do, you draw a card. So playing this on 1 isn't too bad, as it can get in for some damage and gain you some life. It also holds equipment and other buffs well, and those are in this set. And then later in the game, you can start donating stuff to your opponent for value. Basically, in Limited, you're only going to want to give up excess lands most of the time, but there are some other funny things you can do with permanents where it doesn't matter who controls them, like auras or enchantments, for example, and sometimes giving an opponent a token or something is worth it too. It's unlikely to ever feel amazing whether you play it on turn 1 or get it late and start donating stuff, but it's never going to feel bad either, I don't think, so I think it's a C+. Next up, it's Summon Chocomog, which for 2 generic and a white is a 3/3 enchantment creature Saga Bird Moogle, and it has 4 chapters and they're all exactly the same. Other creatures you control get +1/+0 until end of turn. I think this is a pretty good common. A 3-mana 3/3 with just this as an enters trigger would be an okay card, but offering that buff on every turn is a big upgrade, even on a card with an expiration date. And because this saga has 4 chapters, you do get 2 attacks and 3 blocks out of it, making it last longer than most of the other saga creatures. Although, obviously, this one's also a lot less scary since it's just a 3-mana 3/3. But for a common, this looks like a high-quality card to me. I'm giving it a C+. Next, it's Summon Knights of Round, which for 6 generic and 2 white is an enchantment creature Saga Knight. It's an indestructible 3/3. It has 5 chapters, and the first 4 all create 3/2/2 White Knight creature tokens, so that's crazy. And then chapter 5 says other creatures you control get +2/+2 until end of turn. Put an indestructible counter on each of them. So this card's nuts. You do need 8 mana to get, that is a real setup cost. White's not exactly known for ramping, although as we'll see, there is actually like a mana rock / removal spell in white that might make this a little better, especially because it's a common. But man, this is the kind of thing you want to spend 8 mana on, because it is very, very unlikely you ever lose the game when you cast this. It immediately adds 4 bodies to the board, including its own indestructible body, which also means your opponent's not going to stop the saga from going off in most cases, and it's going to keep adding more tokens to the board. Your opponent probably scoops before any of this other stuff happens, but eventually you have a board filled with knights. Even if you never had anything else on the board, they also all get bigger and become permanently indestructible. So yeah, this card is nuts. It is the 8 mana bomb that you want to play. I do think the whole 8 mana thing is a real downside, and I do think it keeps me from being like, this is a solid A. I mean, if it was green, it would be an A, maybe even an A+, but in white, I think A- is the best I can do. If the format's really slow, it will be an A+, but most formats aren't, and white usually isn't a color known for getting to 8 mana. Next, it's Summon Primal Garuda, which for 3 generic and a white is an enchantment creature, Saga Harpy. It's a 3/3 flyer at uncommon. Chapter 1 deals 4 damage to target tapped creature an opponent controls. Chapter 2 and 3 both give target creature you control +1/+0 and flying until end of turn. So, Chapter 1 will kill something. It's not always going to be what you want to kill the most, because it has to have 4 toughness or less to be tapped, but it kills something. Then, on the next turn, you'll get to send something else into the air, and hopefully also attack with Primal Garuda. Then on the next turn, you send something else into the air and can hopefully attack with it. I think pretty much all of these summons are pretty good, but I'm not like super high on this one, especially for the uncommon cycle, mostly because Chapter 1 just will not kill what you want it to kill often enough. When it does, it's going to feel great, but there are going to be times where it just can't kill something, and you have to play this because it's your only 4-drop, and you have to run it out there and kill something that doesn't matter that much. And then you don't necessarily get a full card worth of value from Primal Garuda after Chapter 1, because having a 3/3 flyer that can attack once and sending a couple of other things into the sky isn't necessarily going to result in anything significant happening. It can, and there's a lot of potential here. And I'm not saying I don't like this card. I do. It's just there's an uncommon cycle like this, and I think all the others are probably better than this one, and this one's just a C+. Next, it's Ultima, which for 3 generic and 2 white is a rare sorcery. It says destroy all artifacts and creatures in the turn. So while the in the turn thing is fun text to have, and I'm sure it's a flavor thing, it actually makes this sweeper worse for the most part. This is because it doesn't give you an opportunity to cast anything after you clear the board, and that often means allowing your opponent to rebuild the board before you ever get a chance to. And that's not really where you want to be. This effect is undoubtedly powerful, and grindy control decks in the format can find a use for this, but it's going to be awkward a huge chunk of the time, so I think it's just a C+. Next up, it's Venat, which for 1 generic and 2 white is a 3/3 legendary Elder Wizard at rare. Whenever you cast a legendary spell, draw a card. This ability triggers only once each turn, and you can pay 7 generic and tap her to exile target non-land permanent and transform Venat, activate only as a sorcery. Then she becomes Hydaelyn, Mother Crystal, a legendary god that is indestructible, and at the beginning of combat on your turn, you put a +1/+1 counter on another target creature you control. Until your next turn, that creature gains indestructible, and if it's legendary, draw a card. This format certainly has enough legendary permanents for her to be able to draw you cards, and her ability to remove a non-land permanent and turn into an absolutely terrifying creature, an indestructible one that buffs your board and still draws you cards, makes her really powerful. You don't need that many legendary spells for her to be really good, so I don't think you have to look at her as a pure build-around. Like, even if your deck only has 3 legendary spells, she's still a 3-mana 3/3 with absolutely amazing upside, and I think that makes her a bomb, giving her an A-. Next, it's Weapons Vendor, which for 3 generic and a white is a 2/2 Human Artificer at common. When it enters, you draw a card, and at the beginning of combat on your turn, if you control an equipment, you may pay 1 generic. When you do, attach target equipment you control to target creature you control. So, I like creatures that draw me a card when they enter, but this one is expensive enough that I don't feel great about it. Its other ability will sometimes let you move an equipment at a discount, but it won't always be a significant one or a relevant effect. I think this is just a C-. Next, it's White Aura Sight, which for 2 generic and 2 white is a common artifact. When it enters, you exile target non-land permanent opponent controls until this artifact leaves the battlefield, and you can tap it and add 1 white. So, this costs more than most Oblivion Ring effects do, and double white means you're not going to be splashing it, but I think it makes up for both of those things by both being an artifact, which matters, and producing mana. I think this ends up being premium removal because of its ability to produce mana. You know, it's not the removal effect alone that makes it premium, but you're getting something extra that is pretty significant. So I think this is a B-. Next, it's the Wind Crystal, which for 2 generic and 2 white is a rare legendary artifact. White spells you cast cost 1 generic less to cast. If you would gain life, you gain twice that much life instead. And you can pay 4 generic and 2 white and tap it, and creatures you control gain flying and lifelink until end of turn. This crystal cycle is one that I think people are going to be super pumped about for other formats, but don't get pumped about them in Limited. Cards that give you a discount like this, especially on turn 4, rarely work well in Limited unless they add to the board somehow, and the Wind Crystal doesn't get there. This means you're mostly leaning on the rest of the card, and as we've talked about, there's not so much life gain in the set at lower rarities that you can really go off with it. But the good news about this crystal is that its activated ability can be pretty legit. You do need a decent board, but there are a lot of board states later on in games in Limited where if you could give your whole board flying and lifelink and gain double the life from the lifelink, it would really improve things for you. Now, it does need you to have a built-out board. If you're behind, this is a miserable card to draw off the top of your deck. It doesn't feel good to play this on turn 4 when it doesn't add to the board at all. And again, the discount just isn't a very relevant effect and limited overall. So it still has a ton of problems, but compared to the other crystals, I think this one is actually one that can make your deck. I mean, and white does have enough random life gain that occasionally doubling it will matter, but this one's probably still just a C. Next, it's You're Not Alone, which for 1 white mana is a common instant. Target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. If you control 3 or more creatures, it gets +4/+4 until end of turn instead. This is a solid trick. 1 mana for +2/+2, usually a D+ or C- level trick, so a decently playable one, mostly because it lets you win combat for only 1 mana a significant chunk of the time. 1 mana for +4/+4 is way better though. It allows almost anything to punch above its weight class, in addition to the upside of sometimes just finding you lethal out of nowhere. The 3 creature requirement isn't automatic, but it's not hard to get there either in white. Basically, it's a mediocre trick in the early game, but from the mid game on, it's a really good one. This is going to be a trick that white aggro decks are playing a couple of copies of, giving it a C. And our last white card is Zac Fair, which for 1 white mana is a 0/1 legendary human soldier at uncommon. He enters with a +1/+1 counter, and you can pay 1 generic and sacrifice him. Target creature you control gains indestructible until end of turn. Put Zac Fair's counters on that creature and attach an equipment that was attached to Zac Fair to that creature. So this is a 1 mana 1/2 more or less with a very useful activated ability. I mean, we always love combat tricks that give a counter and indestructibility for 1 mana, and while having this effect on the board is a little bit worse than having it in your hand, it also means this adds to the board before you ever use its ability. Sometimes you'll even be able to move equipment. I wouldn't count on that part coming up a ton or being relevant a ton, but the indestructibility plus here's a counter is very relevant to have for 1 mana on a creature you spent very little mana on to begin with. So I think he actually looks pretty good. Like, running this out on turn 1 is going to feel good in a lot of games. Your opponent has to burn removal on it a lot of the time, because if they don't, you're going to use it to blank another removal spell later, giving this a B-. So those are all the white cards in Final Fantasy. In the next video, I'll look at all the blue ones. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like it and share it so that others can enjoy it too. If you want to make sure you catch future videos, don't forget to subscribe. And if you want to make sure you're all caught up on this set review, you should see a playlist on your screen shortly. Thanks for watching. This video is sponsored by Card Kingdom. You can pre-order Final Fantasy by using my link in the description below. Hi everyone, I'm Nitsa Hone. In this video I'm continuing with my Final Fantasy Limited set review. I've already looked at all the multicolored, colorless, and white cards, and in this video we're going to look at the blue ones. For each of these cards I'll discuss how I think they'll perform in Limited, that means draft and sealed, and I'll punctuate each evaluation with a letter grade. If you're new to my set reviews and unsure of what my letter grades mean, you can find a guide in the description for this video. There are a few things to keep in mind as I review these cards. First, because we're only talking about draft and sealed, I'm only going to be looking at cards that can be found in play boosters. This set has supplementary products that have cards that don't show up in play boosters. So if there's a card you think is missing from this video, it's probably not in play boosters. I will be looking at the bonus sheet for this set in their own separate video after I get through the main set. These are also my evaluations of these cards before it's possible to play this limited format, because the goal is to have my set review done in time for the pre-release, and that means I'll be wrong about some stuff, but as the format comes into focus, I'll make videos updating you about how the format has panned out. Lastly, I want to let you know that there are some set review related perks for being a channel member or a patron. You get access to my ongoing set notes during preview season, and you'll also get a spreadsheet with all of my grades once the set review is complete. If those perks interest you, check out the description where you can find out how to support the channel using one of those methods. Alright, without further ado, let's dive in with a look at the blue cards in Final Fantasy. Our first one is Astrologian's Planisphere, which for 1 generic and a blue is a rare artifact equipment with job select. That means when this equipment enters, you create a 1/1 colorless hero creature token, then attach this to it. The equipped creature is a wizard in addition to its other types and has whenever you cast a non-creature spell and whenever you draw your third card each turn, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature, and it equips for 2 generic. So this starts out as a 2-mana 1/1 with this ability, which is pretty decent. Most blue decks will be capable of growing this with non-creature spells, although drawing 3 cards in a turn is significantly more difficult. I don't love that this starts out as so inefficient, but I think the fact that you can move this around and put permanent counters on your stuff helps. Also, if your opponent destroys the Planisphere, you still have a token, and if your opponent destroys the token that you've been putting counters on, you still have the Planisphere, and that is pretty nice as a fail case. So I think this is pretty good, but I do think it's going to be hard to grow it a ton, but I do think it's a B-. Next up, it's Cargo Ship, which for 1 generic and a blue is a 2/3 artifact vehicle at uncommon. It's got flying and vigilance, and you can tap it for colorless, but you can spend that mana only to cast an artifact spell or activate an ability of an artifact source, and it has crew 1. As a vehicle, this isn't the worst thing ever. When it can attack, it's going to feel fine, and its ability to generate mana is pretty good, especially in a format where blue has a lot of artifact stuff going on. It's kind of like a vehicle version of Oaken Siren from Lost Caverns of Ixalan, and that was an excellent card. So I think this slots in nicely in a lot of blue decks. I'm giving it a C+. Next up, it's Combat Tutorial, which for 2 generic and a blue is a common sorcery. Target player draws 2 cards, put a +1/+1 counter on up to 1 target creature you control. I think adding a +1/+1 counter to Divination is a significant upgrade. It means that you get a 2-for-1 while adding to the board, and while what you add isn't major, we've seen lots of other spells lately that don't add to the board but give you something small, play better than expected, and I think this is going to be one of those. It won't always add to the board if you don't have anything in play, and you don't want a bunch of copies of this, but most of the time I think this will feel pretty good. I'm giving it a C+. Next up, it's Dragoon's Wyvern, which for 2 generic and a blue is a 2/1 Drake at common. It's got flying, and when it enters, you make a 1/1 colorless hero creature token. So this is an early candidate for one of the best blue commons. 3 mana, 2 power creatures that add an additional body to the board at a decent rate just always perform well. You're going to be happy running as many of these as you can get in blue, and I think that makes it a B-. Next up, it's Dreams of Laguna, which for 1 generic and a blue is a common instant. Surveil 1, then draw a card, and it has flashback for 3 generic and a blue. So this is Think Twice-esque, and that is a decent card in Limited as recently as Foundations. The flashback here is more expensive, but in exchange you also get Surveil. I imagine this will be worth using in spell and graveyard decks, but it probably also isn't an important card in either deck, giving it a C-. Next up, it's Edgar, King of Figaro, which for 4 generic and 2 blue is a 4/5 legendary human artificer noble at rare. When it enters, you draw a card for each artifact you control, and the first time you flip 1 or more coins each turn, those coins come up heads, and you win those flips. So you can just ignore the coin flip part since it's virtually never going to come up. But that's okay, because even drawing a single card with his Enters trigger will make him feel solid, and he'll frequently draw you far more cards than that. His body is big enough that you're likely to make it to your next turn to take advantage of that card advantage too. Obviously, it's going to be at its very best in a deck like Blue-White, but I think most decks in the format will be able to draw 1 card with him often enough that he doesn't need like a full-on build-around grade, giving him a B+. Next up, it's Eject, which for 3 generic and a blue is an uncommon instant. This spell can't be countered. Return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. Draw a card. Adding card draw to bounce is pretty sweet, and we've seen that several times in the past. The best versions of this we've seen before can also be cast without the card draw for 2 mana, or they've had cost reduction effects. This doesn't have either of those, but it still looks pretty good to me, giving it a C+. Next, it's Ether, which for 3 generic and a blue is an uncommon artifact. You can tap it and exile it to add blue. When you next cast an instant or sorcery spell this turn, copy that spell. You may choose new targets for the copy. Copying spells can be nice, but this does absolutely nothing but copy spells. I mean, technically, you can treat it as a 4 mana really bad treasure, but that's not even close to worth a card. Copying a spell can be, especially powerful spells, and Blue-Red does have a big spell theme, but this just feels way too narrow to me to be worth a slot in your deck in Limited, even when you're into spells. I think it's an F. Next up, it's Go-Go, Master of Mimicry, which for 2 generic and a blue is a 2/4 legendary wizard at Mythic Rare. You can pay X twice and tap it, and copy target activated or triggered ability you control X times. You may choose new targets for the copies. This ability can't be copied, and X can't be 0. The 3 mana 2/4 is an okay starting point, and most Limited decks are going to have enough activated and triggered abilities around for this to do something. Paying 2 to get an extra Enters trigger or something sounds pretty good. and obviously it can get really silly in the late game. That said, you just don't always have the mana lying around to do it, and a big chunk of the time, this just will be a 3 mana 2/4. So I don't think I can go above a B-. Next up, it's Ice Flan, which for 4 generic and 2 blue is a 5/4 elemental ooze at common. When it enters, tap target artifact or creature an opponent controls, put a stun counter on it, and it is island cycling for 2 generic. This isn't too bad as a 6-drop that comes down and stuns something. That can be a big turn sometimes, and buy you time if you're really behind sometimes. It is expensive and a bit clunky, but that card would probably be right around a C-, and adding island cycling takes away some of the downside, namely that it's a card that does nothing until you get to 6 mana otherwise, so I think it's a C. Next, it's Ice Magic, which for 1 generic and a blue is a common instant with tiered, and that means you can choose one of the following 3 additional costs. You can pay 0 generic and return target creature to its owner's hand. You can pay 2 generic and target creature's owner puts it on their choice of the top or bottom of their library, or you can pay 5 generic and a blue and target creature's owner shuffles it into their library. So the baseline here is that it's a 2 mana to bounce a creature at instant speed. That's not an amazing card, since you can't always trade 1 for 1, and it's only limited to 1 card type. But the tiered modality here really matters, because once you go with Blizzara, you're spending 4 to straight up remove a creature, and that's always a nice removal spell in limited, and this has that earlier, cheaper mode that you can use. The upgrade to Blizzaga is actually kind of minimal. It's not that much different to shuffle your opponent's creature into their deck instead of putting it on the top or bottom. In fact, sometimes you'd rather make them make that choice. But if it's a really scary creature, I mean, generally you're going to be happier to shuffle it into their deck. But I'm just saying, in terms of like spending a bunch of extra mana, 8 total, it's not actually that great. Mostly you're leaning on Blizzard and Blizzara here, but this looks like a nice common. I'm giving it a C+. Next up, it's Ilmeg Pixie, which for 1 generic and a blue is a 2/1 fairy at uncommon. It's got flying, and when it attacks, you surveil 1. A 2 mana 2/1 flyer is fine, and this gives you some card selection and graveyard synergy. I'm giving it a C+. Next, it's Jill, Shiva's Dominant, which for 2 generic and a blue is a 2/2 legendary human noble warrior at rare. When she enters, you return up to 1 other target non-land permanent to its owner's hand, and you pay 3 generic, 2 blue, and tap her, and you can exile her, then return her to the battlefield transformed under its owner's control, activate only as a sorcery, comes back as a legendary enchantment creature saga elemental, a 4/5 called Shiva, Warden of Ice. The first 2 chapters make a creature unblockable until end of turn, and chapter 3 taps all lands your opponents control, then you exile Shiva and return it to the battlefield. This is probably the mana war with the most upside we've ever seen. A 3 mana 2/2 that bounces a non-land permanent is an excellent, excellent limited card, probably getting pretty close to a B+. Adding to the board and subtracting from your opponents just alters so many games, and being able to hit so many permanent types really matters. And you can even bounce your own things for value. So she does all of the things that Mana War can do, but better, and then she has additional upside apart from her enters trigger, because she can transform into a pretty big creature that has a few effects that are pretty good. I do think she's like less exciting than the other dominants once she transforms. Like chapter 1 and 2 are only useful if you have something that can really take advantage of it. The good news is with chapter 2 you can target Shiva and make it unblockable, so at least there's that. But then chapter 3 really doesn't do that much. It taps your opponent's lands down, which doesn't matter that often in limited, and then she comes back to the battlefield, which means she bounces something again, so that's nice. But she's not like game breaking when she transforms, but her baseline is incredible, and then she has this additional upside, and I think that's enough for her to be in the lower tier of bomb range, giving her an A-. Next, it's Louis Sua's Sacrifice, which for 1 blue mana is a rare instant. As an additional cost to cast this spell, sacrifice a legendary creature or pay 2 generic. Counter target activated ability, triggered ability, or non-creature spell. So this is mostly a worse negate. It costs 1 generic more, but can hit abilities. But honestly, in limited, hitting abilities isn't the most exciting upside ever, since you're usually going down a card and not taking a full one away from your opponent. But it does still have the negate mode, and the set does have lots of legendary creatures. Most decks will probably have one to sacrifice by the later stages of the game, and while that does mean you're 2 for 1ing yourself, it also means that you can counter a spell with very little mana up, and sometimes there are legendary creatures in the set that are expendable. It's still not very good overall, but I think it's a C-. I don't think it's quite a card that you hope you don't play, but it's also not a card that always makes the cut. Next, it's the Lunar Whale, which for 3 generic and a blue is a 3/5 legendary vehicle. At rare, it's got flying. You may look at the top card of your library anytime. As long as the Lunar Whale attacked this turn, you may play the top card of your library, and it has crew 1. So this whale needs to be able to attack to go off, but crewing it is easy, and a 3/5 flying body can attack on a whole lot of boards, and once you start playing things off the top of your library, you're getting incredible value. You can even do it multiple times in a single turn. In the late game, this kind of card can just let you rip through multiple cards in your deck because you can even play lands, although you are limited to 1 per turn, so hitting another one usually ends the chain. But it's not uncommon to play a bunch of spells in a turn with a card like this. And on top of that, it's like not a terrible vehicle as a baseline. You do generally have to wait a turn to get that value train rolling, and that probably limits it to an A-, but obviously it's an excellent card. Next up, it's Magic Damper, which for 1 blue mana is a common instant. Target creature you controls gets +1/+1 and gains hexproof until end of turn, untap it. We've seen this exact card before, but with a different name. I'm talking about Shore Up, which we've seen a couple of times, and it's been a quality trick. 1 mana to blank removal, win combat in a decent number of situations, and on occasion, ambush block something is just really good. Really efficient for what it is. It's not quite as good as Snakeskin Veil in most ways. Getting a counter is just so much better, and the untap upside is kind of minimal most of the time. But it does play similarly. I'm giving it a C+. That's like a good grade for a trick, but this one is very cheap and good in so many situations, and we even have a spell deck in the format. Next up, it's Matoya Archon Elder, which for 2 generic and a blue is a 1/4 legendary human warlock at rare. Whenever you scry or surveil, draw a card, and you draw after you scry or surveil. So the great thing about this is that surveil and scry are just tacked onto cards all the time as some tiny silly effect. So turning that into a full card draw is a huge upgrade. So this can be a value engine in the right deck to be sure, and having a baseline of a 3 mana 1/4 isn't too bad. I do think it needs a build around grade because it isn't like your deck automatically has a bunch of cards that surveil or scry. But if you can get like 4 or more, you're going to feel pretty good about Matoya. And in some decks, he can really run wild. The great thing is the more you draw with this, the more likely you are to find more cards that trigger it. So I do think it's probably a D in your typical blue deck, but it has a ceiling of an A-. Even drawing 1 card with this will feel good, and again, sometimes it can go completely crazy. Next up, it's Memories Returning, which for 2 generic and 2 blue is a rare sorcery. Reveal the top 5 cards of your library. Put 1 of them into your hand, then choose an opponent. They put 1 on the bottom of your library, then you put 1 into your hand, then they put 1 on the bottom of your library, put the other into your hand. And it has flashback for 7 generic and 2 blue. This is pretty wacky and kind of an interesting take on like a fact or fiction effect. You don't make a couple of piles and then your opponent has to make some sort of choice, or you have to make some sort of choice. Instead, each card that you reveal has a choice made about it, which I think is a pretty cool design. But basically, you pay 4 mana and you draw 3 cards, and that's pretty good. And your opponent has some say and is likely to keep you from getting whatever the 2nd best and 4th best cards are that you reveal. But in the end, getting the 1st, 3rd, and 5th best cards is still going to be pretty good for 4 mana. It is true this doesn't add to the board, and it also is true that it has this like extreme late game effect where you get to do it again, which is kind of sweet. But I do think this is pretty good overall just because of the card advantage it grants for the cost. So I'm giving it a B. Next up, it's the Prima Vista, which for 4 generic and a blue is a 5/3 legendary artifact vehicle. At uncommon, it's got flying. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana was spent to cast it, the Prima Vista becomes an artifact creature until end of turn, and it has crew 2. So a 5 mana 5/3 flying vehicle with crew 2 is not very good. This set does have some artifact stuff going on that salvages it a little bit, but when you pay for vehicles, you need to be getting something more efficient than this since it's a conditional creature. It hits hard to be sure, but also dies easily, and simply won't always be crewable. Turning into a creature when you cast a big spell is nice upside, but it's narrow enough upside that I don't love it. So this looks like a fairly underwhelming card overall. I'm giving it a C-. Next up, it's Keykern Merchant, which for 2 generic and a blue is a 1/4 beast citizen at common. You can pay 1 generic and tap it to draw a card and then discard a card. And you can pay 7 generic, tap it, and sacrifice it to draw 3 cards. This ability costs 1 generic less to activate for each town you control. A 3 mana 1/4 with the first ability is like an adequate card. I mean, I don't love having to pay to loot. Looting is just so much better when it costs 0 mana than when it costs 1. You know, it's a lot easier, obviously, to leave up 0 mana. It's more likely you can play the card you draw when you're not paying mana to loot, but it is an okay effect to have. And then it has this nice late game effect where even if it didn't have the ability to decrease the cost of the ability by using towns, it would be kind of nice upside to have on a card, and it's going to cost 5 or 6 or sometimes less than those costs in a decent number of blue decks in the format. I mean, I think most decks in this format will have like 2 towns, so making it cost 6 isn't exactly far-fetched. Overall, this looks like a solid card, especially in like a blue-green town deck. I'm giving it a C. Next up, it's Quistis Trape, which for 2 generic and a blue is a 2/2 legendary human wizard at uncommon. When it enters, you may cast target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard, and mana of any type can be spent to cast that spell. If that spell would be put into a graveyard, exile it instead. This kind of creature almost always plays well. Obviously, it's not as exciting as spending no mana to cast a spell in the yard, but by the mid to late game, this will rebuy your efficient removal spells, and that kind of play ends up feeling great when you're adding to the board. You won't always be able to line stuff up where you can cast this and a spell in the graveyard, and it's super awkward and really terrible when you have to run this out because you just need something in play. But I think the 2-for-1 potential is accessible enough for this to be a B-.